contracting with a
doesn't care about Nevada.
Wow, what a great song. Oh, hey Kev, what's up? Oh, your intro, thank you. Like, uh, like that shit a lot. Uh, Good, like a medley of some of that Punk's hits. Let me see, let me, yes. Um, this one, yeah. Yeah, okay. Well, I guess for now we can. What's going on? What we doing? This is the. I probably want to watch some of the speech because it's all fucking
My
retarded.
approach has been simple. When in doubt, assess the situation, follow your gut, and if it's the best for the military, make a change. We all serve at the pleasure
Like, it's just
of the
insane thing after insane thing.
every single day.
Not true. The military does not serve at the pleasure of the president. Not the case. Not how that works. That is fascist in the most literal sense. The military does not serve at the pleasure of the president. That's not how that works. It's not what it is. The Hegseth claim what's presidential military authority. Military's oath is to the Constitution. Yes, it's true. This is inaccurate because the military serves the Constitution. Or an oath to the Constitution, not an oath to the president. That's not how that works. Not how that works. Congress is the one that declares war and approves military actions. Not like that's just not how it works. Yep, loyalty to the Constitution. Don't take an oath to a queen or king, tyrant. Take an oath to the Constitution. Just line leader. Line. Talk to a friend of mine that's in the military. Like asked like what the fuck, like if he has any thoughts about this shit, and he basically said like yeah, everybody he like is with like thinks this shit is fucking crazy, kind of worried about it, like for their shit. I mean, I'm not gonna leave like particulars for what my friend does or where he is, but like based on what he does, I wonder if it's like truly like applicable generally like other parts of the military or like other things, but I mean, it's good at least that some people in the military like fucking and like one of the big things he said also was like it's just fucking insane that like would call a meeting of with like all the generals in one place. It's just not normal. That's not a regular thing that you should do, and it's retarded because God forbid somebody like bombs the place that they're at. Like boom, that's every general dead. Like operationally, it makes no sense. Like security wise, it's just and these are like this is every general around the world. So like the ones that are stationed overseas, like everything, they called them all to the Quantico Marine Base in Virginia, and for what? For a fucking speech? That's it? What the fuck are we doing here? Jesus Christ! Fucking yeah. Oh yeah. Food Shop's uploaded video. A reaction to me being in a BC and Peace Coast Discord, and then some anti-fans just joined to fucking be annoying. Uploaded that. You guys should go watch it. One Destiny Defender versus 20 cringe anti-featurings. That's me. I'm Zipzip. And yeah, it's just fucking. It was really cringe, really stupid. I don't know why the fuck he uploaded it even. Doesn't make him look good. I don't know. But yeah, I'm not gonna fucking cover this shit because it's just fucking cringe. If you guys wanna watch it, go watch that video. My Zippers, what's up, Fudge? How you doing? Good to see you. One of my subscribers, a couple of you, but thank you for that. I'll cover some stuff. Might watch this Crazy Cassette video. Came out today. Like myself some Crazy Cassettes. What's
proposals to avoid a shutdown, fix
health. This speech that's currently happening. Chuck Schumer. Hold on. Chuck Schumer. Associated Press. Is there a speech happening? And if Florida's government shutdown approaches October 1st.
To come to a bill that both parties can support.
Now Democrats to the Hill. Okay. Find that. The Hill.
Signed by the president.
Same shit.
He cannot be allowed to simply ride roughshod over it and disregard it.
To go. Okay,
it is the rule
we
of
can
law
watch this instead. This is from a few minutes ago.
That's at stake here, and I will fight for them. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield.
Is there a different one? Oh, this is it. This is what he's watching. I see. So this is a Meme Beacon. My Zippa. Hey, what's up, Meme Beacon? Good to see you. We're gonna see. I think Chuck Schumer just did a speech like 20 minutes ago or something. About the shutdown because I mean it's happening. Like the shutdown is happening. Midnight tonight, there's a shutdown. So in like 4 hours or something, there's going to be a shutdown, and yeah, it's happening because Republicans couldn't fucking negotiate with the Democrats. They don't give a fuck. They don't care about anything. So they will just shut down the government. Like they do every time they're in power.
Thank you, everybody.
Like they did twice when Trump was in power. And we didn't get shut down during Biden's presidency. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that just wild? That didn't happen. We didn't get a shutdown.
Proud to be joined by my colleagues, Senators Durbin, Murray, and Klobuchar. So we see now Republicans are plunging America into a shutdown, rejecting bipartisan talks, pushing a partisan bill, and risking America's health care, worst of all. A few moments ago, Republicans once again rejected Democrats' proposals to avoid a shutdown, fix health care premiums, and spare Americans the calamity of skyrocketing through the roof health care costs. Republicans blocked it again, once again. So now 2 times, Republicans have failed to get enough votes to avoid a shutdown. They've got to sit down and negotiate with Democrats to come to a bill that both parties can support. They didn't do that in the past. Their bill, they call it clean, we call it totally partisan.
True.
There was no input from
Thank
Democrats.
You, Chuck Schumer.
Not a single line in their bill had input from Democrats. They never consulted us. Thune didn't consult me. Johnson didn't consult Hakeem. And the bottom line is that we had a partisan bill. You don't pass partisan bills, CR. When I was majority leader, we passed 13 of these bills. Not 13. One shutdown. You want to know why? It's because we negotiated with them.
Yep, because that's what the fuck you do.
And that's why they have failed now twice. Now, why do we care so much about them negotiating with us? It's not a point of pride. It's because Americans are hurting with higher costs throughout the country. Some of it's tariffs.
Right.
Some of it's energy costs, some of its food costs, but one of the main reasons, and the one with the most immediate impact on raising Americans' costs, is skyrocketing costs of health care, all done by the Republicans.
Okay, you made it through, but yeah, true.
We have now learned
it's all their fault. Every single thing is their fault.
For those on ACA, 24 million people, that's a huge number, will go up 114%.
Did we need the
It's an average, depending on your income, depending on what your costs were, that average families can't afford. There are going to be millions of American families in the next week in October sitting down and saying, how are we going to pay these damn bills?
Yeah.
What do we have to cut to pay these bills? Or should we cut our health insurance or drop it altogether? It's estimated over 4 million people will. And why are those costs going up? Simply because the Republicans refuse to extend the ACA credits. That's all. And you say, well, negotiate it with them. Well, we want to, but they've rejected it 3 times in 3 different bills.
Yep.
And now it's on their backs. And by the way, if you think people don't like it now, there's going to be a crescendo as through the beginning of October.
Yeah, Republicans are dropping in popularity. Trump is dropping in popularity.
Bills. And they're going to say, what the heck are we going to do? We need health.
Like, people aren't, like, this has happened before. We had 2 shutdowns during Trump's presidency. And it dropped their fucking numbers. It caused them, it was one of the reasons that they lost in the midterms when Trump was president. And that's also because in general, incumbents lose. Or like presidents, the other party does better in the midterms than the one that's in power. But like, this is one of the things, like, you cause a shutdown. Like, people know how the fuck shutdowns work. Like, they're already trying to, like, oh, the Democrats own this. Oh, like, they're already trying it. But people will remember. Like, it's really easy to tell them. Like, this is one that, like, you can't really, like, get around. Is like, hey, we didn't get a shutdown during Biden. Remember the last time we had a shutdown? It was during Trump. Remember the time before that? It was Trump. And these shutdowns lasted a long time. How long did Trump's shutdowns last? Government shutdowns. Is there going to be Wikipedia? Yeah, let's see. Okay. January 2018. Yeah. Shutdown of January 2018 was the first to occur during Trump's presidency. First because there was multiple. Let's see. How long did it last? Shutdown took place on January 20th, 2018. Led to almost 700,000 federal workers being furloughed. Negotiations suffered delays. How long did it last? Fuck, I don't know how long did it last. For delays that treated the brief February, this meeting lasted for 9 hours causing disruption. I don't understand. How long was it? Oh, ending the shutdown January 23rd. So the one, okay, so it lasted 3 days. This one, and the next one lasted from December 2018 to January 2019. So it's like longer. So it's December 22nd, and it lasted until 35 days. So the 35-day shutdown we had, December 2018 to January 2019. 35 days of shutdown, and then plus the 3 before, so 38 days that the government was shut down. Like, this is fucked. Like, this is not normal. This should not happen. It surpassed the 21-day shutdown of 1995 to 1996. Like, it was a record. Like, it was like a, like, what the fuck is going on? And yeah, that's what happened. During Biden's presidency, it didn't happen. They got one passed like hours before it was going to shut down, but it happened. We got it done. Democrats will get shit done, and we'll get like a budget. So that's what the fuck you do. But yeah, who cares?
Care, but we can't afford it. The data shows that that's one of the most important things to the American people. So we want to sit down and negotiate. But the Republicans can't do it in their partisan way, where they just say it's our way or the highway. We're not doing a thing to deal with the destruction that their health care bills have cost. Those bills are highly unpopular. In fact, Trump has talked about changing the name from Big Beautiful Bill even mentioned it yesterday because he knows how unpopular it is. And they try to divert the subject, change the subject, and make up lies, like saying, oh, we're for giving this health care money to undocumented immigrants. They know damn well that the law is that no Medicare, Medicaid, or ACA funds can go to undocumented immigrants. But they're so afraid to debate
America,
the issue.
Shutdown, and then Democrats put jail watching from Canada Fortnite dance. Jesus, Kev. I didn't even know you're Canadian. That changes everything, Kev. Changes everything. I know you're fucking Canadian.
They have so many.
Is it technically even possible for an illegal to get Medicaid? No, it is not possible for an illegal to get Medicaid, because how would you get Medicaid if you're illegal? It doesn't make any sense, unless you're committing fraud, in which case, yeah, I guess it's possible, but that's called fraud. Like, that's illegal. Like, it's not possible. Like, what the fuck?
That the law is that no Medicare, Medicaid, or ACA funds can go to undocumented immigrants.
Yeah, it's a law.
They're so
it's
afraid
illegal.
to debate this issue.
So when they say Democrats want 1.5 trillion for illegal Medicare, like, no, what are you talking about? Hello?
They have so many right-wingers in their caucus who don't want to do anything that they come up with these lies to divert attention. The bottom line is we need to stop these premiums from going up dramatically. We need to do it now, not in October when people get the notices, not in November when they have to decide.
I don't know why they don't lead with that point. I assume without forged documents and be impossible. I mean, I suppose it's, I would guess it's technically possible with like fraud and like forged documents, but like, they kind of do lead with that point, but like, it's, what are you going to say? Like, you're supposed to say like, it's not possible. Like, that's kind of what he's saying. Like, it's already illegal. Like, that's not happening. That's not what we want.
Whether to drop health care or reduce
and it's also like not
healthcare.
even like in the grand scheme, it's like not important. I mean, you shouldn't just take the bait, because that's what they want to make it about. They're like, oh, but what about this and what about this and what about, and that's all they're gonna do. And so if you just respond to them, then that's what it's gonna be. Which instead he's gonna do, I guess makes sense. Even if I don't really like Chuck Schumer all that much, it's like he's gonna do is just, hey, here's what we actually want. Here's what Trump doesn't want for you, of the American people. Your insurance is gonna skyrocket. Your healthcare is gonna go up, and it's gonna be Trump's fault. And people see that, and that's what you gotta know.
Care they get. And this is not a left, right, or center issue. This is of great help. This is to help the American people into one of the things they are most worried about. So we hope they sit down with us and talk. Otherwise, it's the Republicans who will be driving us straight towards a shutdown tonight and at midnight, and the American people will blame them for bringing the federal government to a halt. Senator Durbin.
The whip's job, and
I don't know, I've run into some people that genuinely think illegals pull up and are like, hola senora, or like, one Medicaid, por favor. Yeah, I mean, people are retarded. People that are retarded, but like, when somebody's that retarded, you can't just tell them that can't happen. Like, it's illegal. And that's kind of what he already said it. Like, it's already against the law for undocumented immigrants to get Medicaid and Medicare, because it doesn't make sense. You need to be documented to get Medicaid and Medicare. If you're getting it, it's because you're committing fraud, which, like, that's not even like crazy. That's not a thing that's happening that much.
Like,
fuck.
very basic responsibility.
Not that I know any undocumented immigrants, but if I did, they're not getting like these fucking
able to count to 60.
Like crazy fucking benefits.
I needed in the first grade.
United States, we don't have like a fucking welfare state that like crazy. Like if people wanted that, they'd go other places.
This job in short order comes down to a very basic responsibility. You've got to be able to count to 60. I learned all the skills I needed in the first grade. I've used them in the Senate, and I've come to the conclusion that if you start off with 53 votes, as the Republicans do, they need 7 from our side.
Yeah.
What Chuck Schumer has outlined is basic. If they want support from the Democratic side, for God's sake, sit down and let's talk it over at the table as soon as possible.
If you don't want to shut down, get yourself 60 votes, and you can do whatever the fuck you want. But as long as if you don't have 60 votes, you need to fucking negotiate. That's how it fucking works.
There are plenty of tables in this Capitol for this purpose. We can do it. The second point I want to make is a very brief one. Healthcare is critical. If you've ever had a sick member of your family and no health insurance, you'll never forget it. That was my experience and the experience of a lot of people. To say that we look the other way when it comes to cutting health insurance or raising the premiums to a point where families can't afford them is to ignore one of the very basics of family solidarity. We believe in doing something for healthcare and doing it right as quickly as possible. It's important now that we do it. Tonight's vote's an evidence of the fact that it's up to us on a bipartisan basis to make a difference. Now we've got one problem. The House left. There's no one here to negotiate with in the House of Representatives. I sure hope that changes soon. The sooner they come back and go to work with us, the sooner we can solve this problem.
Thank you, Dick. Senator Murray did a great job as our ranking member of Appropriations.
Yeah, thank you. We have been calling for Republicans to work with us to keep the government funded, to address the health care crisis they created, and to stop people's premiums from skyrocketing. Republicans haven't just stuck their heads in the sand, they've outright refused to get serious about a solution. Well, health care rates for next year are being finalized right now. Rate hikes will be in the mail any day. Open enrollment is weeks away. And still, Republicans have refused to lift a finger to prevent millions of families from being hit with massive costs. Well, Republicans may be forcing the government to shut down before they so much as talk about health care, but they will not shut down the debate. And they will not shut out the voices of families who want action before their monthly health care payments more than double. One family in my home state of Washington is about to see their monthly premium jump from $278 a month to $1,800 a month because of Republicans' inaction. That is what's at stake. That is the problem Republicans refuse to solve, and that is what they have to answer for. This has been a problem for months. Why hasn't Republican leadership joined us at the table? We have been here all year. Why do Republicans
they had
prefer
since the
to
last
shut down the government
fucking
over
since they
talking about
passed
how
the
we
one big
save?
beautiful bill, quote unquote, like since they passed that's like that was a continuing resolution. So like you need to still fucking figure out the budget. Like they had a fucking timeline on that. It's like it lasts for this long, and once that comes, then you need to do it again. So they had all this time since they passed the one big beautiful bill months ago. It's like, hey, you need to figure out, negotiate with Democrats for what you're gonna let go. But no.
Families from
I don't give a fuck, so they're just gonna blame
astronomical health care
Democrats.
price hikes. I mean, do Republicans care about farmers? They tell us they do, because a quarter of our farmers are enrolled in those health care exchanges. Republicans say they care about small business owners and employees. Do they care about people who are self-employed? Because nearly half of them get their health care on the exchanges. Do Republicans care if their constituents lose their health care? Because some of the areas that most rely on the health care tax credits to afford that coverage are represented by Republicans. Don't tell us to wait. Don't tell us to wait. Families are waiting, and we've been at the table ready to solve this for months. Don't tell us you want to fix this later. Later is too late. The health care clock has all but run out. If Republicans refuse to act, families are going to pay the price. It will cost millions of people hundreds, if not thousands, of dollars a month.
Like shutdowns aren't nice. Like people fucking like federal employees like can't work. Like they won't get paid. Like people that need access to like federal government side, like they can't do it. So it's like
In some cases, it will cost them their health care insurance entirely. People are about to get completely priced out of their coverage. Republicans are sitting on their hands. And worse than that, they are reveling in the shutdown. Trump just said, quote, a lot of good can come from shutdowns. He said, quote, you can get rid of a lot of things we didn't want. They'd be Democrat things. Trump doesn't want to lift a finger to stop health care premiums from more than doubling. But he is raring to go when it comes to firing whoever he wants to, or slashing whatever he wants to, or prosecuting whoever he wants to, or telling his military his opponents are enemies within, and tweeting AI nonsense and lying about whatever he wants to. Trump doesn't care about how this shutdown is going to hurt real average Americans across the country. He doesn't care about the Republican health care crisis. He clearly thinks this is all a game. Democrats know better. The stakes for American families are real. When people get priced out of their health care, they put off their basic care. They skimp on their prescriptions. They miss out on life-saving treatments. We are not going to let Republicans dodge this subject, and we're not going to let them delay this action on an empty promise or a pig in a poke. We're going to keep calling them to sit down, work with us to keep the government open, and solve this health care crisis.
Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much. I wish that President Trump had gone to Senator Shaheen's hearing today, spotlight hearing, in which a woman with MS talked about how she, from Maine, how she had already met with her doctor. Her MS is under control, but she said, I'm not going to be able to afford this medication with the premium increases. And the doctor said, she said, can I take half the dose? Can I do something like that? Doctor says, no, too much pressure on your brain. It matters in the long term. That's what's going to be happening right now if they continue down this path. I simply don't understand why, when behind closed doors, our Republican colleagues say, we know this is bad, we know where our farmers are, we know the tariffs are bad, we know that is bad. They keep saying it, but then they go out there and do exactly what Donald Trump
They have
wants.
to.
So that's why
That's
our
what they got to
leader
do.
and Hakeem Jeffries wanted that meeting. Because we know, and when you look at what they have done, they have rubber stamped a $4 trillion debt with the big, beautiful bill. They have rubber stamped the tariffs, which they know hurts their constituents, hurts their farmers. They've rubber stamped their ability to even do appropriations and let him steal the money and do whatever he wants. They have rubber stamped nominees like RFK Jr. and now regret it. That's what's been going on. So Donald Trump, author of The Art of the Deal, takes pride in that, has to come to the table. Democrats are focused, as you can see by the vote on our bill, on doing something on health care. And as we've said many times, when it comes to people's premiums, this is not a December problem, it's not a January problem, it's a now problem. Rural hospitals in Minnesota have told me our patients can't handle this when a quarter, a third of them are on these, in our state, MNsure. They're not going to be able to handle this because they'll just go off insurance and then they're going to show up in our emergency room. That's what we're dealing with. That's why we're pushing this right now. It's a now thing.
Questions?
Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Leader. Just a short time ago, Leader Thune told us that there are some conversations with Democrats to try to woo them to their side. Also, we saw Senator Cortez Masto, Senator King vote in favor of the Republican CR. Are you concerned about that at all, and are you aware of any of these conversations?
First, I'm concerned about America.
Yes, if y'all can hear it, she asked about if Schumer's worried about like the Democrats defecting, like vote for the CR.
Healthcare. That's what we Democrats are concerned about. They're having real trouble. It's going to get a lot worse with this 114% increase, and we feel we're representing our constituents in the best way possible, or insisting that Republicans come to the table. We certainly are willing to have negotiations. There's no problem with that, but they've got to be bipartisan, and they've got to have real input from both sides. Yes.
Senator Thune said that he plans to have a vote again and again and again on the GOP CR. So can you guarantee with 100% certainty that that plan will never get 60 votes?
Look, the bottom line is, as I said, our guarantee is to the American people that we're going to fight as hard as we can for their health care, plain and simple. Yes?
You got here, but he disagrees with the premise of the subsidies that were put in place during COVID. They should never have been extended this far. Are you willing to take anything less other than what you demanded in your bill?
Look, the bottom line is we're not going to negotiate this bill in public. We need to come to a bipartisan solution that protects America's health care. Yes, in the back. Okay, go ahead.
What's your strategy for getting Republicans to negotiate at this point, given that they haven't so far?
The strategy is the American people are demanding it, and going to demand it more and more on October 1st, October 2nd. They're going to keep demanding that we do something about this. And Republicans are feeling the heat. You have a good number of Senate Republicans.
Just let them fucking own the shutdown.
When they talk to us privately,
should have done this months ago.
When I even sat with the president yesterday and explained to him about this, he said, well, that's bad. That'll hurt me. So the bottom line is the American people are making their voices known to the Republicans, and that's what we know is going to happen. And hopefully they'll understand that and come to bipartisan solutions that help the American people. Yes. No, right there. No. It's everyone's skipping.
Thank you. Yesterday you said after the White House meeting that you told President Trump and Republicans they could take two things from your bill and put them in to get it to avoid a shutdown. That was the ACA credits you mentioned and the provisions on impoundments and rescissions. You did not mention the provisions that would roll back the Medicaid cuts. Is that still a demand for Democrats, or is that something you guys are taking on?
Look, we care about everything. You know, we care about health care across the board. I wanted to start off to the president with a couple of things, but it's not an exclusive list. Yes.
With two additional Democrats voting for the Republican CR tonight, doesn't that undermine your leverage as you try to seek a negotiation?
No, not really.
The bottom line is, again, what gives us the ability
they got two people
to win this
to vote for their shit
with the American
anymore.
people is we're standing for what they want with health care, and they are not.
Yeah, 55, 45. But they need 60, so it doesn't matter. They got two people. All right. For this one, then, what's going on live?
Saving health care and holding
Medicare does. But
so
many of our patients and the people who visit our clinic are on MNsure, that's the Affordable Care Act plan in my state, that if this happens, a whole bunch of them won't be able to afford it. Then they're going to show up in our emergency rooms, they're going to show up without insurance, they're not going to get the surgeries that they need, and they're not going to do their doctor's visits. That's why you've seen
just tell people
some
what the fuck they should be
some
fucking caring about.
Overtly saying, we've got to do something about this. They shouldn't be talking about off-ramps. They should be talking about how to get their constituents off a cliff.
Warble. Hey, Warble.
Earlier this year,
we
marked the 60th anniversary of Medicare and Medicaid.
What's on fire?
As we look back at this monumental achievement, we should be strengthening health care in this country, not undermining it.
Sure.
We made progress, right? Capping out-of-pocket costs, passing my
bill
Cryptic.
What's up? So is the U.S. government shutting down tomorrow? Is that what's happening now? It's tonight at midnight. Starting October 1st, there's going to be a shutdown because Republicans can't negotiate, so they didn't get any Democrats on board, or enough on board.
We should be building on that.
Two Democrats voted for the continuing resolution that the Republicans want, but it's not enough. They need 7 because they have 53 votes in the Senate. They need 60.
Republican colleagues to pass our bill. And if they
Yeah,
can bring themselves to do that, or
again,
at least to
under
sit
Trump.
in a room and negotiate,
Because there were already 2 during his
and
first
actually
administration.
get this done, the president prides himself in the art of the deal.
One of them that more on Fetterman though. No, Fetterman didn't vote. Let me see. Gov shutdown votes. Let's see. I'm sure there's gonna be. This article's probably gonna talk about it. It wasn't Fetterman, was it? Oh, it was Fetterman. So one of them was Fetterman. One of them was Fetterman, and the other one was Cortez Masto, from Nevada. So 2, quote unquote moderates. They're not moderates, just fucking centrists. As did Senator Angus King, who's an independent, so not a Democrat, but independent from Maine also voted, so they got 3. But I think I saw that it was in fact 55-45. But like, either they don't have enough, so like yeah. And of course it's gonna be Fetterman, the fucking cuck, brain dead fucking stroked out loser, who voted for them. As the executive branch and Congress are controlled by GOP, but they can't keep the government funded. GOP can't use their majority in Congress to fund the government. Apparently, yeah, they can't do it. They're incapable. They are literally incapable of doing it. They can't use their majority because they need, for a budget, you need 60 votes. You can't just do, it's not a simple majority. So 60 votes. So when you don't have 60, you need fucking Democrats. You need to fucking negotiate. You want to be able to do something without having to negotiate with the other side. What you do is you get 60 votes in the Senate. But they can't fucking do that because obviously they're unpopular, so.
No, he's not going to be able to afford his health insurance.
It's just fucking like obvious.
That perfect storm of ugly.
It's the same shit that happened last time, because what happened last time was Democrats refused
I can tell you that
to
right now. He needs to get out there.
Like vote for a bill that funded the fucking wall.
Start taking cues.
Yeah, it's not a simple majority. You need 60. So it's like,
and
but that's like even worse, because like you need 60. So hey, you don't have 60. You have 53. So negotiate with the other side. If you can't get their fucking votes, then you're not gonna get their votes, and they're not gonna vote for your shit. So do a fucking good job of negotiating. And Democrats have very reasonable requests, which is just, hey, let people have their fucking healthcare back. But they don't care, so. Spoke. I saw the Schumer.
Madam President.
The senator from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam President, I rise today because I literally just about 2 minutes ago finished a telephone town hall with over 5,000 people back home in New Jersey that joined up to try to figure out what in the world is happening to our government right now when they see just this abdication of leadership from the White House to leadership here in Congress to step up right now at a time.
Democrats are so worried about healthcare. Why isn't this a major issue a year ago? Because a year ago,
worried about how the shutdown is going to affect their lives, how the healthcare costs that they are going to be experiencing are going to reshape their ability to be able to deliver care for those that need care the most. The simple story is they're scared. The people I talked to, they were nervous about what comes next. And frankly, they're pissed off about this. They know that this is not how a government should function. They know that, yes, we need to be able to step up and have negotiations, but how can you have negotiations when one chamber of this Congress isn't even showing up to work this week? That's right. When I told them about how Speaker Johnson didn't even bring the House of Representatives to work this week, even though they were supposed to, they were furious. If we're going to ask public servants to show up to work tomorrow, if we're going to ask our military to show up to work tomorrow without getting paid,
they're not going to.
The least
they're not fucking
that our
going to.
Republicans in the House of Representatives can do is show up to work here. We should be furious about this. It's an abdication of leadership. It is a dereliction of duty. It is one of the most shameful things that I've seen in terms of just giving up on something that is so important, is going to have so much impact on so many people across this country. What I heard is they want us to be the adults in the room, to sit together, to be able to have the kind of dialogue, but instead what we see is just this posturing and back and forth from Donald Trump, from leadership on the Republican side that hold the gavels here. And yes, the Republicans control the White House, They control the Senate, they control the House of Representatives, and the American people know that, and they know who is at fault for where we stand right now, that we are all about 3 hours away from a government shutdown. And this is something that I take personally. As someone who worked as a career civil servant before, I told my constituents today how I worked as a civil servant. I worked through multiple shutdowns before. Of course, I don't want to see us get to this place, and this should be an absolute last resort. But again, when they're not even bothering to show up to work, we know where their priorities land, that they have been moving towards this.
Johnson's protecting the Epstein files from getting released. GOP actual pedo defenders. Yeah, pedocon theory will never be disproved. For now, like Johnson refuses to swear New Dem delaying Epstein files bid. Is that true?
Once
like,
again, not working for them. And
I heard about that they got the.
Where have the attempts been over the past few months to work together to avoid this scenario?
That's true. What the fuck? You link is that an article?
And again, it's not just about process. Jesus. I don't want people to think that this is just some tug of war, that this is just some battle for political power, that this is just some challenge between political parties for who has the momentum on their side. There's real struggle.
Yeah.
And I heard that on this.
People's lives are actually getting affected by this, believe it or not.
We have people like Letitia from Canada who said that with the prices so high, quote, every choice feels like a sacrifice and the stress is constant. It's affecting how they're able to hold up and how they feel when they wake up every morning, what keeps them up at night. Still, she remains determined to advocate for families like hers who deserve stability, dignity, and hope. Mm-hmm. Or an urgent call from Barbara, who begged us not to back down from this fight. Laura from Brick, who called and urged Democrats not to back down from this fight, and being able to say how concerned she was for just regular citizens to be able to make things easier for everyone impacted. She was asking, how can she help?
Let's see what he's got.
She's asking, how can she help those that are struggling for the shutdown? She frankly wants to do more than what Speaker Johnson is doing on the other side of this bill.
Right, he replaced Bob Menendez when he was
or people like Mick
facing his charges
from Toms River, who although was trying to be an informed citizen and learn what was going on, was having trouble figuring out fact from fiction regarding this budget because it's just the sheer amount of disinformation and lies that we see out there in political rhetoric.
Positions.
Lies that are blatantly trying to
pretty left.
Smear and make it difficult for American people to understand what's at stake.
Supports universal health care.
So yes, when we hear the Speaker of the House
he's part of the
talking
Congressional
about how
Caucus.
this funding, that this is Democrats that are trying to cut resources
when he was in the U.S.
FEMA, or make it harder for people to get care through the WIC program for women, infants, and children.
Well, Ukraine.
Look, it's just deception. Because what we already know is that reconciliation bill that was passed, this is something that is estimated to potentially...
I post links in chat. I googled Mike Johnson Epstein files. Want to talk about I'll search that up. Let's see. Should have let you paste links, but maybe if they're too long.
People's ability to get those services. And FEMA? Are you kidding me? I literally heard it out of the mouth of the president and the Homeland Security Secretary that they want to abolish FEMA, and here we are hearing it from the Speaker, making it seem like the blame is over here.
I think this is
these are things that these are issues that people understand, like Jody from Manchester, who is concerned that with all the rising prices,
they're refusing to swear her in until they come back. October 3rd, but the government's going to be shut down, so they're not going to be able to. Wow.
No one in this country, the richest, most powerful country in the world, should ever have to make that kind of trade-off. Yet we see right now, we're on the cusp of it, not just 3 hours
and it's literally because
from a shutdown.
They need one more vote to
but over the
release
course of tomorrow and the coming days, Americans all over this country will be getting their new bills when it comes to health care. And we see that tens of millions of them will have to pay more, possibly double what they're already paying. Over 4.5 million Americans to lose their care, including many in New Jersey. That is a catastrophe that we see coming. We knew it was coming, and we were trying to take action to be able to address that. And what happened? Kicking the can down the road. When does open enrollment start when it comes to healthcare? Starts in November. So what good is it if we punt towards Thanksgiving which is what this body tried to do. They need solutions now. They need answers now. And they're not getting it, and they're certainly not seeing anything that resembles leadership in this country right now.
The great deal maker, Donald Trump, and he can't pass a fucking budget.
Who says that
can't do it. Can't negotiate with
literally
Democrats.
Could lose her current health insurance if the ACA premiums go away.
Yeah, that's very
what
cryptic.
We're fighting
for. The House was supposed to be in session Monday and Tuesday, but Republicans canceled them in order to strong-arm Democrats to accepting another stopgap funding measure. Because the stopgap, like, oh, just 10 days, just keep funding for 10 days, and we're gonna keep doing it. Like, Jesus Christ, bro, just every fucking time.
People here in the Senate, here in Congress, at the White House, that we're playing with other people's chips, that we don't feel it ourselves. I have to say, I found it disgusting when I learned in 2019 and I came into Congress that the president and members of Congress get paid during a shutdown. That they continue to get their salary while service members in our military and other public servants do not, even though they are showing up to do their work. We should not be held to a different standard. We should not be in a place where it seems like we're above the rest. Because that's exactly what the rest of the American people believe. They believe that we think that we're above the law, that we don't have to obey it, that we don't have to follow the rules that other people do, and that's why they are losing trust in this government. And I can tell you, come midnight today, they have every bit reason to believe that, because we have failed to ability to be able to deliver for so many people. We had Lucinda from Whiting write in telling us, begging us to hold the line when it comes to fighting for health care. Because in her words, quote, I definitely cannot afford my ACA insurance without the advanced premium tax credits. If costs go up and health care gets more expensive, I will have to go without insurance and not go to the doctor. These are just a fraction of the thousands of calls and emails and outreach that we've received. We asked people to share their stories. We got over 3,500 stories back
That's
just
if you call
this
your
week
Congress people,
about people's concerns
they'll take your call.
about what's happening with this
Depending where you
shutdown
live.
and losing health care.
Like they will write down
We
what
need
you
to
want to tell them.
recognize that a
Like, they
president
have
who can't
staffers
even
that will
be
write down your
bothered
shit
to
and they will
learn
let people know.
about the hurt that is being
You'd be surprised how much you can
put forward
affect
by his own
if you call your
party
people.
when it comes to our health care. That our bill is not one that is looking out for them.
Local reps and then all the way up.
We need leaders who understand what is going on. We need leaders who care about the people they are supposed to be leading. We need leaders who will actually be the adults in the room. And yes, so I rise today to make that promise to New Jersey and to the American people that I will keep fighting for you and fight with you as we go through this. And we're going through uncertain times. We're entering unprecedented times. And I know that it's a lot for everyone. But again, we remember why we fight here. That while I'm giving this speech, I'm worried about the care that my father's getting, and my father's health is declining rapidly. Every single one of us knows what it's like to have a loved one struggling when it comes to their care.
My game, man.
And I know everyone knows that experience of saying that we would try to move heaven and earth to be able to make sure that they get the care that they need in their time of greatest need.
Evening. Hey, stumbling.
And how can I, when I stand by thinking about 4.5 million Americans, including many in my state, losing health care, making it harder for them to be able to deliver for their family, how can I say
that
this is a time to roll over, that this is a time to stand down? No.
In Congress.
We draw the line here.
Hey, CSF. For USA, I'm doom repelled at this point. Yeah, it's fucked. It's really fucked.
Stand up together and say, this is not how our government should work. This is not how our democracy should function.
It's pretty cooked.
We deserve better. The American people deserve better. And that's what we're going to fight for.
We'll see what happens. I mean, if they can get...
With that, I yield back the floor.
Fucking... I don't even know. I mean, the shutdown's happening. Like, there's no way they stop it.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Yeah. And it's adjourned. So, it's till tomorrow, and then, I mean, yeah. Tonight, it begins the shutdown. And you're going to keep trying to negotiate, and the Republicans are just not going to give anything. Until they do, it's going to stay being shut down. I was like, what the fuck? Like, that's just it. Like, what the fuck else? The Hill had something different. Let's see what they had up. This was the Senate floor, right? Yeah. Damn. There's something else to cover for the, what is that really important?
Only Democrats benefit from social programs?
Watching MSNBC, it's already up to.
I would like for it to be less close too.
Watching this shit. What's Destiny up to? Gaming? Gaming based. Yeah, country's pretty fucked right now. So people's debating Andrew Wilson right now?
Thrown in fucking in prison for this.
Yeah, that's a lot of words to say. He pardoned a seditious
clickbaiting
conspiracist. But I want to get back to this BLM thing, because when we're talking about political violence and why or why not this is classified as political violence, I think you have to look at
my
what
god,
is
they're
the
doing the political
downstream,
violence
following of
combo.
a partisan message from Democrats, from Republicans, and what is
shit.
actually
What
happening
fucking
here.
Fed
You can
Bill's
call
doing.
BLM political violence if it's, hey, these people were trying to, well, hold on, let me see. Do you guys agree on the definition that political violence is a violent or credible threat of violence intended to influence government policy or intimidate civilians for political or ideological purposes?
I think it's close enough. I may make slight addendums, but I think it's
it's possible for them to legally get these benefits. As I sit here, those.
Whoa, that paragraph. What's up, CSF? Someone in Tiny's chat, centrist, and said that they won't jump off the Trump train unless an amendment that affects them 122-ish is taken away. Oh, like an actual constitutional effect amendment? 1 through 22? Alternate land protection is one of the fundamental rights, not voting restrictions. A or 2A, not kicking out AP from press room. Oh, I see. So until it affects them, they don't give a fuck. Yeah, that's a lot of people. A lot of people are like that. It's just, oh, doesn't affect me, then I don't give a fuck. Yeah, they don't care. Really, that's most people. Sorry, no, not most people. Republicans, that's like pretty much every Republican, because they do not have empathy for people who are not like themselves. So yeah, they just won't give a fuck. That's fucking insane. He literally won't give a fuck until guns are taken away from him. What the fuck? Wait, not 1A or 2A, so not... Like what? Like what even, at that point, what do you even got? Like, possibly, like, until his due process is, like taken away, then he's gonna care? Until it's gone, not under attack, gone. I said, yeah, when he's attacked my fucking work. Yeah, but it hasn't yet, so it's okay for now. Like, yeah. Like, what the fuck? Like, this has to be... So, not First Amendment, not Second Amendment, okay? So... That doesn't matter. Until he gets, yeah, like... due process, like... Fourth and Fifth Amendment, like, fucking... Like, what the fuck else? Until his right to vote is taken away? Like, fully, he just can't vote. Like, that's when he'll care. Like, what the fuck? Cryptic command with the auto-modded message, but I will read it. Trump is basically America's this was in response to CSF, Rip USA, I'm doomed. Trump is basically America's Hitler. He's ruining the government. Yeah, it's bad. What do you want me to say? I mean, yeah. Someone once said quite accurately that Trump is basically America's Hitler. That was JD Vance. Wasn't a Democrat. That was JD fucking Vance. That said that. Yeah, pretty much that he secretly wants Civil War Part 2, Electrical Blue. I mean, Republicans want that. They're calling for it. They're literally saying Civil War. We want Civil War. Man, can't even type Hitler. Come on, Automod. Yeah, you gotta just outsmart it. Gotta say, like, what did they say? Like, sewer slide on fucking TikTok? What else did they say? Like, unaliving? Yeah, you gotta do it. That's what you gotta do. That's the only way. I saw it before it got AI mod nerfed. Oh, nice. Okay, yeah. Alright, what else we got to watch? Should I watch the Andrew Wilson thing?
Just in case, what would you do? Amend something less.
You should
Dude. Jesus.
Our favorite
I don't know. Does anybody else know if there's any other like streams happening right now? For like government shit? The shutdown? I mean, that was the Senate. That was the Senate like done, right? So I don't know what else there could be.
It really happened.
Unless they have another live, but that was it. I mean, planning on watching the Zippa can't even say Itla. Free speech is ruined. True. I was gonna watch the Hegseth speech from earlier. I think I'm gonna do some of that for a bit. Just what the fuck? The official stream? I don't know if I want to watch the official stream. Does NBC not have...
Breaking news, this...
Not have it? The speech?
Breaking news.
The full speech. With soft A and the Audubon let it through. Yeah, think about it. What you gotta do. What you gotta do. Just hit him with the soft A.
Hello.
Watch ABC News, maybe?
Welcome to address hundreds of top-ranking
Do they
U.S.
talk over it,
generals and
though? They don't,
admirals.
right?
Hegseth had summoned these officers from their posts around the world for an unprecedented in-person meeting. Take a listen right now.
And welcome to the War Department. Because the era of the Department of Defense is over. Must prepare for the Department of Defense to the war.
For an unprecedented in-person meeting.
I don't know. I'm not a mod here. I'm a mod in literally every other streamer. I mean,
Take a listen
once
right
I need
now.
mods,
Welcome
maybe you're gonna
to
be
the
top on
War
the list,
Department.
maybe.
Because the era
For now,
of the Department of Defense is over. You see, the motto of my first platoon was those who long for peace must prepare for
This guy
war.
made it to like his highest rank that he got when he was in like the army was like major or some shit.
This is
And
of
he's
course
talking to
not
like
a
a room full of generals.
idea. This crowd knows that. The origin dates to the 4th century Rome and has been repeated ever since, including by our first commander-in-chief, George Washington, the first leader of the War Department.
Gaming time.
It captures
Wait,
a
what's this
simple
fucking
yet
shit?
profound truth. To ensure peace, we must prepare for war. From this moment forward, the only mission of the newly restored
Oregon
Department
too.
of War is this: war fighting, preparing for war and preparing to win, unrelenting and uncompromising
Yes, too.
in that pursuit. Not because we want war, no one here wants war, but it's because we love peace. We love peace for our
we
fellow
love
citizens.
peace.
They deserve peace, and they rightfully
We
expect
love
us
peace,
to
bro.
deliver it. Our number one job, of course, is to be strong so that we can prevent war in the first place. The president talks about it all the time. It's called peace through strength.
Wow, peace through strength.
And as history teaches us,
Yes.
the only people who actually deserve peace are those who are willing to wage war to defend it. That's why pacifism is so naive and dangerous.
Those
It ignores human
goddamn
nature, and it
pacifists,
ignores
am I right?
human history. Either you protect
Be my 5th channel lol once I was knighted on the 3rd, then I assumed the title official professional kick model ML. Based janitor. Appreciate our janitors. I'm gonna get triggered if you drunk, Seth, aren't I? I mean, I'm sure I'm gonna get triggered too, so that's fully like a thing that I'm expecting.
your people and your sovereignty, or you will be subservient to something or someone.
We can get triggered too.
It's a truth as old as time. And since waging war is so costly in blood and treasure, we owe our republic a military that will win any war we choose, or any war that is thrust upon us. Should our enemies choose foolishly to challenge us, they will be crushed by the violence, precision, and ferocity of the War Department. In other words, to our enemies, F-A-F-O.
What a fucking goofball, bro. Like, who are you? What the fuck is this? What is this, bro?
Precision and ferocity of the War Department. In other words, to our enemies, F-A-F-O. If
Nobody
necessary,
fucking
our troops
claps,
can
bro.
translate that for you.
Those are actual fucking
Another way to
generals,
put it
like
is
real fucking
peace
people.
through strength, brought to you by the warrior ethos.
Goofy
and
fucking
we
smile.
are restoring both.
The warrior ethos.
As President Trump has said, and he's right, we have the strongest, most powerful, most lethal, and most prepared military on the planet. That is true, full stop. Nobody can touch us. It's not even close. This is true largely because of the historic investments that he made in his first term, and we will continue in this term. But it's also true because of the leaders in this room.
So fucking cringe.
And the incredible troops that you all lead. But the world, and as the chairman mentioned, our enemies get a vote. You feel it, I feel it. This is a moment of urgency, mounting urgency. Enemies gather, threats grow. There is no time for games. we must be prepared. If we're going to prevent and avoid war, we must prepare now. We are the strength part of peace through strength. And either we're ready to win or we are not.
Who's he talking to? Like, he's not actually talking to generals. He's just giving a fucking campaign speech. It's fucking cringe, bro. Why?
This urgent moment, of course, requires more troops, more munitions, more drones, more Patriots, more submarines, more B-21 bombers. It requires more innovation, more AI in everything and ahead of the curve, more cyber effects, more counter-UAS, more space, more speed. America is the strongest, but we need to get stronger and quickly. The time is now, and the cause is urgent.
So fucking
The moment requires restoring and refocusing our defense industrial base, our shipbuilding industry.
I don't know, I want to know who did a woo to FAFO. Like, it was 100%. It was just one of his fucking staff. Like, that's gotta be it. I see the camera angles, the audience reaction, saw some photos of the general's reaction. They did not seem excited. Yeah, I'm sure they didn't give a fuck, because it's, yeah, DUI hire. That is who he is. It's who he fucking is. Talking like a self-help influencer. And yeah, like, what the fuck?
Industry and onshoring all critical components. It requires, as President Trump has done, getting our allies and partners to step up and share the burden. America cannot do everything. The free world requires allies with real hard power, real military leadership, and real military capabilities.
Thank you.
The War Department is tackling and prioritizing all of these things. And I'll be giving a speech next month that'll showcase the speed, innovation, and generational acquisition reforms we are undertaking urgently. Likewise, the nature of the threats we face in our hemisphere and in deterring China is another speech for another day, coming soon. This speech.
You're getting another one? This is a part one?
This speech today is about people. And it's about culture. The topic today is about the nature of ourselves. Because no plan, no program, no reform, no formation will ultimately succeed unless we have the right people and the right culture at the War Department.
The right culture.
If I've learned one core lesson in my 8 months in this job, it's that personnel is policy. Personnel is policy. The best way to take care of troops is to give them good leaders committed to the warfighting culture of the department. Not perfect leaders, good leaders. Competent, qualified, professional, agile, aggressive, innovative, risk-taking, apolitical, faithful to their oath and to the Constitution.
Wow. Thank you. Apolitical, yes. This is what like this administration and Pete Hegseth are known for. Being apolitical. God, this speech was dog shit. Just wait for the next speech. True cryptic. Like, what the fuck?
Wrote, quote, "War is brutish, inglorious, and a terrible waste. Combat leaves an indelible mark on those who are forced to endure it. The only redeeming factors are my comrades' incredible bravery and their devotion to each other. In combat, there are thousands of variables, as I learned in Iraq and Afghanistan, and as so many of you did in so many more places. Leaders can only control about 3 of them. You control how well you're trained, mostly how well you're equipped, and the last variable is how well you lead. After that, you're on your own. Wow. Our warfighters are entitled to be led by the best and most capable leaders. That is who we need you all to be. Even then, in combat, even if you do everything right, you may still lose people because the enemy always gets a vote. We have a sacred duty to ensure that our warriors are led by the most capable and qualified combat leaders. This is one thing you and I can control. And we owe it to the force to deliver.
Bro, if I was an admiral or general and had to sit through this, I'd be
The military has been forced by foolish and reckless politicians.
Like, this is every single general from around the world. Like, the ones that were deployed overseas, like, in everywhere. Everyone was fucking here. Why? Is this necessary? The thing that we need? Like, what the fuck is happening? Jesus, man.
To focus on the wrong things. In many ways, this speech is about fixing decades of decay. Some of it obvious, some of it hidden. Or as the chairman has put it, we are clearing out the debris, removing the distractions, clearing the way for leaders to be leaders. You might say we're ending the war on warriors. I heard someone wrote a book about that.
Oh.
For too long, we've promoted too many uniformed leaders for the wrong reasons.
Ending the war on warriors. What is this? Is that like his own book? Like, what the fuck is this? Oh, the War on Warriors, his own book. Bro, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck is this, bro? Holy fuck. Why?
Based on their race, based on gender quotas, based on historic so-called firsts. We've pretended that combat arms and non-combat arms are the same thing. We've weeded out so-called toxic leaders under the guise of double-blind psychology assessments, promoting risk-averse, go-along-to-get-along conformists instead. You name it, the department did it. Foolish and reckless political leaders set the wrong compass heading, and we lost our way.
Wow.
We lost our way. The woke department.
Highest rank when he was in the military was major. Yeah, exactly. Like, this is just not...
Right now, I'm
It's
looking
just
out
not
at a sea
normal.
of Americans who made a
What
choice
the fuck are we talking about here, man?
when they were young men and young women to do something most Americans will not, to serve something greater than yourselves, to fight for God and country, for freedom and the Constitution.
God and
You
country.
made a choice to serve
Yes.
when others did not, and I commend you. You are truly the best of America.
Wow.
But this
Thank
does
you.
not mean, and this goes for all
Thank
of
you,
us,
Hegseth. They
that our
needed you
path
to
to
tell
this
them
auditorium
They
on
didn't
this
know.
day was a straight line, or that the
Bunch of
conditions of the
fucking
formations we
generals.
lead are where we want them to be. You love your country, and we love this uniform, which is why we must do better. We just have to be honest. We have to say with our mouths what we see with our eyes. To just tell it like it is in plain English.
Tell it like it is, bro.
To point out the obvious things
That's what you gotta do.
right in front of us. That's what leaders must do. We cannot
This
go
guy's a
another
fucking Fox News host. That's who this guy is. He's literally just a Fox News host.
day without directly addressing the plank in our own eye, without addressing the problems in our own commands and in our own formations. This administration has done a great deal from day one to remove the social justice, politically correct, and toxic ideological garbage that has infected our department, to rip out
Got rid of woke.
the politics.
We solved
No
woke,
more
guys.
identity months, DEI offices, dudes in dresses.
Dudes in
No more
dresses.
climate change worship. No more division, distraction, or gender delusions. No more debris. As
No
I've said
more.
before, and will say again, we are done with that shit. I've made it my mission to uproot the obvious distractions that made us less capable and less lethal. That said,
What does that
the
sound?
War
Is that from the
Department
game?
requires the next step.
Is that from the fucking
Underneath the woke
audio?
garbage is a deeper problem, and a more important problem that we are fixing
Go
and fixing
woke, go
fast.
broke, true woke.
Common sense is back at the White House.
Everybody
So
knows
making the
that.
necessary changes is actually pretty straightforward. President Trump expects it. And the litmus test for these changes
That is from the fucking video. Why is that?
It's pretty simple.
Why is that sound there?
would I want my eldest son, who is 15 years
I need to find another fucking broadcast? I can't deal with that. Fuck me. How long are we in? How many minutes in? Okay.
And now
This
it
one's
is
fucking
my
better.
distinct honor to introduce our nation.
requires the next step. Oh.
It's still there. Why?
Common sense is back at the White House. So making the necessary changes
Better fucking
is
fix that
15
shit.
years old.
I'm gonna fucking pull up the grifty pyramid scheming speeches and put it up side by side with how Handel Day Hegseth speaks. It's identical. I mean,
Eventually joining the types of formations that we are currently
not wrong.
doing.
Not
If in
wrong.
any way the answer to that is no, or even yes, but, then we're doing something wrong. Because my son is no more important than any other American citizen who dons the cloth of our nation. He is no more important than your son. All precious souls made in the
Wow.
image and likeness of God. Every
So
parent
precious.
deserves to know that their son or their daughter that joins our ranks is entering exactly the kind of unit that the Secretary of War would want his son to join. Think of it
really?
as the golden rule test. Jesus said, do unto others that's what you would have done unto yourself. It's the ultimate simplifying test of truth. The new War Department golden rule is this. Do unto your
Golden
unit
rule.
as you would have done unto your own child's unit. Would you want him serving with fat or unfit or undertrained troops? Or
Those
alongside people
goddamn
who can't meet
fats.
basic standards? Or in a unit where standards were lowered so certain types of troops could make it in? In a unit where leaders were promoted
Oh,
for reasons other than
women.
merit, performance, and warfighting?
Females,
The answer
sorry.
is not just no, it's hell no. This means at the War Department, first and foremost, we must restore a ruthless, dispassionate, and common sense application of standards. I don't want my son serving alongside troops who are out of shape, or in combat unit with females who can't meet the same combat arms physical standards as men, or troops who are not fully proficient on their assigned weapons, platform, or task, or under a leader who was the first, but
Actual
not the best.
females.
Standards must be uniform, gender neutral, and high.
I die in game because I'm fucking
If not,
pissed off at this shit.
They're not standards.
Just sprinkling
They're
of
just
crystal
suggestions.
fascism, yeah, of course.
Suggestions
Why
that
not?
get our sons and daughters killed. When it comes to combat arms units, and there are many different stripes across our joint force, the era of politically correct, overly sensitive, don't hurt anyone's feelings leadership ends
Oh, those goddamn
at every level.
wokies.
Either you
Thank
can meet the standard, either you can do the job,
Thank you,
either you are
sir.
disciplined, fit, and trained, or you are out. And that's why today, at my direction, and this is the first of 10 Department of War directives that are arriving at your commands as we speak and in your inbox. Today, at my direction, each service will ensure that every requirement for every combat MOS, for every designated combat arms position, returns to the highest male standard only. Because this job is life or death. Standards must be met. And not just met, at every level, we should seek to exceed the standard, to push the envelope, to compete. It's common sense. And core to who we are
Common
and what we do should
sense,
be in our DNA.
guys. Come on.
Today, at my direction, we are also adding a combat field test for combat arms units that must be executable in any environment at any time and with combat equipment. These tests, they'll look familiar. They'll resemble the Army Expert Physical Fitness Assessment or the Marine Corps Combat Fitness Test. I'm also directing that warfighters in combat jobs execute their service fitness test at a gender-neutral, age-normed male standard scored above 70%. It all starts with physical fitness and appearance. If the Secretary of War can do regular, hard PT, so can every member of our joint force.
Oh, of course.
Frankly, it's tiring to look out at combat formations, or really any formation, and see fat troops. Likewise, it's completely unacceptable to see fat generals and admirals in the halls of the Pentagon and leading commands around the country and the world. It's a bad look.
It's a bad look, bro. It's just a bad look.
So whether you're an airborne ranger or a chairborne ranger,
Chairborne ranger, yes.
The height and weight standards and pass your PT test. And as the chairman said, yes, there is no PT test. But today, at my direction, every member of the joint force at every rank is required to take a PT test twice a year, as well as meet height and weight
male
requirements
standard, yeah. Female standards don't add up to the male standards, like, which is true, but that's not how the fuck it works. That's just not like it's not. It's just retardation. Like, this is not how it works. The Department of War directive: no fat chicks allowed. Yeah, literally, bro.
Every year of service.
Fuck.
Also today, at my direction, every warrior across our joint force is required to do PT every duty day. Should be common sense. I mean, most units do that already.
Not common sense.
And
Just common sense, guys. Just common sense.
Real hard PT, either as a unit or as an individual. At every level, from the Joint Chiefs to everyone in this room to the youngest private, leaders set the standard. And so many of you do this already. Active, Guard, and Reserve. This also means grooming standards. No more beards, long hair,
no
superficial
beards,
individual
bro.
expression. We're gonna cut our hair, shave our beards, and adhere to standards.
This is fully, like, if you look into, like, the fucking, like, shaving shit, right? The thing that they changed was something that affected mostly black soldiers, because with black men, let me look this up, but because I don't remember the specifics, but it's like shaving standards, army change. Let's see. Yeah, so if you have a skin condition that is mostly black men, that makes it so, like, if you shave, like, yeah, it's like a skin condition that it's like causes like razor bumps. That's like really fucking bad. Like, and if you have this, you just can't be in the army because you're gonna get kicked out because you have to shave. So they're just not allowed to not shave. It's all about the shaving thing. It disproportionately affects black male soldiers. Yeah, it's like incredibly. And it's like, why the fuck, bro? Why? Yeah, soldiers need a prolonged waivers may be directed to get laser treatments. Because like the thing that they changed wasn't just like, now you have to do it. Like, that was already a requirement, but you could have a waiver. Like, you could have a waiver to, like, oh, you have this condition, so you can't do it. Or so that's okay. Like, we'll have a thing. What they got rid of that waiver. So I guess you just need to, like, get a fucking laser treatment to permanently get rid of your facial hair, or leave. I guess. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here, bro? Just retarded.
Because it's like the broken windows theory of policing. It's like when you let the small stuff go, the big stuff eventually goes. So you have to address
it's
the
like
small
the broken
stuff.
windows.
This is on duty, in the field, and in the rear. If you want a beard, you can join special forces. If not, then shave. We don't have a military full of Nordic pagans, but unfortunately we have...
We don't have a military full of Nordic pagans. God damn. Kaj Patel. So sorry to hear that.
We've had leaders who either refuse to call BS and enforce standards,
Those goddamn Nordic pagans.
Like they were not allowed
They're infesting this fucking country,
Both
right?
are unacceptable. And that's why today, at my direction, the era of unprofessional appearance is over.
Not gonna be seeing Charlie Kirk in Valhalla, I guess.
The era of rampant and ridiculous shaving profiles is done. Simply put, if you do not meet the male-level physical standards for combat positions, cannot pass a PT test, or don't want to shave and look professional, it's time for a new position or a new profession. I sincerely appreciate the proactive efforts the secretaries have already taken in some of those areas, service secretaries. And these directives are intended to simply accelerate those efforts. On the topic of standards, allow me a few words to talk about toxic leaders.
Toxic leaders.
Upholding and demanding high standards is not toxic. Enforcing high standards, not toxic leadership. Leading warfighters toward...
Guys, we're not... This isn't toxic masculinity. We're just holding up standards. Like, bro, who is this guy talking to? Who is he talking to? The fucking Wokies are actually, like, inside of his fucking brain, bro. What the fuck?
Goals of high gender
women have to shave their armpit
standards in order to forge a cohesive, formidable, and lethal department
I don't
of war
think men
is
have to
not
shave their armpit.
toxic. It is our duty, consistent with our constitutional oath.
Working on building the army too. It's just all fucking Vikings, true. Holy shit, that'd be base as fuck. I guess it's safe to say a clanker with hard on in his chat. Hell yeah,
leadership
brother.
is endangering
Fuck
subordinates
those
with low standards.
clankers.
Real toxic leadership is promoting people based on immutable characteristics or quotas instead of based on merit. Real toxic leadership is promoting destructive ideologies.
It's
that are
the
anathema to the
it's the
Constitution
liberals
and the
that are
laws of
actually
nature
the
and nature's
toxic
God.
ones. It's the liberals that are actually toxic. Brother. Jesus Christ. Dude, like, are we okay? Are we okay right now?
As Thomas Jefferson wrote in the
Yeah, I
Declaration
see
of
what you mean.
Independence.
Yes, I got it after a second, but
The definition of toxic has been turned upside down, and we're correcting that.
Jesus.
That's why today, at my direction, we're undertaking a full review of the department's definitions of so-called toxic leadership, bullying, and hazing, to empower leaders to enforce standards without
bullying and hazing. Let's take another look at those bullying and hazing standards, to make sure that people can bully and haze people.
of so-called toxic leadership, bullying, and hazing, to empower leaders to enforce standards without fear of retribution or second guessing. Of course, you can't do like nasty bullying and hazing. We're talking about words like bullying and hazing and toxic. They've been weaponized and bastardized inside our formations, undercutting commanders and NCOs. No more. Setting,
They've been
achieving,
overused.
and maintaining high standards is what you all do. And if that makes me toxic, then so be it. Second,
If that makes me toxic, then so be it. Like, bro, these things exist for a reason, so that people aren't getting fucking hazed. Like if you know anything, like, so people don't get fucking like abused in the fucking military. Like, that's why this should exist. Like, what the fuck?
every unit, every schoolhouse, and every form of professional military education conduct an immediate review of their standards. Now, we've done this in many places already, but today it goes across the entire Department of War. Any place where tried and true physical standards were altered, especially since 2015 when combat arms standards were changed to ensure females could qualify, must be returned to their original standard. Other standards have been manipulated to hit racial quotas as well, which is just as unacceptable. This too.
No more anti-bullying. Yeah. No more anti-bullying. So, Kev, very polite cat.
Must end. Merit only. The president talks about it all the time. Merit-based. Here are two basic frameworks I urge you to pursue in this process. Standards I call, my staff's heard all about them, the 1990 test and the E6 test. The 1990s test is simple. What were the military standards in 1990?
Oh.
And if they have changed, tell me why. Was it a necessary change based on the evolving landscape of combat? Or was the change due to a softening, weakening, or gender-based pursuit of other priorities? 1990 seems to be as good a place to start as any.
That's just, that's just where we started. We started in 1990. Good as any, I mean, let's not go back to, like, the standards of, like, 1800s, though. I mean, that's fine, though.
And the E6 test. Ask yourself, does what you're doing...
Yeah, Hegseth, yeah, this is true cryptic, and nobody will say it, but Hegseth would prefer that more people get graped, as you put it, in the military, and also those grapes should go unreported unironically. Yes, that is what Hegseth wants. More grapes, and less people reporting them. It's just fucking ridiculous.
Make the leadership, accountability, and lethality efforts of an E6, or frankly an O3, does it make it easier or more complicated? Does the change empower staff sergeants, petty officers, and tech sergeants to get back to basics? The answer should be a resounding yes. The E6 test, or O3 test, clarifies a lot, and it clarifies quickly. Because war does not care if you're a man or a woman. Neither does the enemy.
Oh.
Nor does the weight of your rucksack, the size of an artillery round, or the body weight of a casualty on the battlefield must be carried.
My bad.
This, and I want to be very clear about this, this is not about preventing women from serving.
Oh, it's not.
We very much value the impact of female troops. Our female officers and NCOs are the absolute
We
best
value women
in the
so
world.
much.
But when it comes to any job that requires physical power to perform in combat, those physical standards must be high and gender neutral. If women can make it, excellent. If not, it is what it is. If that
It
means
is what
no
it
women
is,
qualify for some
man.
combat jobs, so be it. That is not the intent.
It is what it
But could be the
is.
result,
Yeah,
so be it.
true.
It will also
Who
mean that,
cares?
weak men won't qualify because we're not playing games. This is combat. This is life or death. As we all know, this is you versus an enemy hell-bent on killing you. To be an effective, lethal fighting force,
As we all know.
you must trust that the warrior alongside you in battle is capable, truly physically capable of doing what is necessary under fire. You know, this is the only standard you would want for your kids.
Yeah, we don't even fight with people anymore. It's like 80% drunk. Yeah, I mean, it's like, we're not at war. Like, even if it doesn't make any sense. Like, women in combat, like, what does that mean? Women can shoot guns. You mean like literal physical standards, and it's like, okay, and if a woman doesn't have the same level, then they don't get assigned to the same role. Like, women aren't like being combat medics, like hauling bodies. That's not the same thing. What the fuck?
Grandkids. Apply the War Department Golden Rule, the 1990 test, and the E6 test, and it's really hard to go wrong. Third, we are attacking and ending the walking on eggshells and zero defect command culture.
Huh.
A risk-averse culture means officers execute not to lose instead of to win.
Why are you guys afraid to
A risk-averse
take
culture
risks?
means NCOs are not empowered to enforce standards.
That's
Commanders
what
and
it
NCOs
is.
don't take necessary risks or make tough adjustments for fear of rocking the boat
Oh,
or
of
making
course,
mistakes.
of course.
A
Yes.
blemish-free record is what peacetime leaders covet the most, which is the worst of all incentives.
Blemish-free record is what peacetime leaders value the most. What Hegseth's saying is, oh, if you have a blemish on your record, that's okay. You did it. You raped a female officer, and that's okay. So that's okay. If you guys abuse one of your fucking privates, that's okay. Just a blemish on your record. Like what are we? Like, come on.
We as senior leaders need to end the poisonous culture of risk aversion and empower our NCOs at all levels to enforce standards. Truth be told, for the most part, we don't need new standards. We just need to reestablish a culture where enforcing standards is possible.
Oh, of course.
And that's why today, at my direction, I'm issuing new policies that will overhaul the IG, EO, and MEO processes. I call it the No More Walking on Eggshells policy.
Wow.
We are liberating commanders and
Whether it's a
NCOs. We are
female or
liberating
black or
you.
brown man, it's okay.
We are overhauling an inspector general process, the IG, that has been weaponized, putting complainers.
Those goddamn inspector generals being weaponized. So true. So freaking true. They've just been weaponized. Those inspector generals, like making sure people aren't doing illegal things. Those goddamn inspector generals.
Ideologues and poor performers in the driver's seat. We're doing the same with the equal opportunity and military equal opportunity policies, the EO and MEO at our department. No more frivolous complaints, no more anonymous complaints, no more repeat complainants, no more smearing reputations, no more endless waiting, no more legal limbo, no more sidetracking careers, no more walking on eggshells. Of course, being a racist has been illegal in our formation since 1948.
Yes.
The same goes for sexual harassment.
Can't be racist,
Both are
man.
wrong and illegal. Those kinds of infractions will be ruthlessly enforced. But telling someone to shave or get a haircut or to get in shape or to fix their uniform or to show up on time or to work hard, that's exactly the kind of discrimination we want. We are not civilians.
We want that
You are not
discrimination.
civilians. You are set apart.
Sounds so
for a
regarded. I'm
distinct
dying of
purpose.
cringe listening to this
So
guy.
we
Yeah,
as a
literally.
department
This is
stop
just
acting-
like this is just cringe. Like he's talking to generals, guys. Like top generals. This is who he's and admirals. This is who he's talking to. This is not a fucking campaign speech. It's not a fucking like. Why is this even televised? Because that was the point. It was just to televise it. This wasn't for them. This wasn't for the generals. This wasn't for the admirals. This was for that. Are they getting monetization or what? No, he's just. I guess he's just acting weird. He's just being weird. If you guys weren't watching the stream last night, we read an article that, like, people that are like working for Hegseth or like near him, like, are literally like leaking to the press that like he's acting manic, like he's acting really manic behind the scenes. That's what's happening here.
And thinking like civilians and get back to basics and put the power back in the hands of commanders and NCOs. Commanders and NCOs who make life and death decisions. Commanders and NCOs who enforce standards and ensure readiness. Commanders and NCOs who in this War Department have to look in the mirror and they have to pass the golden rule test. My kids, your kids, America's sons and daughters. So I urge you all here today and those watching, take this guidance and run with it. The core of this speech is the 10 directives we're announcing today. They were written for you. For Army leadership, for Navy leadership, for Marine Corps leadership, for Air Force leadership, Space Force leadership. These directives are designed to take the monkey off your back and put you, the leadership, back in the driver's seat. Move out with urgency because we have your back. I have your back. And the Commander-in-Chief has your back. And when we give you this guidance, we know mistakes will be made. It's the nature of leadership. But you should not pay for earnest mistakes for your entire career. And that's why today, at my direction, we're making changes to the retention of adverse information on personnel records that will allow leaders with forgivable, earnest, or minor infractions to not
Minor
be encumbered by those
infractions,
infractions
you know.
in perpetuity. People make honest mistakes, and our mistakes should not define an entire career.
Was there at least a small secret meeting for the generals off cam after this? Who the fuck knows? I mean, we wouldn't know if they were, but it's still like, why do you need a small secret meeting with all of your generals? Mag or mad? What do you mean, CS? What was that? I said that the like people were like leaking that he was like manic, like he was like mania, like he's acting crazy. Like yeah. This could have been an email, true. Hegseth seems deathly afraid of losing his job, which is a fair fear to have. He should have been fired months ago because of the Signalgate scandal leaking military secret. Yeah, he's Like, the reason he wants to lower the standards for everybody, like, oh, you know, if you make one mistake, you just, you know, if you make one mistake, that's okay, is because Signalgate. That's why. Because this one mistake was Signalgate, and he got a lot of shit for it. Nobody cares, and they weren't going to fire him for it, but yeah, like, it's bad, bro. I mean, my DMV record will be clear from 6 years ago. True based. Definitely no mania, and I could totally see it. I mean, I don't even fucking know. Like, I've seen it too, and it's like, yeah, like he is acting quite a way. Yeah, probably withdrawal or new drug. I mean, he could, like, the way he looks, he's like back on the drink, like he's back on like alcohol, or he's like on coke. Like, is that on coke, or he's like just manic.
Otherwise, we only try not to make mistakes, and that's not the business we're in. We need risk takers and aggressive leaders, and a culture that supports you. Fourth, at the War Department, promotions across the Joint Force will be based on one thing: merit. Colorblind, gender-neutral, merit-based. The entire promotion process, including evaluations of warfighting capabilities, is being thoroughly re-examined. We've already done a lot in this area, but more changes are coming soon. We'll promote top-performing officers and NCOs faster, and get rid of poor performers more quickly. Evaluations, education, and field exercises will become real evaluations, not box checks, for every one of us at every level. These same reforms happened before World War II as well. General George Marshall and Secretary of War Henry Stimson did the same thing. And we won a world war because of it. As it happens, when he started the job, Chairman Kane gave me a frame and a photo to hang in my office. A matching frame and photo hangs in his. It's a photo of Marshall and Stimson preparing for World War II. Those two leaders famously kept the door open between their offices for the entirety of the war. They worked together, civilian and uniform, every single day. Chairman Kane and I do the same. There is no daylight between us. Our doors are always open. Our job together is to ensure our military is led by the very best, ready to answer the nation's call. Fifth, as you have seen, and the media has obsessed over, I have fired a number of senior officers since taking over. The previous chairman, other members of the Joint Chiefs, combatant commanders, and other commanders. The rationale for me has been straightforward. It's nearly impossible to change a culture with the same people who helped create or even benefited from that culture, even if that culture was created by a previous president and previous secretary. My approach has been simple. When in doubt, assess the situation, follow your gut, and if it's the best for the military, make a change. We all serve at the pleasure of the president every single day. But in many ways, it's not their fault. It's not your fault. As foolish and reckless as the woke department was, those officers were following elected political leadership. An entire generation of generals and admirals were told that they must parrot the insane fallacy that, quote, our diversity is our strength. Of course, we know our unity is our strength. They had to put out dizzying DEI and LGBTQI+ statements. They were told females and males are the same thing, or that males who think they're females is totally normal.
Wait, go back to he just sniff his fingers? I didn't say, hold on.
As foolish and reckless as the woke department was, those officers were following elected political leadership. An entire generation of generals and admirals were told that they must parrot the insane fallacy that, quote, our diversity is our strength.
Do you think he's on coke, same as FBI director? Yeah, I mean, that wouldn't surprise me.
Of course, we know our unity is our strength. They had to put out dizzying DEI and LGBTQI+ statements. They were told females and males are the same thing.
Oh, that's what they were told.
They're females is totally normal. They were told that we need a green fleet and electric tanks. They were told to kick out Americans who refuse an emergency vaccine. They followed civilian policies set by foolish and reckless political leaders.
Woke department following. Oh, it was before this? Sorry, my bad. How far back? Let's go back a minute. Matter I'll scroll through. Yeah, if you find this timestamp, let me know. I didn't see it. Here. Woke departments following elected leaders. The POTUS not elected anymore. Do you know something we don't, Hegseth? I mean, the implication is that, oh, they were just doing Democrat shit. That's what it was. Just Democrats. The woke left, and that's it. But yeah, it's just like, why is he talking about any of this?
Females, totally normal. They were told that we need a green fleet and electric tanks. They were told to kick out Americans who refuse an emergency vaccine. They followed civilian policies set by foolish and reckless political leaders. Our job, my job, has been to determine which leaders simply did what they must to answer the prerogatives of civilian leadership, and which leaders are truly invested in the woke department, and therefore incapable of embracing the War Department and executing new lawful orders. That's it. It's that simple. So for the past 8 months, we've gotten a good look under the hood of our officer corps. We've done our best to thoroughly assess the human terrain. We've had to make trade-offs and some difficult decisions. It's more of an art than a science. We have been and will continue to be judicious, but also expeditious. The new compass heading is clear. Out with the Shirellis, the Mackenzies, and the Millies, and in with the Stockdales, the Schwarzkopfs, and the Pattons.
Wow. Based.
More leadership changes will be made, of that I'm certain.
More
Not because we want to,
leadership
but because we
changes.
must. Once again, this is life and death. The sooner we have the right people, the sooner we can advance the right policies. Personnel is policy.
Give me my leadership changes.
But I look out at this group,
please.
and I see great Americans. Leaders who have given decades to our great republic, at great sacrifice to yourselves and to your families. But if the words I'm speaking today are making your heart sink, then you should do the honorable thing and resign. We would thank you
yes.
for your service. But I suspect.
Just resign if you don't like it.
The overwhelming majority of you feel the opposite. These words make your hearts full. You love the War Department because you love what you do, the profession of arms. You are hereby liberated to be an apolitical, no-nonsense, constitutional leader that you joined the military to be.
Guys,
we need you locked in.
Comedy is legal now. You're allowed to say retarded. Yes.
On the M. Not the D, the E, or the I. Not the DEI or the DIE of dime.
Oh.
By that I mean the M. Military.
Not the DEI.
Of the instruments of national power. We have entire departments across the government dedicated to diplomatic, informational, and economic lines of effort. We do the M. Nobody else does. And our GoFos need to master it in every domain and every scenario. No more distractions, no more political ideologies, no more debris. Now, of course, we're going to disagree at times. We would not be Americans if we didn't. Being a leader in a large organization like ours means having frank conversations and differences of opinion. You will win some arguments, and you will lose some arguments. But when civilian leaders issue lawful orders, we execute. We are professionals in the profession of arms. Our entire constitutional system is predicated upon this understanding. Now, it seems like a small thing, but it's not. This includes as well the behavior of our troops online. To that end, I want to thank and recognize the services for their new proactive social media policies.
Oh.
Anonymous.
No shit talking Trump on social media, guys.
It's cowardice masquerading as conscience. Anonymous unit-level social media pages that trash commanders, demoralize troops, and undermine unit cohesion must not be tolerated. Again, O3s, E6s.
Wow.
Sixth, we must train and we must maintain. Any moment that we are not training on our mission or maintaining our equipment is a moment we are less prepared for preventing or winning the next war. That is why today, at my direction, we are drastically reducing the ridiculous amount of mandatory training that individuals and units must execute. We've already ended the most egregious. Now we're giving you back real time. Less PowerPoint briefings and fewer online courses, more time in the motor pool, and more time on the range.
Oh, guys, you don't have to be in a PowerPoint anymore. Now you get to be, you get to do real man stuff. Like, what the fuck?
You have the
money. Fucking troops are being bullied on the internet? It's not even true. He's talking about, like, troops that are, like, shit-talking their, like, higher-ups. Like, that's what he's talking about. Like, sparing, like, higher-ups, like, fucking feelings. That's what he's
weapons
saying.
and parts to train and maintain, and then you take it from there. You all know this because it's common sense. The tougher and the higher the standards in our units, the higher the retention rates in those units. Warriors want to be challenged. Troops want to be tested. When you don't train and you don't maintain, you demoralize. And that's when our best people decide to take their talents to the civilian world. The leaders who created the woke department have already driven out too many hard chargers. We reverse that trend right now. There is no world in which high-intensity war exists without pain, agony, and human tragedy. We are in a dangerous line of work. You are in a dangerous line of work. We may lose good people. But let no warrior cry out from the grave, if only I had been properly trained. We will not lose warfighters because we fail to train or equip them or resource them. Shame on us if we do. Train like your warriors' lives depend on it. Because they do. To that point, basic training is being restored to what it should be. Scary, tough, and disciplined. We're empowering drill sergeants to instill healthy fear in new recruits, ensuring that future warfighters are forged. Yes, they can shark attack, they can toss bunks, they can swear, and yes, they can put their hands on recruits.
Whoa. Hold on. Hold on. He left his face and his mic. Do you have timestamp? Take a look.
Basic training is being restored to what it should be. Scary, tough, and disciplined.
Training should be scary, tough, and disciplined.
We're empowering drill sergeants to instill healthy fear in new recruits.
Drill sergeants instilling fear.
Ensuring that future warfighters are forged. Yes, they can shark attack, they can toss bunks, they can swear.
Shark attack, toss bunks, swear.
And yes, they can put their hands on recruits.
And put their hands on recruits. Like, this is actually, like... What the fuck? Saying, oh, it's okay to, you know, abuse, like, people being trained. That's just awesome, yes. Bring this back. Put your hands on them.
This does not mean they can be reckless or violate the law, but they can use tried and true methods to motivate new recruits, to make them the warriors they need to be.
2948-ish. Let's go back and see. 806. 29.
ready to answer the nation's call. Fifth, as you have seen, must be ready to join the fight if needed. A core credo of the Marine Corps is every Marine a rifleman. It means that everyone, regardless of MOS, is proficient enough to engage an enemy threat at sea, in the air, or in a so-called rear area. We need to ensure that every member of our uniformed military maintains baseline proficiency in basic combat skills, especially because the next war, like the last, will likely not have a rear area. Finally, as President Trump rightly pointed out when he changed the department name, the United States has not won a major theater war since the name was changed to the Department of Defense in 1947. One conflict stands out in stark contrast: the Gulf War. Why? Well, there's a number of reasons. It was a limited mission with overwhelming force and a clear end state. But why did we execute and win the Gulf War the way we did in 1991? There's two overwhelming reasons. One was President Ronald Reagan's military buildup gave an overwhelming advantage. And two, military and Pentagon leadership had previous formative battlefield experiences. The men who led this department during the Gulf War were mostly combat veterans of the Vietnam War. They said never again to mission creep or nebulous end states. The same holds true today. Our civilian and military leadership is chock full of veterans from Iraq and Afghanistan who say never again to nation building and nebulous end states. This clear-eyed view, all the way in the White House, combined with President Trump's military buildup, postures us for future victories if, and we will, and when we embrace the War Department. And we must. We are preparing every day. We have to be prepared for war, not for defense. We're training warriors, not defenders. We fight wars to win, not to defend. Defense is something you do all the time. It's inherently reactionary and can lead to overuse, overreach, and mission creep. War is something you do sparingly, on our own terms, and with clear aims. We fight to win. We unleash overwhelming and punishing violence on the enemy. We also don't fight with stupid rules of engagement.
War Department sounds like something an edgy 14-year-old thinks is bad. Yeah, it's just fucking cringe. And he's already doing it. Like, this wasn't congressionally approved. Congress did not change the department to department. It's just like, they're just deciding to do it, and now they're doing it.
Hands of our warfighters to intimidate, demoralize, hunt, and kill the enemies of our country. No more politically correct and overbearing rules of engagement. Just common sense, maximum.
No more politically correct rules of engagement.
Lethality.
Hello? No more politically correct rules of engagement. Like those rules of engagement that prevent you from, civilians? Like those rules of engagement?
We untie the hands of our warfighters to intimidate, demoralize, hunt, and kill the enemies of our country. No more politically correct and overbearing rules of engagement. Just common sense, maximum lethality, and authority for warfighters. That's all I ever wanted as a platoon leader. And it's all my E6 squad leaders ever wanted, back to that E6 rule. We let our leaders fight their formations, and then we have their back. It's very simple, yet incredibly powerful. A few months ago, I was at the White House when President Trump announced his Liberation Day for America's trade policy. It was a landmark day. Well, today is another Liberation Day. The liberation of America's warriors, in name, in deed, and in authorities. You kill people and break things for a living. You are not politically correct and don't necessarily belong always in polite society. We are not an army of one. We are a joint force of millions of selfless Americans. We are warriors. We are purpose-built, not for fair weather, blue skies, or calm seas. We were built to load up in the back of helicopters, 5 tons, or Zodiacs, in the dead of night, in fair weather or foul, to go to dangerous places, to find those who would do our nation harm, and deliver justice on behalf of the American people in close and brutal combat, if necessary.
Or against the American people as well, if needed.
You are different. We fight not because we hate what's in front of us. We fight because we love what's behind us. You see, the Ivy League faculty lounges will never understand us, and that's okay, because they could never do what you do. The media will mischaracterize us, and that's okay, because deep down they know the reason they can do what they do is you. In this profession, you feel comfortable inside the violence so that our citizens can live peacefully. Lethality is our calling card, and victory our only acceptable end state. In closing, a few weeks ago, at our monthly Pentagon Christian prayer service, I recited a commander's prayer.
Pentagon
It's a simple yet
prayer service? Is that a thing?
At our monthly Pentagon Christian prayer service.
The fuck? Bro, he wants the fucking Proud Boys, I swear to God, you kill people for a living, you don't belong in polite society. Yeah, this is just like what the fuck? Like, this is not, no more people do not speak like this. Saying you don't belong in polite society is like, Jesus.
I recited a commander's prayer. It's a simple yet meaningful prayer for wisdom for commanders and leaders. I encourage you to look it up if you've never seen it. But the prayer, it ends like this. And most of all,
wants all the
Lord,
people the military previously tried to weed out. Literally, that is literally what he's saying. He literally wants the people that have blemishes on their records that they were weeding out before. He wants those people. Fuck.
please keep my soldiers safe. Lead them, guide them, protect them, watch over them. And as you gave all of yourself for me, help me give all of myself for them. And amen. I have prayed this prayer many times since I've had the privilege of being your secretary. And I will continue to pray this prayer for each of you as you command and lead our nation's finest. Go forth and do good things, hard things. President Trump has your back, and so do I. And you'll hear from him shortly. Move out and draw fire, because we are the War Department. Godspeed.
You're watching Secretary Pete Hegseth.
Fuck. Hold on. I missed the last part of that because taking that phone call. Hold on. What's up?
In closing, a few weeks ago, at our monthly Pentagon Christian prayer service.
Oh, in closing, and then
I encourage you to look it up if you've never seen it. Soldiers safe. Lead them, guide them, protect them, watch over them. And as you gave all of yourself for me, help me give all of myself for them.
Wow.
And amen.
Amen.
I prayed this prayer many times since I've had the
brothers.
privilege of being your secretary. And I will continue to pray this prayer for each of you as you command and lead our nation's finest. Go forth and do good things, hard things. President Trump has your back, and so do I. And you'll hear from him shortly. Move out and draw fire, because we are the War Department. Godspeed.
Bro, this is just fucking cringe. We are the War Department. Like.
You're watching Secretary Pete Hegseth addressing a meeting of hundreds of top-ranking generals and admirals. Hegseth told the officers, welcome to the War Department, because the era of the Department of Defense is over. He says the department lost its warrior ethos and became the woke department, saying the military promoted too many uniformed leaders for the wrong...
Okay, we're good on the thing. Go forth and do good things, my precious racist, rapist, murder machines. Yep. Holy shit, you didn't get AI modded on that one? You didn't get auto modded. What the fuck, CSF? How did you do it? The fuck? You like goated? Holy shit. You're him. You figured out how to defeat the auto mod. I don't know how you did it, but talked about racism, rapists, and murder machines. It was in quotes, so it's fine. Oh shit. Wait, is that the trick? I say whatever I want as long as it's in quotes? Yeah. Hold on. Maybe that's the strat. Gotta try that one. Has this been tried before? Clankers love me. True. The clankers love you. Jesus. Peace go up.
Minor exceptions aren't like immediately apparent to me. I used to know them, but in just statements to be in the American context, in the
political violence debate thing. Everyone loves talking about it. Everyone can't see what I mean. Pills. What's up?
I'm good on this. I want to watch the Trump speech from earlier today. So I didn't watch the whole thing. No, not the U.
So, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming the...
Is this Buzz here the whole time?
Here, almost 9 months, and I've settled 7, and reassertion of our purpose and our identity and our pride. That's when we go with the word war.
I guess it was before though, so I guess we kind of did it out of order. But let's see. Your Trump speech is him just blabbering on what seems like forever. Yeah, literally. Not wrong.
Anderson, have you scanned?
Not wrong in the slightest. Let's see. And we'll fucking speed it up because Jesus. But yeah. He's not deserving this fucking music. This fucking traitor to the country.
Thank you very much, Pete. Great job you're doing too.
My brain cells, I'm trying to do late night work. I'm sorry, CSF. He did speak as well.
Don't laugh,
I
don't laugh.
will.
You're not allowed to do that.
You
know
guys
what, just have a good time. And if you want to applaud, you
brain
applaud.
cells.
And if you want to do anything you want, you can do anything you want. And if you don't like what I'm saying, you can leave the room. Of course, there goes your rank, there goes your future. But you just feel nice and loose, okay? Because we're all on the same team. And I was told that, sir, you won't hear a murmur in the room. I said, we got to loosen these guys up a little bit. So you just have a good time. But I want to thank Secretary Hegseth and General Kane, General Raisin Kane for a reason, they call him that. When I heard his name, I said, you're the guy I'm looking for. the Joint Chiefs.
Oh my god, I love Raising Cane's. You guys like Raising Cane's? Some good food. Yummy.
Staff and so many others in this room who together represent the greatest and most elite fighting force in the history of the world, the United States military. We're very proud of our military. I rebuilt the military during my first term. It's one of the greatest achievements. We had the greatest economy in history, and I built the military. Those are the two things I say more than anything else. And I also kept us safe at the borders. We had very good borders. We didn't have people coming in from jails and prisons and everything like took place over the last 4 years. I'll never forget what happened to this country over the last 4 years with the incompetence. There could be no higher honor than to serve as your commander-in-chief. It is a great honor. I look at you, just incredible people. Central casting, I might add. To each and every one of you, I thank you for your unwavering devotion to the armed forces and to the country that we've all sworn a sacred oath to defend. We all have that oath, every one of us. I'm thrilled to be here this morning to address the senior leadership of what is once again known around the world as the Department of War. I know Pete spoke about it. He gave a great speech, I thought. Great speech. I don't want him to get so good. I hate that. You know? No, I hate it. I almost fired him. I said, you can't. I don't want to go on after that. No, he gave...
Bro, what is he even saying? I don't even know. I was like half paying attention because I was typing something out. Like, what the fuck?
He gave a great speech, but he talked about Department of War. We were sitting there. I said, didn't it used to be called the Department of War? And he goes, yes, sir. They changed it like in the early 50s. So we won the First World War. We won the Second World War. We won everything in between and everything before that. We only won. And then we went, in a way, woke. That was probably the first sign of wokeness. And we changed it to defense instead of war. And I said, what do you think? How do you think if we changed it back? Would that be a nice idea? And Pete loved it immediately. Some people thought about it. You know, they gave it a little thought. But in the end, we did it. And I have to be honest, it's so popular. I thought it would be met with fury on the left. But they're sort of giving up, I must be honest with you. They've had it. They've had it with Trump. They've been after me for so many years now. Here we are. Here we are. Come to the White House anytime you'd like. No, they've given up. Bad, a lot of bad people. But all over, it's been so popular. It's been very popular. I really thought that we were going to have to sort of fight it through. There's been no fight. There's been no fight. Like what I called the Gulf of America, the Gulf of America, because to me it was always the Gulf of America. I could never understand. We have 92% of the frontage. And for years, actually 350 years, they were there before us. It was called the Gulf of Mexico. I just had this idea. I'm looking at a map. I'm saying, we have most of the frontage. Why is it Gulf of Mexico? Why isn't it the Gulf of America? And I made the change, and it went smoothly. I mean, we had a couple of fake news outlets that refused to make the change. And then one of them, AP, took us to court, and we won. And the judge, who was a somewhat liberal judge, said, the name is the Gulf of America, because AP refused to call it the Gulf of America. They wrote, they're not a good outfit, by the way. They call it the Gulf of Mexico. I said, no, the Gulf of America is the name. And the judge actually said that, in fact, you can't even go into the room because what you're doing is not appropriate. The name is the Gulf of America. Google Maps changed the name. Everybody did, but AP wouldn't, and then we won in court. How about that? Isn't that so cool? The Secretary Hegseth beautifully described the name change reflects far more than the shift in branding. It's really a historic reassertion of our purpose and our identity and our pride. That's when we go with the word war. And, you know, we want war because we want to have no wars, but you have to be there, and, you know, sometimes you have to do it. I have settled so many wars since we were here almost 9 months, and I've settled 7, and yesterday we might have settled the biggest of them all, although I don't know. Pakistan, India was very big. Both nuclear powers, I settled that. But yesterday could be the settlement in the Middle East. That hasn't happened for 3,000 years. I said, how long have you been fighting? 3,000 years. So that's a long time. But we got it, I think, settled. We'll see. Hamas has to agree. And if they don't, it's going to be very tough on them, but it is what it is. But all of the Arab nations, Muslim nations have agreed. Israel has agreed. It's an amazing thing. It just came together. War is very strange. You know, you never know what's going to happen with war. The easiest one of them all is Putin. I said, number one, it's a war that would have never happened if I were president. If the election weren't rigged. If I were president, that war would have never happened. Not even a little chance. And it didn't happen for 4 years. But I knew Putin very well, and I thought that would be easy because I know him so well. Well, that one turned out to be the hardest of them all. We had some that were not settlable, and they all got settled. So if this works out, that we did yesterday, with the Middle East, then that's more than a war. That's lots of wars. That's all combined. That's a lot of wars. Many of you were over there, many different capacities in many different countries. That's a big part of the earth. But if that works out, it would be 8+. I could give myself 2 or 3 for that one. And then we just have the one to settle. We have to settle it up with President Putin.
What the fuck is he talking about? What is he talking about? Like, I tune out for like 2 seconds and he's just on some random shit. This is not a campaign speech, bro. What is he talking about? What is he saying? What is he talking about? Yeah, this retard still thinks asylum seekers came from mental asylums. Yeah, that's not the case. Like, but he doesn't care because either way he wants to end the asylum, so it doesn't matter. And fucking yeah, like wait, let's just look it up. Let's just look it up. Why did they change the Department of Defense? Department of Defense of War to Defense. Let's see. Why did they change it? I wonder. It was after World War II, wasn't it? Let's see. Why was it renamed? Let's fucking look it up. Renamed. 1949, it was renamed the Department of Defense. Why is that? Why did they rename it? From the National Military Establishment. Renamed. National Security Act of 1947 established the National Military Establishment. Secretary of War, member of the United States Cabinet, head of the War Department. It was changed. Look up why it was changed. National Security Act of 1947. See. Why did it get changed? Rename. They merged the Department of the Army and Department of the Navy. The Department of Army, Navy, and Air Force into the National Military Establishment. And created the Secretary of Defense, head of the National Military Establishment. So it was just, that's just how it was. They're just mad that, hey, like why redo this? It doesn't make any sense. Rigged election of 2020. Loves to bring it up. Yeah, exactly. Rigged election. Those Democrats rigged the election when he was president. Don't ask why they didn't do it this time when they were in power. And don't say it's too big to rig because there was less votes this election than the last one. Because World War II was supposed to be the war to end all war. The World War I was supposed to be, well, World War I was originally called the Great War because it was the war to end all wars. And World War II happened, so they became World War I and II. I don't think that's why they changed it, but yeah, I mean, that was like a thing. Doing bundle of rods thing with renaming and politicizing military. Bundle of rods, what do you mean? What's that referred to? Something I haven't heard of? Bundle of rods. Like they're just like putting shit in? Oh, that's not what I... Yeah, I assume it's like an expression. Root of the word fascist. Interesting. Oh, fascies, I see. Woohoo. A good way to say it. It comes from a bundle of rods. Fascies. I mean, yeah, that's what it is. Like, they're renaming it so that they're like, oh, we're at war, and then they go to at war with the American people. And that's just a normal thing.
And Zelensky got to get them together and get it done. But the only way we can do that is through strength. I mean, if we were weak, they wouldn't even take my phone call, but we have extreme strength. We had the horror show in Afghanistan, which is really the reason I think that Putin went in. He saw that horror show by Biden and his team, incompetent people. And that showed, I think it gave him a path in. I wasn't there any longer. I watched that and it was so horrible. I think it was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. And now we're back. That's it. We're not going to have any of that crap happen, I can tell you. That was terrible, so terrible. Together we're reawakening the warrior spirit, and this is a spirit that won and built this nation. And from the cavalry that tamed the Great Plains to the ferocious, unyielding power of Patton Bradley, the great General Douglas MacArthur, these are all great men. In this effort, we're a team, and so my message to you is very simple. I am with you, I support you, and as president, I have your backs 100%. You'll never see me even waver a little bit. That's the way it is. And that includes our great police officers and firemen and all of these people that are doing so well. Together over the next few years, we're going to make our military stronger, tougher, faster, fiercer, and more powerful than it has ever been before.
Needs to be fiercer.
We built our nuclear, as you probably know, but we'll upgrade that also and just hope we never have to use it. We have to hope we never have to use it because the power of that is so incredible. I see things I don't
call them bundles of rods. They can't get mad at us for calling them fascists because they won't understand. True. There's one way to get around it. You're just calling you a bundle of rods. That's all.
I really wouldn't want them to show it to you.
Nothing else.
But when you see the result of what's left, you never want to use that. Never. Never, ever. We were a little bit threatened by Russia recently, and I sent a submarine, nuclear submarine, the most lethal weapon ever made. Number one, you can't detect it. There's no way. We're 25 years ahead of Russia and China in submarines. Russia's actually second in submarines. China's third, but they're coming up. They're coming up. They're waiting lower in nuclear too, but in 5 years they'll be equal. They're coming up. And you don't have to be that good with nuclear. You could have 1/20th what you have now and still do the damage that would be, that'd be so horrendous. But I announced that, based on his mention of nuclear, and it was really a stupid person that works for him mentioned the word nuclear. I moved a submarine or two, I won't say about the two, over to the coast of Russia, just to be careful, because we can't let people throw around.
Just to be careful.
That word. I call it the N-word.
The N-word. What the hell?
People throw around that word. I call it the N-word. There are
The N-word. Is he gonna say it?
2 N-words, and you can't use either of them.
And use them.
You can't use either of them.
Either he's actually talking about. Why?
Frankly, if it does get to use, we have more than anybody else. We have better, we have newer, but it's something we don't ever want to even have to think about. But when somebody mentions it, that submarine started immediately thereafter. And it's just lurking, but I'm sure we're not going to have to use it. But it's an amazing.
Does he do this?
It's undetectable, totally. Ours is. Theirs isn't. Theirs are totally detectable. We can detect them easily. We go right to the spot. But we have genius apparatus that doesn't allow detection. It doesn't allow detection at all by anybody above water or below water. It's incredible. We're way ahead of everybody in that. And other things.
Way ahead of everybody.
As a result of the exciting renewal of the spirit of our armed forces, and that's what it is. It's really reaching unprecedented heights. Over the past 8 months, new enlistments, I'm so proud of this, have surged to record highs, the highest we've ever had. We used to have recruiting shortages. If you remember, about a year and a half ago, I was at the beginning stage of a campaign, and things came out that you couldn't get people to join the armed forces. And by the way, the police also. Fire department. I always put the fire department in because they're great. They're great. And I got 95% of their vote, too. That helps.
Why is he talking about this?
But they're great. And they're brave. In our inner cities, which we're going to be talking about, because it's a big part of war now. It's a big
inner cities.
But the firemen go up in ladders, and you have people shooting at them.
Research bundle of sticks to learn more about Trump.
Well, they're up in ladders. I don't even know if anybody heard that. And I said, don't talk about it much, but I think you have to. Our firemen are incredible. They're up in one of these ladders that goes way up to the sky, rescuing people, and you have animals shooting at them, shooting bullets at firemen that are way up in death territory. You fall off that ladder, it's over. It's over. They don't even have to inspect you when you hit the ground. And you have people shooting bullets at them in some of these inner cities. We're not going to let that happen. So I always mention the firemen because that's actually a big problem we have. They're unbelievable. Like you, they're unbelievable people. For the first time on record in 2025, the Navy, Air Force, and Space Force all met or surpassed their recruiting goals 3 months early. That never happened before. And the Army did even better. Congratulations, Army. They met everything. And these were the highest standards because we're making it larger. So these were much higher standards than you had 4 years ago, 3 years ago, during the Sleepy Joe Biden era. And the Army did it 4 months early. And you remember, a year and a half ago, they said the big stories that we're way behind with the Army, Air Force, the Navy, the Marines. We're way behind, Coast Guard. And even Space Force. I love Space Force because that was my creation. You know, when you create something.
I love Space Force because they made it.
We put in great people initially, and we've really dominated. We really dominated that sphere now. We're way behind China and Russia, and now we dominate. Space Force turned out to be a very important thing. I said from the beginning, you know, when Biden came into office, he wanted to terminate it. He said, and this thing called Space Force, so we could get rid of that. And he got hammered by the people in this room for even suggesting it, because it's very important, one of the most important. And as time goes by, it'll get more and more important.
Just yapping.
But we're now at 106% of our recruiting targets for the year, and that's the best in far more than a generation. And for the Marines, morale is so strong that the Marine Corps will meet its 2026 retention
Fucking buzz, I'm
target
gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it.
And that's the earliest it's ever happened in the history of our country. And it makes you feel good, you know. I felt guilty. I'd go make a speech in front of never people like you. You are the leaders, but people, soldiers. And
what?
I felt embarrassed because there'd be stories about, you know, we couldn't fill up our Army, Navy, Air Force. We couldn't fill them up. And it was headlines. It was during Biden's 4 years. The auto pen. I call them the auto pen. It's, how would you like to have your thing signed by an auto pen? You know, when I have a general and I have to sign for a general because we have beautiful paper, the gorgeous paper, I said throw a little more gold on it. They deserve it. Give me, I want the A paper, not the D paper. We used to sign a piece of garbage. I said, this man's going to be a general, right? Yeah. I don't want to use this. I want to use the big, beautiful, firm paper. I want to use the real gold writing when you talk about the position, and they're beautiful. And but how would you like to have that?
Like I lose 3 or 4 IQ points every time I see him speak. Yeah, literally the same.
And I thought about it. And I thought about you people first. Admirals,
every
general.
fucking time, it's just some other stupid shit.
His whole life, he gets into maybe the academies or wherever, but however you got there,
it's fucking
and you
bizarre.
go through years of work, and now you become an admiral.
And it's the same shit every time.
And when you do, the President of the United States signs your commission, as you know, and that commission is beautifully displayed. And I sign it. Actually, I love my signature. I really do. Everyone loves my signature.
I love my signature.
But I sign it very proudly, and I always think to myself, how can you have an auto pen sign this? It's just so disrespectful. To me, it's just totally disrespectful.
By the way, all of the J6 pardons, they were all auto pen. By the way, this is not like a... Like, what?
And it turned out that almost everything he did was signed by auto pen, except for what he gave his son, Hunter Biden. He signed that one. And that's actually the worst signature I've ever seen. That was the bad. The auto pen looks much better. But as leaders, our commitment to every patriot who put on the uniform is to ensure that American military remains the most lethal and dominant on the planet, not merely for a few years, but for the decades and generations to come, for centuries. We must be so strong that no nation will dare challenge us, so powerful that no enemy will dare threaten us, and so capable that no adversary can even think about beating us. And we've had it recently. I had India and Pakistan were going at it, and I called them both. And in this case, I used trade. I'm not going to trade with you. Used to nuclear.
He loves making those phone
No,
calls.
you cannot do that. I said, yes, I can. You go into this freaking war that I'm hearing about. You know, actually, they just shot down 7 planes. 7 planes. It was starting. There was a lot of bad blood. And I said, you do this, there's not going to be any trade. And I stopped the war. It was raging for 4 days, but that was just the beginning. And we stopped it. It was a great thing. And the Prime Minister of Pakistan was here, along with the Field Marshal, who's a very important guy in Pakistan. And he was here 3 days ago. And I didn't even realize it as beautiful as he said it, but he said that to a group of people that were with us, 2 generals, but a group, he said this man saved millions of lives because he saved the war from going on, and that war was going to get very bad, very, very bad. President Trump saved millions and millions of lives. That was a bad war. And I was very honored. I loved the way he said it. Susie Wiles was there. She said that was the most beautiful thing. But we saved a lot of them. Saved a lot of them. Even in Africa, we saved the Congo with Rwanda. They've been fighting for 31 years, 10 million people dead. I got that one done, and very proud of it. So if this works out, we'll have 8 in 8 months. That's very good. Nobody's ever done that. Will you get the Nobel Prize? Absolutely not. They'll give it to some guy that didn't do a damn thing. They'll give it to a guy that wrote a book about the mind of Donald Trump and what it took to solve the wars. And he'll get the Nobel Prize will go to a writer. No, but we'll see what happens. But it's be a big insult to our country. I will tell you that. I don't want it. I want the country to.
Yes, thank you, Hulks W. I will definitely be adding you on Discord. Yeah. Fucking guy was lying about wars ended. Yeah, it's like 8, 9, 10. Like we're gonna be up to the 50s by the time he's out of office. He gets out of office.
It should get it because there's never been anything like it. Think of it. So if this happens, I think it will. I don't say that lightly because I know more about deals than anybody. That's what my whole life was.
He knows more about deals than anybody.
Yes,
he's the deal maker.
But we have just about everybody. We have one signature that we need, and that signature will pay in hell if they don't sign. I hope they sign for their own good. And
holy shit, I'm not ready for this fight.
But to have done 8 of them is just like such an honor. And then we have Putin and Zelensky. The easiest one of them all. I said, that one I'll get done. I thought that was going to be first. The other was much harder.
That one's going to be easy, right?
Azerbaijan. This was going on for 36 years. They said, it's not solvable, so you don't do it. I said, I will do it. I will do it. And I got on the phone with it.
I'm all trying to delete the spam message somehow. I mean, I don't give a fuck. More chats, I guess.
The 2 countries, they were great. They were great. I knew immediately. I knew as soon as I started talking to them, we're going to solve that war, and we did. Now they're so happy. Now they're friends.
They're so happy now, wow.
President for
We're just friends.
32 years.
Best friends now.
22 years. He said, for 22 years, I did nothing but kill his people. They were in the room together at the Oval Office. And they started off spread like this. I have the beautiful Resolute desk. And one was here, and one was here. You couldn't get further away. That's the furthest I've ever seen 2 people in front of me. And as the hour went by, they got closer, closer, closer. And at the end of the hour, we had it done. And they hugged and hugged and hugged. And I said, that's so nice, and you're going to remain friends.
That's
and
so
I spoke to them,
nice.
one of them the other day. He said, no, he's now my friend. But for 22 years, he's been the head of Azerbaijan for 22 years. And the other guy, great guy too, 7. And you know that war. That was a war that was not solvable. He said for 7 years. The other one said for 22 years. All I did was kill his people. That's all I've done. I said, well, we're going to put a stop to that. So we solved that. So it's a great thing. It's a great feeling. You're saving.
We did it, guys.
Kosovo and
Serbia.
You're saving so many lives doing this if you can do it. But our people deserve nothing less than the very best, and we're never going to let them down. And if we can solve wars instead of you having to fight wars, wouldn't that be wonderful? Right? Wouldn't that be wonderful?
Wouldn't that be wonderful?
One of the first executive orders I signed upon taking office was to restore the principle of merit. That's the most important word, other than the word tariff. I love tariffs.
Why is he saying this?
But I'm not allowed to say that anymore. I said tariff is my favorite word. I love the word tariff. You know,
who's not allowing you to say this?
We have a big case in front of the Supreme Court, but I can't imagine. Because this is what other nations have done to us.
Bringing this shit. Why?
Have,
who asked?
Who
the fuck asked?
Very bad.
I don't get it.
My favorite word in the English dictionary is the word tariff. And people thought that was strange. And the fake news came over and they really hit me hard on it. They said, what about love? What about religion? What about God? What about wife, family?
Yeah.
I got killed when I said tariff is my favorite word. So I changed it. It's now my 5th favorite word. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. But they hit me hard.
Wow.
But it is. I mean, when you look at, we've taken in trillions of dollars. We're rich again. And there'll never be, when we finish this out, there'll never be any wealth like what we have. Other countries were taking advantage of us for years and years. You know that better than anybody. And now we're treating them fairly. But the money coming in, we've never seen anything like it. The other day they had $31 billion.
Fuck me. Why do they do 2 hearts?
So we found $31 billion and we're not sure from where it came. A gentleman came in, a financial guy. I said, well, what does that mean? He said, we don't know where it came. I said, check the tariff shelf. No, sir.
At the
tariffs
tariff
haven't started in that
shelf,
sector yet. I said,
yes.
yes, they have. They started 7 weeks ago. Check it. Comes back 20 minutes later.
Also
Sir,
thought
you're
groceries
right.
was an
It
old-timey
came from
beautiful
tariffs.
word. Yeah,
31
literally.
billion. That's enough to buy a lot
How many
of
people are saying
battleships,
this word
Admiral.
anymore? Groceries.
To use an old term.
Not dated
I think
term.
we should maybe start thinking about battleships, by the way.
Is he doing it again? Is he doing the same, the thing that I just literally was talking about?
Right. It came from tariffs. 31 billion. That's enough to buy a lot of battleships, Admiral. To use an old term. I think we
Old
should maybe
term
start thinking about
battleships?
battleships.
Nobody uses the word battleships
we have
anymore?
a Secretary of the Navy came to me because I look at the
What is he
Iowa out
talking
in
about?
California, and I look at different ships and the old pictures. I used to watch Victory at Sea. I love Victory at Sea. Look at these admirals. It's got to be your all-time in black and white. When I look at those ships, they came with the destroyers alongside of them, and man, nothing was going to stop. They were 20 deep, and they were in a straight line, and there was nothing going to stop them. And we actually talk about,
That's kind of rough.
those ships. Some people would say, no, that's old technology. I don't know. I don't think it's old
What we
technology
need is
when you look at those
battleships. Yeah,
guns.
exactly.
But it's something we're actually considering, the concept of battleship. Nice 6-inch side
Concept
solid
of
steel,
battleship.
not aluminum. Aluminum that melts if it looks at a missile coming at it. Starts melting as the missile's about 2 miles away. Now those ships, they don't make them that way anymore. But you look at it, and your secretary likes it, and I'm sort of open to it. And bullets are a lot less expensive than missiles. A lot of reasons. I should take a vote, but I'm afraid to take that vote because I may get voted out on that one. But I tell you, it's something we're seriously considering. They were powers. They were big powers.
And when you're
They were
old
just
enough to
about
remember
as-
Bush Jr., was he this brain aneurysm into it? People talk about like Bushes, and nothing like this. I don't think anyone's ever seen anything like this.
Mean and
What the
scary as you
fuck?
could be. So we're looking at that. One of the biggest
Actually
cases that
brain
we
dead.
won was the decision of the United States Supreme Court to allow us to proceed on the word merit. Merit. So those two words are right up there. So this is, I would say, the opposite if you ask for a definition. The opposite of political correctness. We went through political correct where you had to have people that were totally unfit to be doing what you're doing for many reasons. I won't get into them. But for many reasons, they were unfit.
For many reasons.
Now, it's all based on merit. That was such an unbelievable decision. I didn't expect we were going to win that one. We went in. We said we needed
It's
it.
a
We went
pretty
in
big
for
goose. They were
colleges.
kind of
you
cute
know,
and charming. I respect that. That's all
kids
I've
with a
heard.
C average are getting into the best colleges, and the kids with A
From said he made India and Pakistan hug. Now he's talking about how he loves the 6 inchers. Yeah, interesting.
averages won't get in. And kids with the highest boards and the highest marks or the best marks couldn't get into the best schools, and people that had not good boards and not very good marks, I mean, okay, but nothing special, they were getting into our best colleges. I said, this is just crazy. We can't
What's he
run, we
talking
can't run
about?
a country like this. And it was lingering for years, and it got
What
to
the
the
fuck
Supreme
is he
Court, and we
saying?
won that decision. Merit, everything's based on merit. You're all based on merit. We're not going to have somebody taking your place for political reasons because they are politically correct, and you're not. We take the
That's
people
how
that
it
are going to do
works.
the best job. That's all. It's very simple. And that's the way our country was built. We were built on merit. We got away from it for a long time. And everyone understands it. And it was done. It was approved. I give great credit to the Supreme Court because I thought they had tremendous courage. I didn't think they'd do that. That was tremendous. I give them maybe for that decision almost more than anything because it's a hard decision to make. It's really hard. The apparatus of our country was not set up for merit. It was set up for political correctness.
Wow,
And you
so
can never
true.
be great
The country was set up
if you
for
want to do
political
that.
correctness.
And we're going to be greater than we ever were before. We're bringing back a focus on fitness, ability, character, and strength. And that's because
Wow,
the
we're
purpose
bringing
of
all these things
the American
back.
military is not to protect anyone's
missing.
feelings. It's to protect our republic. And it's the republic that we dearly love. It's to protect our country. We will not be politically correct when it comes to defending American freedom. And we will be a fighting and winning machine. We want to fight. We want to win.
We're gonna
And we
win,
want to fight
guys.
as little as possible. You
When
have
does
to
the
challenge people like
greatness
me to keep
start?
out of
Yeah,
wars
what the
'cause we don't wanna
fuck?
go
When-
into as
when-
many
are we-
of the wars
are we
that
great
just
yet?
so that,
Is
we
it
can
happening?
enter those wars and settle them in a different way, lose a lot of our troops.
Are we great?
And
Did
we're
we
gonna
do
settle
it?
them, I guess, differently. Maybe not, actually. Actually, you might not have been able to settle them. We just would have been in the middle of a lot of firepower. But when we do need it, you're going to be so ready. And you
So
know,
ready.
But very importantly, with that goal in mind, I've committed to spending over $1 trillion on our military in
$1 trillion.
2026, and that's the most in the history of our country.
Wow.
$1 trillion. That's a lot of money. I hope you like that. Ma'ams and sirs, I hope you like it. That's a
I
hell of a
like
lot
it.
of money. We have the best of everything. Every branch is seeing major
It wears
investments.
off,
And
yeah,
as
I
we
mean,
announced in the Oval Office
it
in
wears
March,
off.
we are rapidly moving forward with the first ever 6th generation fighter jet. I didn't name it. I did not name it. Boeing came in and they said, sir, this is our submittal. It's the greatest fighting jet ever done. And you know, they're testing all these planes. All the companies are testing, and this one tested like through the roof. And they said, we'd like to name it the F-47. I said, all right, let me think about it. Then after thinking for about 2 seconds, I said, okay.
Okay,
You know,
yeah,
that
we
means
can call it
47 and
that.
47. So I'm 45, 46, and 47, yeah, if you think about it. I just don't want the credit for 46.
You think about it. Think about it. Think about it. He was 46. Think about it. Is that the case? He was 46.
I don't want to have their open borders and people coming in from all over the world, including jails
Oh,
and
the
mental
open
institutes. I don't want
borders
that on my
people.
record, but I like having it. We're investing tens of billions of dollars in modernizing our nuclear deterrence capabilities like never before. And we've begun construction on what we call the Golden Dome missile defense shield. It'll be the most sophisticated in the world. You watched it do well until they had some problems at the end with a little bit of a lack of ammunition, defensive ammunition, but they've got that taken care of. But I tell you, it's what we're doing is so good, and we deserve it. You know, we help other countries with it. We don't have it ourselves. And Canada called me a couple of weeks ago. They want to be part of it. To which I said, well, why don't you just join our country? You become 51, become the 51st state, and you get it for free. So I don't know if that made a big impact, but it does make a lot of sense. It actually makes us having a hard time up there in Canada now, because as you know, with tariffs, everyone's coming into our country. We have more investment than we've ever had before. $17 trillion coming in. As an example, in 4 years.
Yeah, Biden was 46. Yeah, Biden was 46, not Trump. Sorry, I thought that was clear. Yeah, he's not. He was not. Multi relevancy, I don't know, maybe if we were nicer then we wouldn't have what we have now. Nah, it's not. That's not the case. We should have gone harder. But this way, I was able to fight with all my heart and soul to buy my grandparents' house in 2024 and barely be able to make mortgage and bills. March through now, 2025, not a single whisper of a dream chance. I'm sorry to hear that. That fucking sucks. Damn, dude. That really fucking sucks, damn. He told the generals about Tylenol yet? True. He's about to. He's about to. DGG wants someone to cover the shutdown. Should I cover the shutdown? If I cover the shutdown, are you guys gonna tell DGG I'm covering the shutdown?
4 years, Biden didn't have $1 trillion. We have $17 trillion more than that in 8 months coming in. And they're coming in from Canada, Mexico, from Europe, from all over. AI,
coming from Canada.
Auto plants. Everybody's coming back to the United States. Under my budget, we will be expanding the U.S. Navy by at least 19 ships next year, including submarines, destroyers, assault ships, and more. And it's going to be much more than that as we go along, because we basically don't build ships anymore. We do build submarines, but we don't build ships. Do you know in the Second World War, they were freighters and different types, but we were doing a ship a day. And now we don't do ships.
A day, wow.
And I'm not a fan of some of the ships you do. I'm a very aesthetic person, and I don't like some of the ships
very
you're doing aesthetically. They say, oh, it's stealth. I say, that's not stealth. An ugly ship is not necessary in order to say you're stealth. By the way, the B-2 bombers were incredible. That is stealth. They went into that. I was with
the stealth bombers. They should look pretty.
And Pete were the
yes.
go at the war room.
They should be looking
we're
pretty.
We're watching them go in, and they were totally untouched.
Performing their function.
Seen. They were literally not seen. They dropped their bombs. They hit every single one of them. Hit its target. It was total obliteration. CNN, when we came back, fake news, CNN, oh, the camera just went off. You know, the camera, every time I mention, they turn the camera off because it's never good. They say, this is a problem. But I don't blame them. You're better off keeping it off. But they have some scammer reporter who started saying, without any analysis, he may not have hit the targets as well as they thought. It may not have been obliteration. He did hit the targets, and I got to give us a little credit, right? It was obliteration, it turned out. The Atomic Energy Commission said it was obliteration. Not only did they hit the target, they had these chutes. And think of this here. Way up in the sky, there was no moon. It was dead dark. Couldn't see a thing. You couldn't see them. But they had, I guess, a beam going right into these chutes. Every single one of those bombs went right down those chutes into a granite mountain. I think it's the last time they're going to build air chutes. They had these air chutes that were nice, beautiful.
The shipbuilding is already way behind, and now because of the tariffs on raw materials, I don't think the U.S. will be catching up anytime soon. I mean, yeah. I mean, either way, like, we can just make more ships. Like, ship power isn't necessarily like the worst fucking. Like, I don't know. I don't get it. Prestige. Watching anime? Happening. And there.
It was meant for us, but it was total obliteration, and now they give us credit for that. But these people were phenomenal. I tell you, for the Air Force people here, you can be very proud of that B-2. We just ordered a lot of new ones and updated ones, but I'd take the other ones. Let me tell you, they couldn't have worked any better. So they flew for 37 hours total, back and forth. No stops, no nothing. With 52 tankers loading them up. And that's a job I wouldn't necessarily want too much, flying a tanker, loaded up with hundreds of thousands of gallons of fuel. I don't know if I'd do that job, Joe. I asked the question, what happens if it gets hit? Sir, you don't want to know about that, right? I don't want to know about that. But those guys, they just hear us. They're incredible. I had them all to the Oval Office. We had the B-2 pilots and a lot of the people, even the people that took care of them, the maintenance people, just as important. We had them all to the White House, gave them a big party on the lawn, brought some of them into the Oval Office.
I'm going to lose
it. But on top of all this, we'll deliver a hard-earned pay raise of 3.8% to every soldier, sailor, airman, Coast Guardsman, Space Guardman, and Marine, something you weren't getting from the past administration. They did not treat you with respect. They're Democrats. Wow. They never do. Not only are we rebuilding our great strength,
no respect.
But for the first time in years, my administration is actually using that strength to defend the core and vital interests of America. And very simply, we are putting America first. And I have since I've been elected. I've always put America first. It's sort of simple, you know, when you think.
Always.
My campaign was run on common sense and We did great. We had the highest numbers ever received in terms of districts. You know, they have it broken up: 2,500 versus 525. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote. We won everything. We won everything. You have to take a look at the map. It's almost entirely red, except there's a little blue line on each coast, and I think that's going to disappear too. We did really great, and part of it is because of our success with the military, the rebuilding of the military.
Why is he talking about
the
this?
vote that I got from the military? And they were the vicious people. You know, we have to fight, just like you have to fight vicious people. Mine are a different kind of vicious, but they spread all these horrible. You know, they made up statements and said what I said about everything, but even about the military. But fortunately, the military didn't believe it. It's hard. You know, they make up a statement and they said you say it. We had 25 people that said he never said that. 25. We had 25 affidavits, and they said, well, we're going with it anyway. You know, these sleazebags. And that's why the press is really losing.
Is he on 1.25 or such? Well, I have it on 1.5, yeah. Because otherwise I'm not going to make it through this fucking dog shit speech. It's a fucking hour. Like, yeah. It has to be sped up. Has to be fucking sped up. But, I mean, we can see how it looks normally. Cause
full power because people aren't believing it. We need an honest press. We need borders.
Are you going to disappear the thin blue line on the coast? Yeah, interesting, yeah. What does he mean by that? Don't look at where he's sending the military in the U.S. Don't look at that.
We need borders, we need an honest press, we need fair elections. I mean, those three things. And we don't have an honest press. We have a really corrupt press, but we fight through the corrupt press. And the people understand you have to do this stuff a lot. You have to go on television a lot because you can't get a fair shake if you're going to rely on somebody else. They don't understand. They've destroyed
so bad
the image
speaking.
of media
Yeah,
now is at the lowest point it's ever been.
He's fucking old. He's a fucking loser. And he can't speak anyways. He doesn't know words. He's just reading. The building is actually a good strategic asset, but US gave it up after World War II, then the Cold War ended, and shipbuilding was stagnant. If you check lists of the largest shipbuilding companies, US doesn't even make it into the top 10. Oh yeah, it's probably like good strategically, but like I don't know how much it matters compared to other things. And we have nukes, so it's like...
Can you believe that? It's something. But together with many of you in the room, we've brought back the fundamental principle that defending the homeland is the military's first and most important priority. That's what it is. Only in recent decades did politicians somehow come to believe that our job is to police the far reaches of Kenya and Somalia, while America is under invasion from within. We're under invasion from within. No different than a foreign enemy, but more difficult in many ways because they don't wear uniforms. At least when they're wearing a uniform, you can take them out. These people don't have uniforms. But we are under invasion from within. We're stopping it very quickly. After spending trillions of dollars defending the borders of foreign countries, with your help, we're defending the borders of our country from now on. We're not going to let this happen. Biden let people come in from prisons, mental institutions, drug dealers, murderers. You know, we had 11,488 murderers allowed into our country by this.
Wow.
No clue.
Really?
No clue.
How do we know that? How do we know that again?
He shouldn't have been there in the first place, but he had no clue. The people that ran the office, the White House, were people that surrounded him, radical left lunatics that are brilliant people, but dumb as hell when it came to policy and common sense. And they allowed people from all over the world, from the Congo. They opened up prisons in the Congo. They came into our country totally unmatched, unvetted, unchecked. And from all over, South America, not just South America. You know, you think South America, no, but from all over. A lot came in from Venezuela. Venezuela emptied its prison population into our country. That's
Venezuela emptied its prison population into this country. Not true. It's not the case. It's not the case. It's just not how that works. It's not what happened. It's not reality. This is not true. This is just not real. What is he talking about?
Have Tren de Aragua, one of the worst gangs ever. But we took care of them. We took good, strong care of them. And I just want to thank the national government.
He took care of Tren de Aragua? He took care of the Venezuelan murderers? So we're good then, right? We're good? He took care of them?
In Washington, D.C., it's embarrassing to say this. Now I can say it because we solved it. But Washington, D.C. was the most unsafe, most dangerous city in the United States of America. And to a large extent, beyond. And beyond that. You go to Afghanistan, they didn't have anything like that. You go to countries that you would think there's problems, they didn't have that.
Bro.
And now Washington, D.C., after 12 days of serious intensity, we took out 1,700 career criminals. If you have 5 career criminals, they can make your numbers look very bad because they'll commit many crimes a day. But we took out 1,700, and they took them out. There was no doubt who the boss was. They did an unbelievable job. Then they started even cleaning. I said, I don't want them doing that, sir. They were cleaning it up. I drove through it 2 days ago. It was beautiful. People are walking down the street holding hands, man and wife, coming from Iowa. They're not worried about being shot. Washington, D.C. is now a safe city. In fact, I went out to dinner with my crew. I haven't done that. In theory, I wouldn't do it. And I felt totally safe. And nobody's been attacked.
How did Venezuelan prisoners make it here? They made it all the way through Mexico to come here? Yeah, that's the fucking... That's what he's talking about. But when he's talking about this, he's just talking about Venezuelans. That's what he's talking about. He's not talking about Venezuelan murderers or the gang. No, he's talking about all Venezuelans. It's not like that any of them came here.
But he's been hurt. Washington, D.C. went from our most unsafe city to just about our safest city in a period of a month. We had it under control in 12 days, but give us another 15, 16 days, it's perfect. And people other than politicians that look bad, they think, the Democrats run most of the cities that are in bad shape. We have many cities in great shape too, by the way, I want you to know that. But it seems that the ones that are run by the radical left Democrats, what they've done to San Francisco, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, they're very unsafe places, and we're going to straighten them out one by one.
Yes.
And this is going to be a major part for some of the people in this room. That's a war too. It's a war from within. Controlling the physical territory of our border is essential to national security. We can't let these people in. We had no people enter in the last 4 months. Zero. Even I can't believe that. We had millions coming in, pouring in. 25 million all told, and of those 25 million, many of them should never be in our country. They would take their worst people and the people from prisons and jail, and they'd put them in a caravan, and they'd walk up. CNN was interviewing one person. Oh, why are you coming? I want freedom. Good. Were you in jail? Yes. For what? Murder. He said, you had to see this anchor, a young woman. She's like, I couldn't believe it. She'll probably lose her job, but because the left doesn't want to hear that. But we're running it based on common sense and based on love of our country. But I want to salute every service member who has helped us carry out this critical mission. It's really a very important mission.
Salute
I told
our
Pete,
service members,
we should
guys.
use some of these dangerous cities as training grounds for our military, National Guard, but military. Because we're going into Chicago very soon. That's
So
a big city.
freaking much.
With an
Thank you.
incompetent governor, stupid governor, stupid. They threw him out of his family business. He was so stupid. I know the family. He becomes governor. He's got money. Not money that he made, but he ran for governor, he won, and now he criticizes us all the time. And last week they had 11 people murdered, 44 people shot. The week before that they had 5 people murdered, 28 people shot. Every weekend they lose 5, 6. If they lose 5, they're considering it a great week. They shouldn't lose any. You shouldn't lose any. This is civilization. And he's always up there saying, we're in very good shape. We don't need the military. No, they need the military desperately. How about Portland? Portland, Oregon, where it looks like a war zone.
Oregon?
And I get a call from the liberal government.
Did he say Oregon? What?
Sir, please don't come in. We don't need you. I said, well, unless they're playing false tapes, this looked like World War II. Your place is burning down. I mean, you must be kidding. Sir, we have it under control. I said, you don't have it under control, Governor, but I'll check it, and I'll call you back. I called her back. I said, this place is a nightmare. Probably.
Says who? Says who? Like what?
Certainly not the biggest, but it's one of the worst. It's brutal.
Yeah, like CS Avenue, we have videos of everything. You're gonna show those videos? Wait, is that for me? I assume that was for Trump. Yeah, he's just like seeing shit. Like people are just showing him shit, and it's just not real. Like that's truly what it is. Like he's getting puppeted. That's actually what it is.
They go after our ICE people, who are great patriots and tough job too, but they love it. They love it because they're cleaning up our country. And so you look at some of the things where they took over parts of Seattle. They actually took over a big percentage of Seattle. Think of that. You remember that? That was a while ago. And
No,
I
I
sent
guess
in the
remember
troops,
that,
and they were
yeah.
gone as soon as I sent them in.
Chaz,
Oh, when we
still
send in
on
the
this
troops,
shit.
if you have a real leader that says
Still
you gotta
talking
do what
about
you have
this.
to do. I put that out the other day. You got to do what you got to do, because we don't want our people hurt as they stand by.
So
I was
true.
watching during Biden. There were troops standing up like this, brave, standing up at attention, the
Brave.
way I should stand all the time, and like this. And people are standing, and their mouth is this far away from their mouth, and they're
I'm saying he talked to one of the immigrants and they said they were murdered. Yeah, I mean it's
Spitting at
just
him.
fucking retarded.
Screaming at him.
I mean, I
And
must
that
have missed that
soldier
part. But like,
standing there,
yeah,
he wants
Jesus.
to knock the hell out of the person.
Like hard to
but
listen
he's not
to.
allowed to do anything. So they just stand there and they get abused. And a woman was this far away from his face, and she starts spitting in his face, and he's not allowed to do anything. If it's okay with you, generals and admirals, I've taken that off. I say, they spit, we hit. Is that okay? I think so. They spit. It's a new thing. They spit, we hit. How about the cars where the cars are coming out? They get brand new cars, Border Patrol, ICE, beautiful, nice new cars. And they're driving along, and they have to go through a gauntlet of rocks being thrown at the car. So here's this beautiful brand new car. By the time it goes 100 yards, it's destroyed. These guys have pretty good arms, some of them. And they're throwing bricks at full force into
Dude,
the
what
window.
the
and
fuck
into
are we
the
saying
car.
right now? What are we
It looks like
talking about?
It's a war zone. And I said, never let that happen again. From now on, if that ever happens, and I say it here, you get out of that car and you can do whatever the hell you want to do. Because those people are you can die.
Oh,
from
I
it.
just got a
Those
text
bricks
from
go
Chuck
through the
Schumer.
windows.
Horrible.
You can die. They'd like
What did Chuck Schumer say in your text?
it to. They'd like it to go through the window. But this was a couple of months ago. They just kept driving. The bricks are hitting the car. And I said, why aren't they stopping? Because they were under orders from the past administration, never stop. But that's different with us. We stop. And since I gave that order, we haven't had that
Chuck
problem. It's
Schumer
very
want
interesting. It's
money?
amazing.
He
It's
wants
just like,
$20.
You've seen the boats
Called
going.
it.
We can't find
What
any more
the
boats.
heck?
They're carrying
Chuck
drugs,
Schumer.
massive. Every boat kills about 25,000 people. That's what they have. They have
Yeah, so you gotta
fentanyl
send
mostly,
Chuck
a lot
Schumer
of
$20. He's
And
down
we take him
bad.
out, and we take
He
him
needs your
out
$20.
So, and it's on air. Everybody gets to see it. Not that we like to do that, but every boat kills 25,000 on average. 20. Some people say more. You know, you see these boats just stacked up with bags of white powder. That's mostly fentanyl and other drugs too.
So true.
And now we have a problem. General
It's
Kane says,
definitely
"Sir, there are no
real.
boats out there. Not even fishing boats. They don't want to go fishing. I don't blame them. There'll be no fishing today. But it's
No fishing for
amazing
you,
what strength
ha, ha,
will do,
ha.
because what we want to do is stop drugs from flowing into our country. It's destroying. We lost 300,000 people died last year. Everybody knows friends, many friends probably.
300,000.
You lost a child or adults
real
too.
numbers.
But you lost a son or daughter because of what's coming into our border. And
All
we're
because
making
of those
it very
radical
hard. No, we haven't
Democrats.
even started yet. Last month I signed an executive order to provide training for a quick reaction force that can help quell civil disturbances. And this is going to be a big thing for the people in this room because it's the enemy from within. And we have
Enemy
to
from
handle it before it
within.
gets out of control. It won't get out of control. Once you're involved at all, they all joke. They say, oh, this is not good. You saw it in Washington. We had gangs of Tren de Aragua, which are 10, 12, 15 kids. And these military guys walk up to them. And they treat them with disrespect. And they just got pounded. They
Enemy
just got
from
pounded.
within, no?
The gang just pounded. Then thrown into paddy wagons and taken back to their country. Some are so dangerous we don't want to even do that because we don't want to. Some of stone cold murderers, we don't have the confidence. Even though they're not coming back very easily, we don't have the confidence. We put them in jails.
Anybody else
But these service
worried
members are
about
following
the language here?
storied
Anybody
military
else?
tradition, from
Just
protecting
a little bit, maybe?
frontier communities to chasing outlaws and bandits in the Wild West. And our history is filled with military heroes who took on all enemies, foreign and domestic. You know that phrase very well. That's what the oath says, foreign and domestic. Well,
Foreign
we
and
also have
domestic.
George
Yes.
Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Grover Cleveland, George Bush, and others all used the armed forces to keep domestic order and peace. Many
Yeah,
of
did
our
they? In this
leaders
exact
used
way?
the military to keep peace.
Did
Now
that
they just say,
happen?
oh, you're not allowed to use the military. And you know what the people say? The people in those cities where they're being raped and shot and beat up, you know what they say? We love the military. You ever see where they interview the people on the street? I've never seen somebody say they don't,
Never
unless
seen
they're
that.
radical and paid off, because a lot of these insurrectionists are paid by, whether it's Soros.
Insane to me that they could still do pretty much anything they'd want even without sending the troops after us. Like the intent of the violence is the violence. Hold on, let me reread that. Insane to me that they could still do pretty much anything they'd want even without sending the troops after. Yeah, I mean, they'll do anything. They don't give a fuck. Yeah. It's fucking wild.
Or other people, but they're paid by the radical left. So today I want to thank every service member, from general to private, who has bravely helped us secure the nation's capital and make America safe for the American people. It's amazing.
Make
The whole
America
world is
safe
watching.
again.
Everybody
Yes.
in the White House, they come up to me, young women, sir, thank you. I know immediately what they're thinking. They don't have to say it. They walk to work now to the White House. We haven't had a crime in Washington in so long because we got the careers. We call them the careers. We got these lunatics out, and they'll never be any good. You know, I hate to tell this to the liberal media. You could spend time with them. You could do whatever you want. You could send them to the finest schools, which they couldn't get into anyway, mentally. They couldn't get in, but no matter what you do, they'll never be good. They're bad. They're career criminals. I don't know. Maybe they were born that way. Some people don't like me to
Why
say
did I
that, but
walk
maybe
into
they
it?
were. Certainly some were. Together with the
Stupid.
leaders here today, we're also restoring a needed focus on defeating threats in the Western Hemisphere. Throughout this region, cartel terrorists have been allowed to wage a relentless campaign of death and destruction on our country, all because we had weak leadership on top. And we did a great job with it first term, but this is something else what we're doing now. We're taking it to the next level, probably next level times 3. But we had
Fucking
COVID come up,
hell.
and we had to take care of that. We did a great job with COVID. We had the therapeutics, it's just Regeneron, so many things we did for COVID. But we had to focus on that, and every other country in the world was being decimated by COVID. So we had to change gear a little bit to take care of that. But under
Fucking
our
hell,
leadership, the military is now
please.
the knife's edge in combating this
Wait, did I
sinister
do it?
enemy. We have to
Oh,
put
I
the
did it.
traffickers
Okay,
and
cool.
cartels on notice, and we've done that. And we put them, a lot of them, we've
expect that
called
from
them a terrorist organization, which is actually a big thing to do. Nobody's done it, but I've done it.
No
with
one's
a lot
done
of
it.
them. It gives you a tremendous advantage.
He's
If you try to poison our people, we will blow you out of existence, because that's the only language they really understand. That's why you don't see any more boats on the ocean. You don't see any boats. Around Venezuela, there's nothing. As
Interesting.
president, I will never hesitate to defend our people from threats of violence, from the horrible plague.
There were
that's
reports
taking
that
place
wasn't
from within.
actually a drug
The
boat. That it was
Iran
just a fishing
nuclear
boat.
Power, the Iran, all
Really
of the great
interesting.
power that we thought
There's no truth to those
existed.
claims.
We blew it out.
The Trump admin
to
would
kingdom.
never make a
We
mistake
took
like that.
advantage of it, and we just really took advantage of it. It was
They
a
would
beautiful
never.
thing to see, and that's what military power can achieve. That's why I chose Raising Cane. He's fantastic, by the way. I hope you all agree. If anybody disagrees, could I please have your hand? Who disappears that Raising Cane is no
Who
good? Just raise your hand.
disagrees? Raise your
I don't
hands,
see any
guys.
hands raised. All right. That means you're okay. That means that he's okay now, but I saw his results. And he took out ISIS. I was told it was going to take 4 years. It took 4
Took out
weeks.
ISIS, yes.
I went to see him, and he took him out in 4 weeks. Knocked him out, knocked him to hell. And I was told by military people it was going to take 4 to 5 years to do it. And I don't even know if we'll have it then.
Fish on that boat were illegal as part of the gang? True.
But raising
Actually
candidate in
true,
4 weeks
fudge.
took out
Holy
100%
shit,
of
you're
the ISIS
right.
caliphate. As a result
Think
of
about
these
it.
actions and many others
I didn't
since
even
Rhino
consider
Dash,
that.
we're witnessing the triumphant return of peace through strength. We have great peace through strength. America is respected again as a country. We were not respected with Biden.
Peace through strength.
They looked at him falling downstairs every day. Every day the guy's falling downstairs.
Yeah, every day he
Can't
was just
help
falling
us.
downstairs.
You can't have it.
Well, Trump can't
I'm
even
very
walk
careful. You know, when I walk
upstairs, so I don't know
downstairs,
why the fuck
like I'm on
he's
stairs,
talking.
these stairs. I walk very slowly. Nobody has to set a record. Just try not to fall, because it doesn't work out well.
Yeah, Trump will never
A few of
fall.
our presidents have fallen, and it became a part of their
Will never trip or
legacy.
fall.
We don't want that. You walk
That's
nice
never
and easy.
happened
You don't
on
have to
video
set any
before.
record. Be cool. Be cool when you walk down, but don't bop down the stairs. So one thing with Obama, I had zero respect for him as a president.
Oh,
he would bop down
he
those
said
stairs.
it.
I've never seen
I heard it.
He'd go down the stairs, wouldn't hold on. I said, it's great. I don't want to do it. I guess I could do it. But eventually,
I heard
bad things
it.
are going to happen.
He said
And
it.
it only takes once. But he did
I was like, he's
lousy
gonna
job as
pass out. What
president.
the fuck? Yeah, always.
A year ago, we were a dead country. We were dead. This
We were
country was going to
dead.
hell. We were dead in every way, from immigration to military. We didn't have the weapons. We were given everything to Ukraine. We had nothing. And by the way, I have to tell you, now, as you know, I went over and I met with NATO, and NATO raised from 2 to 5, which everyone said 5% of GDP.
NATO. Wow.
Millions and now trillions of dollars are pouring in.
Really?
They
NATO.
didn't pay the 2% because they know we were there to pay it. And now they paid the 5%. That's trillions of dollars. And we're not spending any money on it. We're not
Billions.
10 cents. We sell our equipment to NATO. NATO pays us for the equipment, and they give it to Ukraine or whoever they give it to. But they can keep it. But we're not involved. We have no money going out.
Not involved.
Biden gave $350
Thank you.
billion.
Yes.
Not sustainable. $350
Fuck
billion.
Ukraine.
And we have a war that should have never started. But we're not doing that anymore. So I just want you to know we're
Not
selling
doing that
equipment.
anymore, guys.
Our people are buying equipment.
Can't be doing that.
They are buying the equipment at full price, a fair price. So I don't want to say we're
Full
making money because I
price.
don't want to be making money on a war. It's too many people dying. They're losing 7,000
No,
soldiers
he doesn't
a
want to
week.
be making money.
A lot of them are Russian
But
soldiers, but between
I
the two
will charge
countries,
them full
mostly
price.
soldiers, by the way. Sometimes, in Kiev, they'll lob a missile in or some drones in, kill some people. But mostly it's soldiers. Russia and Ukraine are losing 7,000 souls. And, they're not American. They're not us. They're not you. Or have a
They're
special
not
obligation.
American.
But they're soldiers. They're young people. They leave their parents, they
Therefore?
wave goodbye, and then 2 days later they're blown
Huh?
up. So unnecessarily.
Eh?
And so that's the primary reason I want to get it done. We got to get it done. It's crazy what's going on. That's the worst war that there's been since World War II. The number of soldiers that are being
Wow,
killed
really?
is just crazy. From 5,000 to 7,000 soldiers die a week. Think of that. So I think we'll get that done. But that's turned out to be the toughest one. I'm so disappointed in President Putin. I thought he would get this thing over with.
Goddamn
He should have
Putin.
had that war
I'm
done in
so
a week.
he's so disappointed. He's so disappointed in Putin, guys. He thought Putin was gonna be better than this.
And I said to him,
Fuck this loser.
You don't look
Fuck
like
him.
You're 4 years
Disgusting
fighting a war that
fucking
should have taken
person.
a week. Are you a paper tiger? And it's a shame, but I think eventually we'll get that one done, just like in theory, I want to knock on wood, because you never know. It's like we're going to have the Middle East done, which is actually a much harder thing to do. I mean, thousands of years. But we have to get that
Wow.
war done. So now we're...
I mean, ending wars
just
is
think of it, we're a
hard.
dead country. I was with the
No way.
King of Saudi
I don't
Arabia,
believe
great
it.
guy. I was with the Emir of
Can't be
Qatar.
right.
I was with the great leadership of UAE. I was over there. We brought back $2 trillion and more. They ordered 200 planes, Boeings. They ordered so much. And
They actually planned to turn Gaza
they
into a
all said
resort.
essentially the
I
same
didn't
thing.
really
They
look
said,
into it. Well, they posted an AI video of turning Gaza into a Trump resort. Yes, I did. But apparently they released a plan yesterday or today maybe for like ending it. Apparently it might actually be good, but it's like just not realistic because Hamas will never agree to it. But who the fuck knows?
1 year ago, you were a dead country, and now you're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country in the world right now. The absolute hottest country in the world. There's nobody even close. Putin said that to me.
Hottest country in
We
the
met
world. I thought we didn't
Alaska,
believe in
had a
global
good
warming.
meeting. Then he went back and started sending drones into Kiev. I said, I thought we had a good meeting. But it's one of those things. But we were a dead country a year ago.
Dead country.
And now we're the
guys.
hottest country anywhere in the world. Think of that. You can be proud of that. And you must have felt like hell when you have a wife or a husband at home, and you used to read the numbers that we can't get people to join the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard. You must have felt like, I have a job that nobody wants. That doesn't feel good. Well, now you have a job that is brimming over with people wanting it. They want it. And you're able to get a much higher quality because now you have your choice. You want so many. And we're going to have many, many people that aren't going to be able to join because of the fact that we don't need them at this moment. But think of it, what a difference that is from, I could just imagine 2 years ago, you're reading front page articles in the New York Times, of course, and Wall Street Journal. They always give us unfair stories. But they played it so big. They were playing it so big. Nobody wants to join the Army, the Marines, the Air Force. They don't want to join. They don't want to join the Coast Guard at all.
Definitely true.
Nobody wants to
true and
join.
real.
Nobody wants to join our police forces. Our police forces also. It's almost went hand in hand. And I used to say, boy, I'm speaking in front of the military today, and it's embarrassing because I'm speaking in front of people who have a job that other people don't want, but now you have a job that everybody wants. So I think
wow, everybody wants to be in the
military. It's one of the reasons I
military.
love being here today,
So
because I want
true.
to say that. I have to say that.
He's so right,
Everybody
actually.
wants to be in the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines. If you think the Coast Guard and Space Force, our beautiful Space Force, it's a whole different world. And now they're signing up, by the way, seriously, big numbers of the police. Dangerous job, isn't it? Huh? Fire department. But that's the paving the way for progress once thought almost impossible. I mean, a year ago, you wouldn't have thought that was possible. A year ago, they were talking about making the military smaller because they can't get the people to join. We're thinking about making it larger because we have so
Wow,
many people.
making
And
it
it's nice
larger.
to
Oh,
be
you
able to
want a
cut
larger
people because of
military.
merit that aren't really qualified for any reason, a physical reason, a mental reason. You don't have to take them anymore because you have the pick of the litter. And they all want to be with you. They all want your
That's
job.
what
They
he
want to
means
be with
by
you.
hot.
They want to
Yeah.
work with you.
This is fine.
They'll even take your job.
This is fine.
Got to be a little bit sharp. Got to watch it.
Just we're really hard
But
right now.
everybody
that's
wants
all.
to be doing what you're doing now. What a difference
That's
when I speak
all.
to you, and I can say that as opposed to a couple of years ago
So
when I was talking
hot,
to rooms
this country.
where they were desperate to get people and they couldn't get them. What a difference a presidential election can make. That's all it is. It's just a presidential
Wow, what a
election.
difference it
Yesterday
makes.
at the White House, we put forward a plan for
Really.
peace in Gaza. We announced it, and we're going to create something that was my idea, but unfortunately I got drafted. It's going to be called the Board of Peace, and it's going to reign over that territory, and
Wow.
we're going to get that done. And they asked if I'd be the chairman of the Board of Peace. I wasn't counting on that. I had the idea for the Board of Peace, but I said
Wow.
yes. And I guess because of that, every leader, everybody wants to be on the Board of Peace, and we're going to watch over that very
Everyone.
volatile part of the world and keep it non-volatile, so you don't have to get involved. We want to save you for other things or save you for nothing from that standpoint. We don't want you fighting
Fuck,
wars, but
man.
if you have to,
It's
you're the most lethal
just
fighting
word
force in the
salad,
world. And I
bro.
would say that even 2-3 years ago, but now I say it with great enthusiasm. So true. And we're striving tirelessly
So
to end the
true.
terrible war in Ukraine. And as you know, we're also working hard to get the allies to share more of the burden of our defense. Much of that has really already taken place. But all NATO members have committed to the increase that I talked about. Think of that. That was unthinkable. It used to be 1%, and we got it up to 2% in my last term. And they did not like it.
I want to be
And
great.
now I
When
got
does
it
it
to 5.
start?
And I get along great
When are we
with all
getting
of them.
great?
In fact, they call me the
When is
president.
it
of
becoming
NATO. I said,
great?
I don't
That's
think
what I
so.
want to know.
But they're great. They're great people, and they're spending a lot of
Great people.
They're spending a lot of money, and a lot of money that they should have been spending in the past. But I think Putin was a wake-up call for them, really. We're now selling large quantities of American-made weapons to NATO, and we're getting really
Wow.
fair pricing. We're making a lot of money. It's my hope that from
Making a lot of
Europe
money.
to Asia to the
Remember,
Middle
he
East,
said a few minutes ago that he doesn't want to make money from war, but now he's saying we're making a lot of money.
our allies will
Thank you,
make
Trump.
similar commitments to increase their military capabilities, and this will greatly strengthen our alliances, and also it will make war far less likely. You know, if you're a strong presence like we are such a strong presence now. And I go around
Such a
bragging
strong
about that. We have the
presence.
strongest military anywhere in the world. I say it. You
You're
never
so
heard Biden
strong,
say that.
Trump. You're so strong.
You never heard him say anything. But you never heard him say, did you ever hear him
Fucking
say, we
hell.
have the strongest military? He doesn't say that. I say it. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world. We have great leadership. And I'll tell you, Pete and General Kane, all of the people that I've met that have been lifted up in rank. And we got many of them out of here, too. I'll be honest with you. Didn't like doing it, but we got many of you out of here because we weren't satisfied. We know everything about everybody. It'll also help the United States rapidly rebuild our defense industrial base. Each of you can play an important part in getting allies to do their part. So to that end, Secretary Hegseth will soon be announcing major reforms to streamline military acquisitions and expedite foreign military sales. We have tremendous numbers of countries that want to buy our equipment, and, you know, in many cases it takes too long. They're backlogged. We're backlogged on all the equipment, which is something that's new to us a little bit. And I told those companies, you better get your ass going because we're selling you a lot of equipment. We're getting countries to buy your equipment. You
So
got to
much
produce the
equipment.
equipment. Some of the countries, I'm not going to mention, but some of the countries are
Not gonna mention.
buying a lot. And that's a good thing. They're on our side. 95%. I'll never say 100% because it can always turn, right? You know about that. But they're on our side.
Never 100.
The problem is we have to get the companies that make this equipment, and we make the best equipment in the world, but they got to make it faster. We have orders for the F-35. We have orders for everything. The new F-47. We have orders for everything. They got to make it faster. A lot faster. Ammunition they have to make faster. In the coming months, we'll be making even more historic announcements to fully embrace the identity of the Department of War. I love the name. I think it's so great. I think it stops wars. The Department of War is going to stop wars. If we are as ruthless and relentless as our enemies, the United States Armed Forces will be totally unmatched in the future. We have a group of enemies that are very ruthless and very smart, but they can't match us. They can't match us. They don't even
Very
come close to
smart.
matching us. Again, you know, it's very important for me to say we have the greatest military in the world, but we make the best equipment in the world.
Wow.
I watched our anti-missile missiles. I watched our Patriots just knock things out like a needle, hitting another needle on the stage. There's a needle up there, and you send another needle up, and it hits it every time. During the war, we went 14 for 14. We had 14, this is where they ran, we had 14 missiles coming at us. All 14 were knocked out of the sky, every one of them. We
Everyone.
make the best equipment. From Sparta to Rome, to the British Empire, to the United States of America, history has shown that military supremacy has never been simply a matter of money or manpower. At the end of the day, it is the culture, spirit of our military that truly sets us apart from any other nation. Our ultimate strength will always come from the fierce people, those brilliant people with such pride, and the unbending will and the traditions of excellence that have made us the most unstoppable force ever to walk the face of the earth. And that's what we are. Remember, we never want to use it, but we have the most powerful nuclear capability, and I call it nuclear deterrent of any other country. Nobody close. The men and women in this room inherit the legacy built and won by Washington and Jackson, Grant and Pershing, Eisenhower, and Patton, Nimitz and LeMay. We carry forward the majestic military heritage passed down from father to son, soldier to soldier, and one generation of warriors.
Dude, why is this guy
to the next. You are
this,
warriors.
bro?
You know that, right?
Why?
You're great warriors. Well, you wouldn't be in this room. You're the best of the best. From Concord Bridge to Fort McHenry, from Gettysburg to Manila Bay, from Normandy to Sicily, and from the jungles of Vietnam to the dusty streets of Baghdad, America's military has charged into hellfire, climbed up jagged mountains, crossed roaring oceans, and thundered across open deserts to defend our flag, our freedom, and our homeland. Nobody does it like
The
you.
time word limit for the next
Now we are
president. I
discovering
swear to
American
God,
muscle,
yeah,
reasserting
that's
American might, and beginning the
even
next story
necessary, 'cause it's
chapter in
literally just word
American
salad. I mean, but
military
nobody
legends
like Obama, Biden could give a speech for an hour and not sound like this. Like, well, maybe Biden.
L-O-R-E.
Depends how tired he is. But,
It is lore.
Jesus.
When it comes to defending our way of life,
Fuck.
nothing will slow us. No enemy will stop us. They cannot stop us. And no adversary will stand in our way. They won't stand in our way. We don't want them to stand in our way.
Right, just
We don't want to
debating
even put them in that
Ryan
position,
Malloy.
but they're not going to stand in our way ever again. You'll never see 4 years like we had with Biden and a group of
Holy
incompetent
shit,
people that
you're
ran this
talking
country that
Malloy.
should have never been there.
I gotta
Because
watch
we are
this.
the United States military, the best, the boldest, the bravest that the world has ever seen, that the world has ever known. With leaders like we have right here in this beautiful room today, we will vanquish every danger and crush every threat to our freedom in every generation to come. Because we will fight, 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 and we will win, win, win.
Fight.
I want to just thank you once
For your
again.
country,
God bless the
guys.
United
Fight,
States
fight,
military,
fight.
and God bless America. God bless you all. Thank you very
God
much.
bless
Thank you.
America. Fuck this loser. Holy fuck. Holly, how long has she been talking? Fuck, if I'd known, I would have been watching that shit instead. Fucking hell. You didn't appreciate Obama while I had him. I was a teenager. Yeah, that's him. Well, I was. Yeah, I think I was a teenager. Yeah, jeez.
Nice. Fix it up on.
She's gonna get fucking destroyed
There we
by
go.
Ryan Lally because she doesn't.
Good for you.
No shit.
Yep. Let me just fix it
We'll
up
see.
on my side. How to decide which one we want. I think this one is.
What's Food Shop's up to at this?
Don't understand what's going on here.
Hasn't even started streaming? Really?
Bro,
40 minutes on the.
listen, okay, if
Well, now
you're
she
on
started.
DGG, okay? I do not cater to you. I do not cater to DG chat, okay? If you think my intro is too long, then you can just simply not watch me. Okay?
She's mad. Hey, CS Avenue.
You can
Oh wait, no.
try and get a
Chill
girlfriend.
10. Are you here? I was thinking. But yeah, I see the music. That's why. Chill 10, were you here before? I don't remember. But if you weren't, hey. Alright, let's keep watching this.
Yeah, we'll do this one. Okay.
Before
hi,
someone
hello.
complained about the
How's it
30-minute
going?
intro
Hey,
classic.
good
Yeah,
to chat with
exactly.
you. I was giving
I
some
mean, it is.
background,
I'll say, as someone who was just a viewer a bit ago, that shit was fucking annoying. I don't know why she does that, but okay.
to our. I don't think we've ever spoken before, but
Like, I did 15 minutes today, I think, and that was like. Because I started streaming and then I had to go do something. But it's like, bro.
kind of crossed paths when
40
Steven had
minutes
his Pixie
on the
issues
intro?
back in the day, because I had
Come on, what the
just
fuck are
started
you
speaking
doing
publicly, and I on the internet, and I had a debate with him, and the next day after the debate, those allegations came out, and I had been on the internet for about 5 minutes, and I had no idea what to do. So you were very helpful. I reached out to you, I reached out to Wick, and you gave some very good advice, so deeply appreciative of it. So to the extent we have a backstory, that's it.
Yes. I didn't actually remember that. But I'm sure if I scrolled up in our messages, I would. Yeah.
You were very generous, so I
Trying
appreciate it.
times. What are we talking about today?
Yeah, so I just to give the backdrop here, I think that we were going to talk about Stephen's approach to public discourse in following the events of Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Oh my god, it's actually about this? Oh my god, it's gonna be so cooked. Does Ryan even talk to Destiny about this? Why did...
Why I took issue with that to a certain extent. I think you've taken issue with it too, but you've more or less defended it, and then also maybe talk a little bit about...
It's not more or less defended it, but
law,
okay.
American politics, where we are.
Sure.
And probably there's a segue between those.
Gotcha. Just for my audience to know, like, who are you? What do you believe in? Why should they care? And where do they find you?
Great.
Holy
Thank you for
shit.
that. So I'm Ryan Mullally. I'm a former Teach for America member, former New York City public school teacher, current attorney.
Wait, Darius is in jail? Why are people saying Darius is in jail? The fuck? We're matching outfits, how cute. Wait, why are people saying Darius is in jail? Hold on. What are we watching? What are we... Is somebody alive? Darius is in jail? Do I need to go into the fucking Discord to check? The fuck? What the shit? It's true? Is he? It's true? I don't know if this is true. I'm not seeing anything in the Discord about it. Fuck. Posted in Discord. Yeah, I posted in Discord. So yeah, I'm like seeing he's like in Discord. So I don't know why. There's like a fake warrant about him that people fell for. Oh. Fuck. Oh, Paperboy's in the chat. Yeah, I just looked into it. I don't know why people were saying that long. Thought I was gonna have to defend my man on stream for now.
Litigated at, I think at this point, every level.
Breaking news. Yeah, I thought we had breaking news. I was about to say, like, what the fuck? Let's go. To be fair, Brother Darnell does seem to be in jail, a jail of his own creation. That is possibly true. He might be in a jail of his own creation. Might just be.
Of the U.S. court system, including the U.S. Supreme Court, so I've been around and done some cases, some of which you've probably heard of. I decided to start doing internet law, politics, philosophy because I felt like maybe I had something to contribute, and if you know me, it's probably because I've debated Destiny and Peace Go several times, which is probably the highest click thing I've done. I have a channel called Natural Law with Ryan Mullally on YouTube, and you can follow me at X at Ryan C. Mullally with my little tiny icons on screen if you can read them. But in terms of politics, I was a vibes-based Democrat my entire life, so I voted for Democrats. I think I voted straight Democrats my entire life up till 2024. During Biden's administration, I registered as an independent, and then in 2024, I opted not to vote for either candidate as I didn't think either warranted my support. I would have voted right in 2024 if it had been anyone other but Trump, but with Trump, I couldn't quite do it, so I opted not to. In having discussions with people online, it's become very clear to me that I don't think my values or ideas have a place on the left. Maybe they used to, maybe I moved. I certainly got more conservative in law school. So, there's a question, chicken or egg question there, but I don't really see a place for me in the left anymore, which maybe is something that's worth talking about how we got to that place one way or the other. Sorry, that's a long monologue, but hopefully interesting.
What do you politically believe in? Like, what are your political values?
So I'm an originalist.
Woke is bad. That's his political
so,
beliefs.
If we're gonna talk about
and originalism, whatever that means.
The most common thing that people hear me say is
all woke.
Our system works just fine. The problem is we're using it wrong. We're not supposed to have so many things be national issues. We can't have a government for 350 million people where you cram down 51% to 49% across the country. The reason our system was set up as a federal system is to allow states to be very different and to make very different decisions and have people live very different lives there and to not make everything a national issue. And our federal system is not equipped to do what we're asking it to do. And because of that, everything is crazy all the time. And then you add social media to that, and you add the culture wars to that, and you have a perfect storm that's brewing, and that's where we are right now. That's our moment. So one or more of those three things have to change if we're going to find any equilibrium.
Gotcha. Okay. So, like, when you're looking at the midterms, are you going to vote? Are you going to opt to abstain? Like, how are you thinking about the midterms right now?
I haven't made a decision yet. I'll see where things are. There are certainly things that could happen that would sway me one way or the other by now. The problem I'm having currently, and this is broadly kind of where I was in 2024, and I don't think it's that different now, is that I don't trust the left to have power again. And what would change that is some kind of articulation of where the left is, but I have a suspicion that there's been a divergence in moral foundations, like what the values are, what people care about, what they think about, what their fundamental axioms are. I think there's been a divergence, and I don't know how to bridge that gap, though I'm trying.
So as an originalist, I'm curious how you
He means
haven't
he doesn't
decided
like the woke.
to
That's
clearly
what
vote
he means.
against Trump in the midterms. Like, that seems surprising to me.
I don't even know how those would connect.
As a
What's
lawyer,
the
and he's
relationship
like,
between those two things in your mind?
I would say
every
Trump
time I
has
see
kind
him
of, I think
debate
he's
these,
even
it's like
openly
brain
basically
dead
stated
shit.
that like the Constitution is like less important to him than like his visions and plans. Like essentially, if the Constitution gets in the way of something he thinks that the country
Like,
should
he
do, it has to.
unironically defends
Essentially,
the
he would
fucking
overstep it, right?
Yeah, but
immunity
originalism is a
decision
judicial
for Trump.
philosophy that is enacted by members of courts. It's not a philosophy for presidents. It's a philosophy. It's a judicial interpretation. And he appointed Kavanaugh's not like a true blue originalist, but he appointed 2 very strong originalists and 1 originalist adjacent justice who have been
Wow,
tremendous.
thank you, Trump.
And in the last administration, they appointed Justice Jackson, who's been awful. And just like to be clear about like what it means to be an originalist, my concern with non-originalist justices is that they rewrite the Constitution
Wow.
from their own perspective. So when you say like,
That's
do you want
definitely
all
how
the
that
Constitution,
works.
my concern is that if you keep appointing justices who will do whatever they want, they'll say, well, this is what I think is good, so the Constitution ought to say that. That's very dangerous for someone who's serious about the
Fuck, I went the wrong way.
Anyway, I'm not sure how originalism could possibly be, if anything, it would pull the other direction. But Trump's not on the ballot, and the midterms barely affect judicial nominees. I guess it would if you got enough representation in the Senate, but it seems fairly unrelated to me.
Yeah, I guess to me, I would say like it feels like Trump is like pretty actively trying to destroy the American project and the Constitution, especially with like his senior admin, so JD Vance, somebody who could be running in the future, accusing the Republicans of basically saying that we've stacked the Supreme Court, but then also saying that they're politically and legislatively motivated against them, despite the fact that the court is actually stacked right-leaning than otherwise, right? So we have JD Vance
Like,
looking
Erday, like recently said that she doesn't know who she'd vote for between Trudeau or Trump. Like, it's a hard one, but she'll have to go for Trudeau. Because they're both so corrupt.
Stacked in his
Like, what the
favor,
fuck?
and then saying that they're legislating from the bench when they just happen to disagree with Trump, right? We have this like massive violation of like the Constitution.
Which case are you referring to?
I'm not sure which case it was in that JD Vance said this. I'd have to look it up. I remember the quote from JD Vance.
I'm not familiar with the comment. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that Trump and Vance say that I don't like, and I have no doubt that you'll be able to show me any number of things that that they said I don't like. And for the record, like Trump's insufficient, I don't want to say care or reverence for the rule of law is why I didn't vote for him. So, you know, like the false electors thing is just not something I could square.
Sure.
So, you know, like
so
to the extent that there's a problem there, I would agree with you that there's a problem there. But the solution to that is not to appoint, to get Democrats in power who are going to appoint justices who are then going to further undermine the Constitution. So that's why
any of the other things?
Yeah, I guess I could be wrong. Most originalists I know kind of view the founding fathers as like pretty based states craftsmen. They drafted like the most powerful good political document in history, which is why they're originalists. They essentially want the original writings, intentions, and meanings of the founding fathers within the Constitution to be like enacted. Would you agree with that?
No.
Yes, but I don't think. I think that's like directionally correct. I don't think that's actually the moral issue.
That's not why.
That drives originalism, but I think it's a fair description of it. I think that the heart of originalism is concern for democracy. Like when you think about constitutional rights, people often look at them as a positive only, and they are positive, but people think of them like, oh my goodness, I have this right, isn't that so wonderful? But what a right actually means is it's something that's removed from the scope of democracy. You cannot pass a law that abridges freedom of speech. You cannot pass a law that abridges the right to bear arms. Like, it is removed from the democratic process. And that could be a good thing. There's good reasons to remove things from the democratic process. But what originalism says is you ought not do that unless the people said you should. If the people said we're removing this from the democratic process through their elected representatives, that's fine. What you shouldn't have is judges adding to that list on their own.
Thank you for
Because if they do
explaining.
that, they're stealing from democracy. They're stealing the right to decide from the people. So originalism is in that sense, reverence for the founding fathers is part of it, but I would say a bigger part of the motivation is a concern about judges becoming the supreme branch that controls
that is what people are
the entire
concerned
process,
about.
which is a concern I've heard people level about Canada, for example. That there's issues where the human rights tribunals are kind of like doing what they do, and there doesn't seem to be a check on it. I'm not versed in Canadian politics, but that's one of the things people bring up with me from time to time.
Yeah, so I guess when we're talking about the originalists, I understand what you're saying. It feels like the reason why we care, why an originalist cares about this thing, is because they think that the Constitution is something good and worth preserving, right? That it was built really well, and therefore things and individuals, including Supreme Court justices, that get appointed, as you would say. But I would also suggest politicians, particularly the president and the executive branch, doing things to infringe that are anti that Constitution feels like something an originalist would also be very opposed to.
Absolutely, and I think that I am.
Except when they
very,
give them
very
immunity,
willing
you know.
to call out
And then it's like,
abuses of the Constitution, and when I think Trump has made a misstep, like I'm delighted to do that. But you have to be honest when you do it. Like, I love FIRE. They're a wonderful free speech organization, and they've made the very powerful case that the Trump administration is awful on free speech, truly awful. And I agree with them. The second worst administration on free speech in my lifetime was the Biden administration.
Like, fucking, like, how can you say that with a straight face? How can you say that? In what way? In what way?
close. Like
They give
not
the
only
most
are they also,
reported
well,
example. Wait for
hold
it.
on. Not only are they bad on free speech, but they also are trying to violate things like due process. And when the Supreme Court weighs in favor of due process, I just was looking it up while we were talking. J.D. Vance was fighting with the Supreme Court over the violation of due process with Abrego Garcia, right?
Yeah.
He was trying to get around the spirit of what the Supreme Court was doing, and he was railing against them, basically saying the Supreme Court was basically excessively checking the executive branch. But it feels like any originalist would say, sorry, due process, free speech, these things kind of matter.
Yeah, of course they matter. But I think that one thing that I get this from Pisco a lot. One thing that I guess I don't want to say judicial supremacist, that just seems too loaded. But one thing the left doesn't seem comfortable with, generally speaking, is the idea that the checks in our democracy involve separation of powers. There are things that can be done by the president, by the legislature.
Yeah, people like
that the
separation
court
of
doesn't
powers.
have a
They
say.
just don't like.
They don't have a role in it. Now with Garcia, they did have a role in it. They ordered the facilitation of his return, but they struck down. The original district court said the order was you have to expedite and facilitate his return. Why did the Supreme Court strike down the word expedite? Because the Supreme Court does not have the authority to order the executive branch to enter into negotiations with a foreign power. They just don't. They can't do it. So they can say there was a violation. They can say you should remedy this by facilitating it, but they're also aware that there are limits to their power, and they're not going to overstep that just because they found a violation, which is the sort of thing that Justice Jackson takes issue with. And so yes, do I love Vance's comments? No. Is that worth putting another 2 or 3 Justice Jacksons on the bench? Also no.
Yeah, I don't know. It just Josiah sent me something. It feels like you're being like,
Josiah
oh,
watching.
Josiah.
Yeah. It feels like what you're outlining right now is being like, well, Biden was really bad on free speech. Okay. But also Trump is really bad on free speech.
Pondering Politics invested $20. Kyla, sending you a DM. Back in April 2025, Fire, the org Ryan referenced and admired, said the Trump admin's attacks on free speech is unprecedented in scope, scale, and severity. That was only 3 months in Trump 2.0 lol.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay. So maybe something we can why don't we just actually watch this timestamp together? I think that would be better because I'll be seeing it for the first time and you'll be seeing it for the first time. But essentially what Josiah is arguing, that's probably important to mention here, is that the Fire organization isn't just saying that he's violating free speech, but he's violating free speech in an unprecedented way. And this is only 3 months into the current establishment, right? This is long
Nothing
ago.
like
I would say,
Biden.
you and I would probably
It's
agree.
not the same.
The first three months of Trump's presidency
But he will
was
both
bad,
sides
and he
it
did
every
lots of bad
single
shit.
time.
And since then,
He's a centrist
he's gone on
retard.
to do really bad stuff, excessively over and over. In fact, even more blatantly.
The problem with this, and forgive me, but because I've done, I think, 2 hours of struggle sessions with Josiah, 2 hours with Wick, probably 10 with Pisco at this point. So I'm familiar with the territory, if you don't mind. The problem isn't that Trump has done bad things. I will candidly admit he's done bad things. I didn't vote for him because I thought he might do bad things.
The issue is Biden also did bad things.
Directional disconnect where the choice to me looked like you can have Trump, who is pointing in the right direction on many things, but will fuck it up and will do corrupt things and will do things you disagree with along the way.
Lav is typing in Darius's Discord? The fuck? Why is Lav in Darius's Discord? Darius said earlier, end of year we will do a draft pick for who should be my girlfriend. And Lav types get Xena back king, it's endgame. Fuck is Lav? Huh? Eh? Be in there.
And I decided I couldn't support that for the reasons I gave earlier.
Sure.
On the other hand, you will have people who will scrupulously or comparatively scrupulously follow the letter of the law while doing things that you think are un-American and contrary to the American proposition. And that's what I meant when I said I feel like there's a moral drift. Like, if you're talking about what is a common American foundation? Like, what do you think the American founding principles are? Like, what is America to you? I know you're Canadian, so that's not fair. But
yeah, but some level of like there's a lot of freedom. There's a lot of like freedom from like governmental overreach. I think that's why you guys value like the state model that you guys have, right? And I think that that's a pretty essential piece. I mean, I think we could like kind of point out like all of the fundamental building blocks of a nation built by the people for the people, very protective, particularly against tyrannical forces from like the upper elites. I think that this is like essential to the heart of the American project in many ways, right?
What are we
and
talking
giving
about?
everyone
This is
that
what
freedom
America
of ability
is.
to achieve what they can achieve, regardless of
In a
station
way,
status
yeah,
or
but
race
it's like,
or
bro,
gender.
why are you-
I think that
Canadian.
these are all
What are you
deeply
talking about?
fundamentally American things. My issue, so there's this fallacy as somebody who's much more moderate, right? I'm
Is
much
you
more
gonna bring up an
left.
example of
I'm
a
sure
thing Biden did that's
Josiah and
anywhere
all my
close to
buddies,
this?
I roll at me all the time for my moderate positions. But
Yeah, as they should.
as somebody who's also notorious for criticizing my own group, one of the frustrations that I think is very valid of moderates, and I think is a thinking fallacy of moderates, and I think you're doing it now, essentially is why I'm bringing it up,
I'm
is
moderate,
we'll
he's
look
a
at two
centrist.
things and we'll go,
They're different
okay,
things.
Trump is violating free speech. He's definitely stepping on it, and Biden was violating free speech, such as like pressuring Google to take out conservative things. I'm sure
Didn't
that's kind of what
happen.
you're pointing to, for
It's
example,
not,
with
it's
Biden
not
and free
true.
speech.
It didn't happen.
I am, but you also there's a lot of color on those things.
Is that the example he uses?
Just like to start, like during
That's
2020,
really why?
I thought about speaking publicly on the internet. It was something I was interested in doing, and I didn't, because at that time, culturally, I felt like it was
talk
too big a
about
risk.
stuff on the
Like, I'm a
internet
practicing
because
attorney,
Biden?
I have a good job. I have a family.
Are you
Like,
serious right now?
Personally affected you.
They personally, not only that, they personally affected me, and that risk doesn't feel the same now. Like, it feels better. So,
Yeah,
you know, like, there actually is
like a
tangible
moderate
difference.
right, like white
because
guy. Like,
you're
for
not
example, me
on the
being a
left.
left-leaning E2 visa holder, as much as so many people get so mad at me for not criticizing Trump enough, I can't. It is not wise with the state of free speech in America, with the way that Trump handled, for example, the pro-Palestinian
shit,
people,
Ryan
who, by the way,
Hawley is
I
a
don't even side with. I
fucking
don't like most
retard,
Palestinian protests and rallies and whatnot, and they should have the right to free speech. The way that he infringed on their free speech is something that I have to be, as an immigrant, extremely concerned about, right? And so, I guess to get back to the fallacy, because I don't want to run away from it, I think what often happens, right?
Just a flag. That is, it's an open question. I tend to agree with you that non-citizens have free speech rights. I think that's the correct position. If I were on the court, the answer I would give is that you're free.
What the fuck? No, this is not an open question. This is not an open question. Let's just read the First Amendment. First Amendment. First Amendment. Let's read it. Congress shall make no laws respecting the establishment or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or of the right of the people peacefully to assemble and petition. Now, where in this does it say citizens? The fuck is this guy talking about?
Free speech rights are on a spectrum that increases with your nexus to America. Like, clearly, if you're applying for your visa and you're still in Canada, your rights are less than once you're here. And if you have never set foot in America or thought about America and you're just living in Canada, your free speech rights are kind of not our problem. So that's how I would do it. But just to be flagged, that has not been decided by the courts yet, to my knowledge. There's some 1950s case law, but it is unclear what level of speech rights illegals have versus legal residents versus long-term permanent residents like green card holders, who in theory should have more. But we don't know the answer.
Free speech just doesn't.
So
that's
to
not what
back
that
up to
means.
There's this fallacy where we go, okay, I saw it all the time. Russia is valid in being concerned about NATO expansionism. But Ukraine also has a right claim to sovereignty. And a lot of moderates, the thinking fallacy, will go, well, both sides
Not
have an argument
moderates,
here.
centrists.
So both
I don't want
sides
you
are kind of
using
right.
that word.
The issue
Not
is
the same thing.
Ukraine's right to sovereignty is like 95% value in a hierarchy of values. Their sovereignty matters way fucking more than Russia's concern to NATO sovereignty, NATO expansionism. You don't get to invade a country because you're worried about potential like allyships that they're going to broker, right? So you might be like, well, Russia probably is a little bit worried about NATO's whatnot. The moderate goes,
Brother,
see, both
this
sides
is
are arguing
just-
something, so
this
both
is
sides
gonna
have a
be
point.
AIDS,
And so
this
what I'm pointing at with the fire
holy
stuff
fuck.
and the Garcia and the violation of the ruling, yeah, there's this technical thing where the
Flanner
court couldn't
adds
force
it
them to
to
bring them
Hey,
back because that would be
Flanner.
forcing the executive
What's
branch to do
up?
something. But essentially, your originalist
doing?
stacked Supreme Court said, hey, you violated this man's due process. You did.
Are you a big
and you
fan
should
of
facilitate
anymore?
the process by which he comes back. But we can't force you. And Trump said, great, fuck you. Don't give a fuck. Right? There was no even ounce of honoring the spirit of the Supreme Court, speaking of checks and balances, whatsoever, from a stacked court that is in your favor. Right? Trump has no regard for the Constitution in any way, shape, or form. And if we look at the fire stuff, they themselves say that Trump is unprecedented in his oversteps of free speech in a way that just Biden's administration, which I agree that there were missteps in the Biden administration, that it's not even...
Name one. Name one. Can we just give examples, please? The thing we can do, maybe.
Terrible. All we're doing is
We
being like, well, I want
consider
example Biden, so it's the same as Trump, and it's like they're not the same thing.
Well, it's not. Okay, a few things. The technical thing that you're like, oh, because of this technical issue, the technical issue is the Constitution. That's why they can't do it. So, like, the technical issue is...
You're not understanding what I'm saying, then.
No, I am. I'm
No,
just
you're
pointing
not.
out that,
No, you're not. No.
When a right
Can I
matters
retry?
to you,
I'm sorry,
you
just-
care about it, but when it's a technical thing, when it's not something that matters to you, and in this case, it's separation of powers. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Well, if we're going to engage, you need to understand what I'm saying. And your response there suggests to me that you didn't actually understand, which is possible that it's my fault. I communicated poorly to you. But you didn't understand what I was saying, right? I understand that the technical thing you're talking about is the Constitution, which is why the courts couldn't force Trump to honor the spirit of their ruling and to honor the originalist interpretation of the ruling. What I'm saying is that you have an executive leader who is willing to violate the originalist interpretation because they can't force him to do it. He's willing to violate a check against him because it's only in spirit. They can't technically force him to do it. So he's not honoring the institutions.
Yeah. True.
I'm sorry. His return was facilitated. They brought him back.
That's the fucking
With
point.
much kicking and if he came back, I don't actually know if he came back. And if he came back, it was
Garcia? Yeah, I
with
haven't looked at the
much
case in a long time.
with
He
much
came
kicking
back and they
screaming,
sent him
right?
away again. Came back because they wanted to fucking indict him on some random bullshit.
JD Vance, this is what led JD Vance to saying that the Supreme Court was legislating from the bench.
Okay, but I'm saying if your complaint is the court ordered them to facilitate
And
something,
Erudite just doesn't know shit about it, so she's not gonna know to fucking.
you would have preferred they did it faster
Oh
with less public
god.
commentary.
No, I'm pretty sure you're misrepresenting how he came back.
I mean,
was it Trump ordering that he get brought back and being like, oh, you're right, we should bring him back. It's super important that we do this thing.
Trump can't order him to come back. He has to negotiate with a foreign government to bring him back. Now, probably, does Trump have a lot of leverage? Yes. Could Trump have done it faster? Probably. I'm not well versed in State Department stuff. I would imagine so. It seems likely to me he could have, but like he did bring him back. He just didn't do it as fast as people would have.
Not just as fast, after immense pressure from the lower courts and from his voting bloc. He didn't want to do it. The president's knee-jerk reaction to a stacked court's originalist interpretation of due process.
Not understanding me, hon. Rude. Yeah.
Was to flip off the court.
No, he
insane.
He didn't do it the way you would have liked him
Not,
to do it.
I would like to.
Now, if we're going to flip that on the other side, Biden.
It's not that he didn't do it the way that we would want to do it. It's because he brought it back. He brought Abu Garcia back so that they could indict him on some bullshit. And then they have deported him again. They sent him to fucking South Sudan or some shit. Or at least they wanted to, last I checked.
Through nothing other than executive fiat, took actual steps to make health
serious right
for
now.
100 million Americans by executive order, forcing them. And I'm just to be clear, I got vaccinated. I'm not anti-vaccinating sense, but I am very anti that level of government intrusion. So if you're going to ask about like who's violating whose rights, am I more concerned about the fact that the Trump administration was slow to facilitate the return of an illegal who was deported, and then they can now attempt to deport him again, more than
What? It was not an
so
illegal.
if you're going to ask about like who's violating,
What the fuck do you mean? What the fuck? Like, this guy's a lawyer. He should know that calling somebody illegal doesn't make any sense. It doesn't mean anything. You're not saying anything when you say illegal. You're not referring to something that is tangible. When people say illegal, they mean undocumented. Abu Garcia was not undocumented. He was specifically documented. That was the whole problem with why Abu Garcia was why it was an issue. Because he was legally in the fucking U.S.
whose rights? Am I more concerned about the fact that the Trump administration was slow to facilitate the return of an illegal who was deported?
It was not slow. They refused to until they felt like they could fucking indict him on some bullshit.
Now attempt to deport him again, more than I'm concerned and say like about the fact that the Biden administration thought that they could decide for people's healthcare decisions across the country, not with no democratic imprimatur. Yeah, that's not.
What the fuck is he talking about? That didn't happen. That didn't even happen.
Close to for me. And there's for every one of these things that you can talk about Trump, there's a huge ocean of problems I have with Biden. It's not like I regret the decision I made not to vote for Trump. I didn't vote for him because I thought I couldn't. But the left deserved to lose that election.
Politics
They
invested
deserved to lose that
$5.
election.
Who was the dude? Ryan Malali. He's a lawyer. He does debates with Destiny and Peace Go a lot. He's like a centrist loser, basically. He defends like the immunity decision for Trump and like all kinds of random shit. It's real fucking
That
bad.
from Biden was never implemented, was challenged by the Supreme
Insane.
Court. They struck it down. Biden accepted it and moved on.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a hypothetical.
Get the bag.
Okay. Would
Quick detour. Who Chubbs is covering a J-Stock and Cherry crash out?
I know what I was talking about, but I can't remember how that last thing tied to the thing that I was talking about.
Uncaring king. Uncaring king.
And cut funding for their schools, libraries.
Why are they
Leak the
Mangani?
Ungentlemanly of you.
Maybe he'll be one of those guys. You know, maybe the party is moving in a more populist, progressive kind of direction, and maybe he's one of these guys that's like changing the party. But you've already decided in your minds that he's the guy.
Oh, no.
And you're skipping the part where he earns the endorsements from National Democrats. Like an endorsement from a National Democrat, that's something that you have to earn. That's not something that you should just that you're going to get for free. You have to earn that through like good leadership. And he hasn't had any time to earn that yet. Like he's just.
After we
It's
finish
so
the election,
awkward.
so-
They fighting? Fuck. What's going on?
Okay, probably gonna go through the Mamdani thread now as well. After we finish
It's so
the election.
awkward. Backstabbing you, okay? It's over, okay? Jay Stoke is in DMs telling Cherry to shut up?
What?
No, he actually doesn't want me to talk more. He's actually in DMs telling me to stop.
Why are they fucking? Why? This shit's retarded. Okay, I'm not covering this shit because principally I don't fucking give J-Stock attention, but that is fucking hilarious. Holy shit. Fuck that loser, dude. Holy fuck.
Bukele release Abrego Garcia from a single phone call from Trump? If Trump had just picked up, called Bukele, would he have released Garcia?
I don't know. I can say there's a likelihood.
I don't know.
What do you think is the likelihood? Do you think it's over 50% chance?
I just said it's a likelihood. You don't need to
Gotcha.
give out good faith. I just said there's a likelihood.
Then why the fuck did you feel the need to fight me about about any of this shit around Garcia? I don't know why you
Because
need to fight me
the
about the
point-
right
because the
way that I
point
would
you're-
like it. What I'm saying is that what I want is if you care about originalism, which I'm granting you, what I would assume originalists would want is a president who honors that. Why are you laughing?
Well, I thank you for granting me the concession of holding my own beliefs. It's generous of you.
I'm not that you're misunderstanding what I'm saying.
You get so mad at the slightest pushback. Holy shit.
I'll say two things. Number one, I do have a brain injury, so I swap words a lot. So if you're confused about what I'm trying to say, let me know. Number two, being excessively good faith to you. I'm not being bad faith. I'm not doing like word games with you. What I'm saying is I'm granting you that. Is I'm saying my arguments are working from within your belief system. I'm not imposing my own on you.
And if you go back to the beginning of this conversation, I'm absolutely willing to grant that Trump does a lot of things in a way that I would prefer he didn't, that Trump oversteps often, and that is, in fact, the reason I didn't vote for him. But what you're asking is the step further, which is, isn't that enough of a reason to join my political project? And it's not. And it's not, because I asked myself...
Not to join my political project. Not.
Well,
I've never... Nope, I've literally never said
In this
that.
conversation, you said, isn't that a reason to vote against Trump in the midterms?
Against
which
Trump.
is joining your political project. That's your political project.
No, I think abstaining from voting is sufficient. The only thing I would take issue with is you voting for Trump or anything that would bolster Trump's numbers. Well, obviously, come on, track with me. When I'm saying voting for Trump,
I have a brain injury debate tactic goes so hard, yeah, base.
Back to the last
I mean,
the
good
DNC
tactic.
was propping up Trump's candidates. They were putting money into his campaigns because then, as in now, they find that running against Trump is the thing that unifies.
I'm autistic.
Is the only thing the left agrees on. Is Trump is bad.
That's a good one too.
But my problem with the left is I don't think that I can.
A lot of good hidden debate
because
strategies.
I voted for Biden. I voted for Biden, and I held my nose when I did it. I did it because I wanted not Trump. I did it for that reason. But when he got elected, he didn't govern as a moderate. He didn't govern to the center. He governed, and people delight in telling me this when I talk to like our mutual friend Josiah, he governed as the most progressive president in history, or in modern history, let's say. So, like, why would I think that anything different would happen this time if I was going to vote against my preferred political values this time? It seems like I'd be voting for the exact same thing.
do you think that Trump has any respect for the Constitution?
Any? Yes. Not as much as I would like, no.
How much?
The way I describe Trump is, so I'm a lawyer. I don't want to be like an asshole and like kind of like blow myself up, but I do law at a pretty high level. So it's not unusual for me to have a conversation with somebody with a lot of money and a lot of power who wants to do something. And in those conversations, it's not atypical to have a conversation where someone says like, well, can we do this?
Learn from Harris.
No,
No, CS Avenue. This guy did not vote for Harris. He didn't vote. Yeah, he doesn't care. He doesn't give a fuck.
Obstacles. And they say, well, what can you do? Right? That's what I view. That's how I view Trump. I don't think that
it's the fucking worst.
Evil. I don't think he's opposed to the Constitution. I don't think that he is, attempting to tear down society. I do think that he's somebody who views the law as a system, and the system can be used. And he's looking for ways to use it, and he's willing to take aggressive positions within the system. That's how I view him. Now, as a president, that is not an endorsement. That I would prefer a president who had a more morally driven approach to the rule of law than that. But that's very different than saying he's like evil or a fascist. So that is a different understanding.
Sure. Opposing Trump. So to me, if you're an originalist who values the Constitution so highly, limiting Trump's power with the midterms is the only thing that makes sense if you believe that Trump is not trying to adhere to the Constitution and that the Constitution, as he said in 2022, is just like an obstacle to his own whims, as shown with his treat of Bukele and the Garcia situation, when an originalist Supreme Court ruled that he should be brought back, but they couldn't force Trump to do it. J.D. Vance went on an attack on the Supreme Court saying that they were legislating from the bench. And only after immense pressure was Garcia even brought back. Immense pressure.
Yeah.
That is not a president that cares about the Constitution, that wants to honor an originalist stacked Supreme Court.
No, I think that what your analysis there leaves out is that the president is a constitutional actor. Like, he's entitled to the court is not the only body in our system.
Bedtime, good night, all. Thanks for streaming. Thanks for being here, Warble. Appreciate you.
Richard 1 invested $5. Sending this because I imagine I would love to talk to someone who's dishonest and not be paid lol.
So you're in a
mysterious broke cold sweat smile.
I think exactly what I described earlier, a aggressive position on that gray area, but he complied. So I mean, his actions there are not, I don't think they're ideal. I would have preferred something different, but they're not like that. This is not an example that's so far beyond the pale that it would concern me, especially when the alternative,
it concern you.
Talk about the midterms and then 2028, is appointing justices to the Supreme Court who, if they have enough numbers, will rewrite it by judicial fiat. So if I'm going to make my decision based off fidelity of the
because you don't think that the immunity decision was rewriting the Constitution.
Like my much bigger concern is the Democrats resume their project of amending the Constitution without following the amendment provision.
Gotcha. So, I am struggling to understand.
Josiah in chat is me right now. Like, Lamau God, yeah. Basically.
Principled originalist isn't appalled by the current administration to such a degree. Not that you would be Democrat necessarily, but to me, opposing Trump in the midterms isn't even empowering the Democrats. It's mostly showing that you are discontent with the current administration, that you want to limit their power, that you do not trust the majority that they have right now going on, and you want to see that that is diminished as a result of the president walking all over the Constitution, which I imagine you were very angry with Biden as well, even though he did honor the decision by the court after the executive order was made and struck down.
Every single one. Every one.
I'm having a hard time understanding because I can't.
Just every time he did respect the Constitution, respect the Supreme Court.
I'd like to get into some other topics as well because it's not like this is a decision that's made off these two examples. But if your point is, are you more concerned about
for him,
Trump taking an aggressive position regarding a Supreme Court order to return an illegal alien to the country versus Biden's decision to attempt to circumvent the autonomy of all 50 states and everyone who works at a company with more than 100 people.
Did he do it?
That is not a tough call for me.
But the order was struck down, and he honored it. Whereas in the case of Trump, he just did violate due process. He just did violate the Constitution.
He honored it too. He brought the guy back.
Only after immense pressure. Again, he could have called
it. Didn't
it.
stop until it was struck down. I could have told you, and I'm sure Biden got like
this guy, man. I don't fucking.
Like, hey, Ryan, is it constitutional?
I do get it. He's just a fucking centrist,
no, absolutely not.
MAGA shill. That's what he is.
It was a layup on unconstitutionality. Biden took an aggressive position. And then it got struck down by the court. Trump took an aggressive position. I don't actually
said fuck you to the court until finally enough people were like, hey, you have to listen to this. You have to honor the spirit of the Constitution here. And then finally he did. It's not my gloss.
Okay.
Because you and I can agree that if he wanted to honor the Constitution, if he wanted to honor the Supreme Court in their decision in the way that Biden did, the moment that it was struck down, he stopped, he would have picked up and made a call. And just would have been solved. Correct?
Okay. Let's assume he could have done that.
Of course he could have done that. We don't need to assume.
The order is to facilitate.
It's just so fucking. It's just. Yeah, no shit. He could have done it. No shit. He could have done it. He could have just called Bukele. Bukele was in the office and just tell him, hey, bring him back, and then he would have said, yeah, like he would have had to, or we're gonna cancel the contract with you. Like what the fuck?
Right.
But the issue is he didn't because he wanted to honor the Supreme Court's decision in the way that Biden did with an immediate cease of action. He did it because basically his base was shaking over it, and he was like, I guess I gotta do it.
His base is not shaking over that, by the way. Like if you move in Republican circles at all, they were upset.
That's not true either. Because Herday just doesn't know.
I don't think that's why he did it.
Did what? Violated due process?
I don't think that's why he brought it back. I think he brought him back because he knew that he should. Like he didn't want to. He
brought him back because he knew he should. Brought him back because they wanted to do a bullshit indictment to prove that he's like some gang member, whatever. Because they can't. That's not what the fuck that says in that indictment.
One could have forced him to do it. There's no one on God's green earth that could have forced him to do it. And he did. On the flip side, you're talking about whether or not you're going to violate the bodily autonomy of 100 million citizens.
Mm-hmm.
And if you think that there's a moral equivalency between these two, that's going to make me feel like, holy God, I'm really a lot more worried about this due process situation than the bodily autonomy of 100 million American situation, you're out of your mind.
It's about the originalist position. It's about honoring the Supreme Court. It's about honoring the checks and balances, right? What I'm doing is I'm giving an example that I have on hand of Trump and painting a picture as not giving a damn about the Constitution, being fine with tearing it down, and only yielding to the Supreme Court, the stacked Supreme Court, when he has to because of pressure from lower courts. You're painting a picture of Biden as not giving a damn about. I don't hear you doing the same with Biden. I show you him making an executive order that you don't like, that you think was a violation of the Constitution, the Supreme Court intervening, blocking it, and Biden immediately honoring it.
Because the Supreme Court had the power to block him.
They didn't have the power to do anything. The Supreme Court can't do anything. It can't force the executive to do anything. That's not how it works.
Order Trump to return Garcia on any timeline. They could not order it.
So do you think that if all things were equal and they couldn't have like ordered Biden not to do this, he just would have said fuck you to the Supreme Court and gone on? Or do you think he would have honored the
Oh, I think he absolutely would have said fuck you to the Supreme Court. He could have. I mean, that's what happened with the student loan forgiveness. Like he got struck down, and his immediate response was, "I'm going to keep trying. I'm going to find other ways to do this." Right now, did he defy an order in that situation? No. But if you're talking about the spirit of what the Supreme Court said, yeah, he could have said, "Oh, it looks like this is not a thing I should do by executive fiat." He didn't. I think that presidents take aggressive positions on legal issues from time to time. This is not unusual in our history. Like, do you? This might be a weird backstory point, but everyone complains about American healthcare and the American healthcare system. Do you know why it exists?
The American healthcare system?
Yeah, our insurance system.
Mm-hmm.
Because FDR bullied the shit out of the U.S. Supreme Court by threatening to pack the court until they submitted to him and passed a series of decisions that, amongst other things, allowed him to cap wages in the United States. And with capped wages, employers could not attract new talent. So what they ended up doing was they offered health insurance. The IRS ruled that it was tax deductible, and that's why we have a primarily employer-focused health insurance system in our country. The reason why is because FDR took an unbelievably aggressive approach to the Supreme Court, where he said, literally, if you don't just start passing my cases, I'm going to pack the court to 15 and destroy the current setup in the court. So, like, the idea that what Trump did in this situation is somehow beyond the pale in terms of presidential responses to a court order is, I find it ahistoric. And I just don't
That's not what I've said. I've said, okay, I don't know why you are not understanding my position. I'll say it again. It is surprising to me as an originalist that in the upcoming midterms, you can say, oh, you want.
Okay, hold on. Chat. Go get food. Back in a bit, maybe? Or should I just end stream? I don't know. I should go to sleep early. Fuck, I don't know. Let me know.
You want about Biden?
When I go to get food, I'll probably like be eating, so like mic off and then like watching something, and then I don't know.
What we're dealing with right now is Trump, who on due process alone
hungry.
definitely didn't want to honor, just violated the guy's rights, and then wouldn't honor the Supreme Court without pressure. And on top of that, FIRE, the organization, says that there is this year alone like a 67 times rate of the past 25 years of pressure on free speech. So if we're talking about free speech, you said it's about the same. Doesn't seem like FIRE thinks so. Seems like FIRE thinks it's way fucking worse than it ever was. And so what I'm saying to you isn't that Trump is uniquely horrible than all the 350 years, because there's been actually a lot of really fucked up presidents that have done way worse shit, which is why we'll have like things like term limits and stuff now, right? There's been bad shit in the past. What I'm talking about is you're an originalist. My conclusion from that would be that you would value people who honor and respect the institution of the Constitution. Sorry, I'm word swapping there. Of people who honor and respect the Constitution. What I'm moderate. The biggest criticism I get from all the liberals in my social space is that I am the moderate, that I am the biggest bullshit fence sitter, always tries to see the other side.
True.
I can't even begin to understand how, if you think the current administration is violating free speech, which I hope you would grant the FIRE, it seems like you like FIRE, at a massive rate compared to any presidency in the last 20 years.
He doesn't like FIRE now.
So 67 times, I can send you the data, 67 times more infringements this year alone than in the past 24 years, right? So a pretty big escalation of free speech violation.
Unlucky.
I'm surprised that an originalist wouldn't want to vote in such a way to diminish the power of a president that obviously wants to overstep the Constitution and the American project. That's what I'm surprised by.
Well, a few responses. One, it is, I think, totally rational to criticize Trump for his position on free speech. I haven't seen the data you're looking at, and by the way, and I do consistently and often, but I've not seen the data you're looking at. I'd be delighted to look at it. I can't really respond to it because I haven't seen it. I would suggest, I don't know this, but I would suggest that one of the problems with data collection like that is there's a statistical methodology problem. Like, for example, Biden, in the complaint that got struck down in the Supreme Court, eventually Biden v. Missouri, with the allegations of censorship in social media that came from his administration,
This the type
the
of language
recitation
in
of
Canada and be like, did the Constitution say he couldn't do that?
Okay, go ahead, sorry.
the recitation of the violations there was 77 pages long, right? Does that count as one? I don't know how the data was collected. So if we want to look at the data, we can. I can't really comment it until I know what that actually means. But even if let's say this, let's say I grant you that Trump is very bad on free speech and worse than Biden on free speech, which is not hard for me to grant because I've said it before publicly. That was before the YouTube stuff came out, which has made it closer. But still, I would still grant that it's
YouTube stuff is nothing, bro. Like, holy shit. It's all retarded. It's all retardation. Okay. I'm gonna go get my food. Probably like 20 minutes or something. If I'm gonna go on like a loading screen, by the time I get back, I have no viewers, and I'll probably just go offline after a bit. But maybe I'll be back. Maybe goodbye. But I'll be back. We'll put it on a loading screen for now. I don't want to just leave the video playing or something while I'm gone. That feels not good, you know. But yeah, I'll see you guys in a bit. Oh, maybe I can play some music. That's actually a good idea. Hold on. What can I put on for you guys? Put on an album. What do I want you guys to hear? Put on Daft Punk's Discovery. Why not? Love that album. One of my faves. Hell yes, yes. It's jam. Time to jam. Alright, I'll probably be back in a bit. See ya.
One more time. One more time. celebration tonight. Celebrate. Don't wait too late. No, we don't stop. You can't stop. We're gonna celebrate one more time. One more time. One more time. A celebration. You know we're gonna do it right tonight. Hey, just feel it. Music's got me feeling the need. Yeah. Come on. All right, we're gonna celebrate one more time. Celebrate and dance so free. Music's got me feeling so free. Celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. Celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. Celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. Celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. Celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. Celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. Celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. Celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. Celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. Celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. Celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. Celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. Celebrate and dance so free. Work it, make it, do it, makes us harder, better, faster, stronger. More than power, power, never. Ever after work is over. Work it, make it, do it, makes us harder, better, faster, stronger. Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. More than ever, hour after hour, work is never over. Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. More than ever, hour after hour, work is never over. Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. More than ever, hour after hour, work is never over. Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. More than ever, hour after hour, work is never over. Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. More than ever, hour after hour, work is never over. Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. More than ever, hour after hour, work is never over. Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. More than ever, hour after hour, work is never over. Never over. Work it, make it better, do it faster, makes it stronger. All that effort, power, is never over. Work it, make it better, do it faster, makes it stronger. All that effort, work is never over. Work it, faster, makes it stronger. All that effort, work it never over. Work it harder, do it faster. Our work is never over. Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. More than ever, hour after hour, work is never over.
Yo, what's up? I'm kind of back. How many people are still here? Who's still watching? Oh, 6 viewers. Not bad. Almost 2 people, I think. Should I eat and watch? Oh, hey, Cryptic. What's up? You guys enjoy the music while I was gone? You guys like Daft Punk's Discovery? Got quite a few songs in. If you guys liked it. I want to say because I'm gonna like have my food, but I don't know if I want you guys to just like be hearing me chewing. Like I'll have my mic off, but then I'm barely like, you know, reacting. I mean, I'll be reacting still, you know. I don't know. You guys won't. What else should I cover? Should I keep watching that Erudite Malali conversation? I'll put the combo on while I'm eating a bit. Why not? Do that. Stuff real quick. We can do that. That's the album, by the way, if you guys don't know it. Daft Punk's Discovery, that was Christian Dolls. It's the last song you guys were hearing. Very good. Quite like it. Okay, let me fix this. That like this. And then keep watching. Is this gonna be interesting? Oh boy. Maybe you can watch the Hegseth video. Should you rather watch Cryptic? I don't know if you're the only person I saw in here. Would you rather watch the Hegseth vid or keep watching the Erudite Ryan Malawi combo? With the knowledge that this is something I'm not going to be reacting very hard to since I am eating. So if you ask me to react harder, I won't be. Erudite is giving me autism. What is the other option? The other option is this Hegseth vid. We found a loophole to survive the end of the universe. You know Hegseth vids? They're pretty fun. Like science-ish related. I quite like them. It's a short one too, so I'll probably like put something else on after, but I don't know. I don't recommend it. Figured I want to give it a watch and live right now. Figured I might as well do that. Yeah, the animated vids, those are good. Yeah, you like? Alright, let's watch that. For now.
Can we survive the heat death of the universe? One day, the last star will die, galaxies will dissolve, and black holes will evaporate. The cosmos will become a forever expanding, empty void where nothing happens. Forever.
Nothing?
A place without life, purpose, or meaning. Lame and depressing. But there might be a loophole in the laws of physics for a future civilization to survive the death of everything and go on having fun and internet arguments for Googles of years, maybe even
Wait, what did
forever.
I just see? Hold on.
Fun and internet arguments for
Ziploc bag, anyone? Zip? That's me. I'm Zip. What the heck?
Goals of years, maybe even forever. To explain how this works, we need to go through a few steps, so strap in if you want consciousness to live forever. How to outlast the stars. Let's travel 100 trillion years into the future when the last stars are about to die and the cosmos starts turning dark forever. Here in this dying universe, we find the Noxans, the last civilization still alive. Compared to them, we're cave dwellers. They've solved physics and can do things we can only dream of. Still, the same rules of reality apply to them as to us. The Noxons like being alive and don't want to vanish with the last stars. So, they're enacting the plan to keep consciousness around forever. The first issue is energy. If you want to keep a civilization running, you need a lot of it. But actually, not that much in cosmic terms. With 5 hours of the full energy emitted by the sun, we could power present-day humanity for about 10 billion years. So the Noxons harvest the last stars and build a gigantic complex of batteries around their home star. In principle, this energy could keep them alive for a few 100 trillion years, a long time, but not even close to forever. So now the hard part of the plan begins. The Noxons need to change the nature of life itself. Thoughts cold as ice. Being alive means doing things, eating, playing video games, and very importantly, thinking. And each of those things costs energy. But how much energy? There's an idea from a famous paper we'll mercilessly simplify and call Dyson's cold thoughts. In a nutshell, the idea is that the lower your temperature, the less energy it takes to do something. Your brain runs at a temperature of 310 degrees above absolute zero. Zero is the temperature where nothing can happen anymore. At 310 degrees, your brain needs 20 joules of energy to think a simple thought that takes 1 second to think, like, I should wear a funny hat. If your brain worked at colder temperatures, say 155 Kelvin instead of 310...
Should I wear a funny hat? I have a Gavin Newsom was right about everything hat, where he parodied the Trump hat. Trump was right about everything. I have a Newsom one. Should I wear that hat? Pretty funny. Just reminded about it.
A few things would change. First of all, you'd think at half the speed, and the same thought would now take 2 seconds. But in return, the energy you'd need to think the thought now halves from 20 joules to only 10. If Dyson's cold thoughts are correct, then the colder you go, the less energy you need to think a thought. At 1/10 your current temperature, the same thought would take 10 seconds, but only require 2 joules. And this has wild implications, because it means that we actually might be able to play this game forever. How could this work in reality? Cooling down a living organism isn't easy. If we put you in a fridge, you'll die from hypothermia. The reality is that this plan will be impossible to do with flesh and blood, so the Noxons have to take a huge step. Before we cool anything down, consider this. Maybe the real trick is stepping back and seeing ideas from different perspectives. Because even with more efficient brains, we're still prone to the same biases we face today.
It's true.
Nothing highlights this issue more than our modern media
I'm back
landscape.
with the
Thankfully,
Zippagut, some McD's. They're what's still open right now.
Ground News, the sponsor of this video, is working to confront these issues. They're a website and app designed to help you think critically about the information you consume, a mission we wholeheartedly support. For each news story, they gather articles from around the world with details on political bias, reliability, ownership, and summaries that show what each side leaves out. You even get to compare headlines to see how bias affects framing. Luckily, it seems both sides agree that robots still have a long way to go. Thinking critically about the news we consume has become a necessity since information bubbles have become the norm. And Ground News makes it easier to do just that. To get 40% off their Vantage plan with unlimited access to all features, go to ground.news/nutshell or scan the...
What's the order? I got a Big Mac. I'm McFlurry. Pog. Very, very pog.
QR code on the screen. Using this link supports our channel and helps make the media landscape a more transparent place. And now, back to cooling brains. They have to leave biology behind and transfer their minds into some kind of artificial brain. Or even better, become completely virtual minds and build a digital world as good or better than the real one. This is getting pretty sci-fi, so to be fair, we don't know how to build such brains or computers. But remember, we are 100 trillion years in the future, the Noxons are desperate, and the laws of physics should allow this. So now, we have a pretty big battery with a huge but finite amount of energy, and a lot of brains or a computer that can cool down. Okay, this is great and all, but how do you stay around with limited energy forever? Well, this is at the core of the plan. Each time the Noxons get colder, they need less energy to stay alive. Sure, they'll be slower, but this isn't relevant to them. So from the Noxans' perspective, as long as they can keep getting colder fast enough, their battery's energy is...
Oh, what flavor? That's where the judgment rise. It is an M&M McFlurry. Now, I will say, I always get the M&M McFlurry. I don't like the Oreo McFlurry. I mean, I like it. It's good. I prefer the M&Ms. But also, they didn't have the Oreos anyways, so...
growing proportionally and could keep them alive forever. Let's see how their plan unfolds. Cooling down.
Yeah, Cryptic, that is what I'm going to do.
As the last star in the universe goes out and the universe...
Oh, speaking of cooling down, yeah, I'm going to cool myself down by eating McFlurry. Oreo, I mean, fair enough. It's good. I like it. But I prefer M&Ms.
Turns dark forever, the Noxans activate their batteries and start cooling down their brains. The way they do it is extremely simple. How do you cool down a light bulb? Well, you unplug it so it can radiate away its heat. So the Noxans switch off their brains and start to hibernate. They enter a state with no activity, thoughts, or even dreams, and let their bodies radiate heat away to cool down a bit. When they activate again after some time, they're now colder than before. They think slower, and each thought uses up less energy from their battery. They enter into a new cycle of cosmic days and cosmic nights. During the days, they're alive and awake, doing all the stuff they want to do, hanging out with friends, thinking about things, eating virtual cheeseburgers, simulating universes, whatever Type 3 civilizations think fun.
Okay, that's fair. I haven't had McFlurry in like almost 8 years because their machine's always broken. Also true. Sip is bringing down the temperature. If only Trump could do the same. True. Guys, disavow until Trump brings down the temperature. Don't disavow, sorry. Don't disavow until Trump brings down the temperature himself. Nuggets, Kev. It's true. I wish I had nuggets right now, but I had a Big Mac.
Is in the future. And during the night, they're switched off, lost in dreamless non-existence. Not even noticing anything isn't happening, while cooling down their brains even more. At the beginning, the nights will be very short and the days extremely long. A day can last 1,000,000 years, while night is only a few hours. But warm things shed heat much faster than cold ones. Cooling from 300 to 299 degrees takes much less time than going from 100 to 99. So, as the Noxan brains become colder, the nights will have to grow longer and longer. So, how long could they actually do this, and how is this a way to live forever? How long could the Noxans actually do this? The reason Dyson's cold thoughts are so incredibly powerful is how incredibly they scale. As eons pass in the dying universe, the Noxans keep cooling down and waking up. After 100 trillion years of this cycle, their temperature has only dropped to 230 degrees above absolute zero. A simple thought now takes 1.3 seconds instead of 1. Each cosmic night is now 400,000 years long. But even accounting for their slower speeds and long hibernations, the Noxans have experienced the equivalent of 76 trillion years of life. Over 5,000 times the age of the current universe. This is frankly just an unsettling idea. What is way scarier than being dead? Being alive forever? So we need to detach ourselves a little bit. We simply have no concept how conscious beings would deal with the opportunity to actually live that long. Maybe our Noxans delete their memories regularly, maybe they create new worlds and new life, maybe at some point they decide to sleep forever. Maybe they just activate their pleasure centers and experience perfect bliss forever. As time keeps passing and the Noxans keep going through their cycle of day and night and cooling down, the universe keeps dying. After quadrillions of years, the corpses of former stars, white dwarfs, turn yellow, then orange, then red, then black. Trillions of years later, all galaxies have dissolved like dandelions. Decillions of years later, the first black holes evaporate in bursts of light like sad fireworks. And the Noxans, they're still around, at a chilling 10 quintillionths degree above zero. They've become so slow that a simple thought takes 1 trillion years. They spend 99.99999999999999997% of the time hibernating. But for them, nothing's changed. Their conscious experience is just as fluid and vibrant as on the first day. From the outside, they live in slow motion. As they get colder and colder, their thoughts got slower and slower. But if you and the world around you slow down at the same pace, you don't notice anything. Your conversations, thoughts, adventures, and experiences feel exactly the same as before. And while the cosmic nights are now a quarter-decillion years long, it doesn't matter to them, because during the nights, the Noxans don't experience anything. So, no matter how long the nights are, they pass in an instant. The Noxans experience a perfectly fluid existence. Only that with each night, they use up even less energy than before. At this point, they've lived, felt, and experienced the equivalent of 4,000 trillion years. Their battery has only a tiny fraction of its original charge, but the Noxans now need so little energy that it seems larger than ever before. True eternity has just begun. Or has it? Can the Noxans actually live forever? Whether Dyson's cold thoughts can make you live forever depends on one thing. Can you keep cooling forever, or does the universe force you to hit a true limit? There are a few problems. Dark energy might eventually make the universe hit a temperature limit of 1/9,000,000th degrees above absolute zero. The Noxans will cool to that level after a Google years, but then they can't cool any further and their battery will begin to run out. And after this much time, the universe will make going on impossible in other weird ways. Quantum noise might just destroy their brains. All matter may decay into iron, or proton decay may destroy all atoms. We don't know. Forever is a long time.
That'd be pretty bad at it.
But even if the Noxans don't get a true forever,
Like, speaking of which, Zip, you start doing TTS for $1 or $2, get the bag mate for sure. I would put the amount related to TTS because I don't want. Like I see a Darius stream and he'll do like it's free if you have a sub and it's like, bro, that's a lot of power you give it. Yes sir. We got a gambling sponsorship? Maybe.
if Dyson's cold thoughts work, then within these Google years, their consciousness would experience the equivalent of 2 trillion years. This may all seem far-fetched and hard to imagine, but the amazing thing about it is that for all we know, the laws of physics don't forbid life to adapt even to a completely dead universe. And it would mean that life and consciousness aren't a brief accident in cosmic history, but the final chapter of existence itself, giving the universe meaning, purpose, and hope. Maybe
I don't know if that's what that
forever.
means, but sure.
Here is your...
Exactly is this video about? I came in late. Loophole to survive the end of the universe. Basically, if you could get the power of a sun, there's a way, like, and you could, like, make everybody's brains digital and, like, make a digital existence. It's possible, theoretically, for you to, like, cool down enough to where, like, existence could keep going, but even past the, like, universe, like, decaying, like, all the stars being destroyed.
Special connection to Kurzgesagt. If you're craving more between videos, our newsletter delivers the latest updates straight from the bird's nest to your inbox. You'll be the first to access limited releases and deals, learn about new product drops before the rest, and get fascinating, snackable science facts about our favorite topics. Of course, we'll also let you know about new video releases and updates from our game department. Plus, you'll get exclusive freebies, like this cosmic diorama. Subscribe now to stay connected.
For a streamer like Darius, TTS is basically an essential part of his stream. Destiny used to do TTS, but he got sick of all the spam. Yeah, I mean, I get it for Darius, because he's like IRL streaming. I feel like when it's not IRL, it's like way more fucking, because it's just fucking with your stream. You know?
And don't miss the very special product drop coming soon.
Special product drop? No way. That was a good video. Enjoyed it. Learned something. Wow. I don't know if I want to keep watching though. You're still talking? Christ. Who Shop's up to?
Sorry, I just don't know how true that is. Again, do not send me, okay? If you took screenshots or anything like that, I don't know if that could legally be considered revenge porn or some shit. No! Don't send me! Do not send- No! Do not!
People sending her? Jesus Christ, bro. Jesus.
Got it pretty good.
You guys don't know what's going on with that. Family Straight Aid went live and like fucking like made herself nude and then for like 2 minutes and then ended stream by accident. Because people are sending it to Puchos? Jesus. Unhinged. New Veritas. Hold on, wait a minute. Now we got some content. Now there's some. Wait, what? Yeah, I don't even know. That's like. I don't even fucking know. It's just. Like, I don't want to know more. That just sucks. If true, that sucks. Like, apparently what it seems like is that she was making a video for somebody, but accidentally clicked the go live button somehow. I don't know. I don't know. I don't care to know. That's crazy. Unlucky.
In 1999, the German newspaper Die Zeit ran an experiment. They asked a falafel salesman and former theater director, Salah Bengali, who in the world he would most like to be connected to. He chose his favorite actor, Marlon Brando. So the reporters then searched for a chain of friends, family, or acquaintances, people who knew each other on a first-name basis, who could connect Bengali to Brando. As it happens, Bengali had a friend in California. This friend worked alongside the boyfriend of a woman who was the sorority sister of the daughter of the producer of the film Don Juan DeMarco, starring Marlon Brando. So in total, it took just 6 steps, 6 degrees of separation.
This is going to be like your connection. I'm sure he's going to bring up like your bacon number. It's like, yeah, it's like, it's insane when you like think about how many, like, I've met Destiny, and Destiny's met Tulsi Gabbard, and Tulsi Gabbard knows Trump. So it's like, for me, there's 2 degrees of separation between me and Trump. Like, the President of the United States. Like, that's crazy, bro. What? The fuck? Yeah.
And the idea is that this is not a unique example, that you could connect any 2 people on the planet in 6 steps or less. But is it really true? And if it is, how does it affect our lives?
How is this possible in a world of now 8 billion people that we could be that close, just 6 hops or less? Does that affect how diseases spread, how information travels? Our math showed.
Yeah, that's from the little one with all the people. That was from the game theory video that I sent to Destiny. Whoa.
Is not why.
Classic accidentally hitting the go live button in many such cases, yeah. And doesn't who else had the fucking famous clip of like jerking off on like going live? Was it fucking one of the locales? The Go games. DSP? Was that DSP or was that somebody else? But yeah.
The world small, it's really, how could it be otherwise? But then I got a call from the FBI.
Huh?
We are making the world smaller all the time. Like, it's supposed to be good, and yet it does expose you to toxicity and malevolence that you might have been shielded from.
You look at the net effect of it, and it's actually been pretty negative by a lot of measures. People have suffered.
It's not only dangerous in terms of disease propagation, but anything malevolent now has conduits that it didn't used to have.
If we were all connected to everyone else on the planet completely at random, then it would be almost a mathematical certainty that any 2 of us would be connected through fewer than 6 steps.
Let's suppose I have my 100 friends out of 8 billion people. Each of them knows 100 people. So 2 steps away from me is going to encompass 100 times 100 people. That's already 10 to the 4th people.
Obviously, as he's about to say, some of them will be overlapping, so no, actually.
And so if you do 100 to the 5th power, that's 10 to the 10th, and that's more people than there are on Earth. So notice that number is 5. I said to the 5th power. That's the ballpark reason why 6 degrees of separation is true.
But the shocking thing about this is the calculation you've just outlined is about having 100 friends at random out of 10 billion, and they're all over the world. But we know that in the real world, that's nowhere near what the distribution of friends are like.
Absolutely true. So this really crude calculation I did is absurd for the reason that you said. The world is very far from random.
The truth is, people naturally cluster geographically. Most of the people you know live close to you, and they also have a higher probability of knowing each other. If you calculate the fraction of people you know who also know each other, that is a measure of the clustering in the network. So let's try a model with a high degree of clustering. Imagine all 8 billion people on Earth are arranged into a circle, and say each person knows the 100 people closest to them, so 50 to the left and 50 to the right. Well, in this case, the furthest person you can connect to is just 50 people away. So if you wanted to connect to someone on the other side of the planet through a chain of people who know each other, well, it would take 80 million steps. And to connect any two people would take on average 40 million steps. Even just getting 10% of the way there would take 8 million steps, and 6 steps would get you, well, here. This is the paradox of 6 degrees of separation. We know that we live in these local clusters of friends and acquaintances, but we also seem to be able to connect anyone anywhere in just 6 steps. 10 years ago, I did my own experiment on this, and I found that the average Veritasium viewer was only 2.7 degrees of separation from me.
Huh.
In social science, this is known as the small world problem, named after the phenomenon where you're, say, on holiday somewhere and you bump into a stranger who somehow knows your best friend, and you say, wow, it's such a small world.
That ever happened to you guys? That's just crazy when it happens. It's fucking insane. It's just randomly like, wait, what the fuck? You're this person? And it's like, yeah.
In the mid-1990s, 2 mathematicians, Duncan Watts and Steve Strogatz, set out to solve this small world problem.
Duncan really sort of had very far-seeing imagination at that point.
We had computers that allowed us to simulate environments that were too complicated for math to work.
Up until then, physicists had studied networks that were ordered and regular, like crystal lattices, and mathematicians like Paul Erdos had done lots of work on totally random networks, but no one had studied what happens in between.
There must be some enormous middle ground, and that's what Duncan and I felt like we're starting to explore.
To study this middle ground, Watts and Strogatz imagined a simple, regular network of people, or nodes, dotted around a circle.
Automoted there, cloak and scene, but he said Zip is 2 steps away from Adolf Hitler. I don't know about that one, but possibly. I mean, in theory, you could actually do how far away I am from Adolf Hitler. Because if you get me to Destiny, then Destiny to Tulsi Gabbard, then Tulsi Gabbard to Trump. Like from Trump, you can figure out very easily Adolf Hitler because you just have to figure out what presidencies or leaders, and then you can figure out the closest there. In theory, you could do, like, figure out how far away Trump is from Adolf Hitler, and then you could get me. Or in theory, anyone else in the government right now that Tulsi Gabbard would meet, and then, or anyone. I mean, Destiny's met a lot of people, and I've met Destiny, so you could figure it out. It'd be possible.
Each connected to a few of their nearest neighbors.
And so we had this idea, we're going to start with the physicist end of regular, and now we're going to turn the randomness knob to make it more and more random through these random shortcuts.
We all have some experience with shortcuts.
I belong to this club called the Internet Chess Club. I got to be very friendly with a guy in Holland. That connection makes the world small, because now, even though my friends don't realize.
Why do all that when I can just look at your family tree? You make a good point.
They're only 1 step away from a guy in Holland. And so that kind of connection, where you sort of connect to someone outside your normal circle, is what we came to call a shortcut.
So they went round the circle, disconnecting some of the links and reconnecting them at random to a different node in the network. And as they did that, they watched what happened to the average number of steps it took to get from any one node in the network to another, hopping between connected nodes. In other words, the degree of separation.
This is now the moment for the big reveal. As Duncan turned the knob in his computer simulations, as soon as he introduced a few shortcuts, the world immediately gets as small as a random graph.
When they had rewired just 1% of the links to shortcuts, the average degree of separation dropped from 50 in the original fully ordered network to 10. But Watts and Strogatz also tracked how clustered the network was. That's the fraction of a node's connections that are also connected to each other. Or in other words, the fraction of my friends who are also friends with each other. What they found is that clustering remained high for much longer.
The world immediately gets as small as a random graph. But it stays as clustered as if it were still regular. So you could simultaneously have the clustering that we know is real and the small world that we know is real.
Now, in Watts and Strogatz's model, they looked at 1,000 nodes. But if you apply their model to the 8 billion people on Earth, well, then you would only need 3 out of every 10,000 friendships to be a shortcut, and the average degrees of separation drops to 6.
Our math showed. The question is not why is the world small, it's really how could it be otherwise? Duncan started saying to me, this is about discovering a whole new universe and its properties and laws. I recognized that he was right.
I just wanted to sort of reflect on what you said about these sort of shortcuts. I think I've had this phenomenon happen to me sometimes in my life where I'm sort of invited to an event and it seems like a very random event. Often I kind of feel like, oh, I don't really want to go, you know, none of my friends are going. But then maybe at the last minute I just say like, well, let's just roll the dice. And I find that almost invariably those are productive meetings. I'm kind of wondering if there's a takeaway for people here, which is that they should put themselves in situations where the probability of forming these shortcut links, would it sort of increase the luck in your life?
You have just put your finger on a very famous phenomenon in sociology that is called the strength of weak ties. Because you ask people how they got their job, and people would say, oh yeah, I heard about it from, you know, Randy. And then he'd say, oh, is Randy a friend of yours? And people invariably would say, no, he's an acquaintance. I wouldn't call him a friend, he's an acquaintance. That's a weak tie. The strong tie is your best friend or your circle of friends.
Excited about their breakthrough, Watts and Strogatz wanted to
I think this will get more interesting when we inhabit all planets with trillions of people Warhammer style. I can't wait. I'm sure this will happen within our lifetimes. Surely. When it comes to eating McFlurries, many people are saying Zip Zip is like the Hitler of eating McFlurries, so don't ask me what I mean by that. I won't ask you. But that is true. That is correct. I am the Hitler of eating McFlurries.
Test their small world model on some real world data. But this was 1996.
We had to think, well, where are we going to get data on big networks where we could test this? And it was not so easy. The internet was not mapped out. Google didn't exist.
So they turned to an unusual source.
There was only one nervous system that had been mapped at that time, which was the worm C. elegans. Tiny worm, like a millimeter, that you can find in the dirt, a favorite of neurobiologists. They knew every cell in the body of C. elegans from the time it's a single cell till it becomes a whole organism. So they had the total wiring diagram.
You got unlucky Glockenstein. Got AI modded. Said, quote, I'm the Hitler, zip zip circa 2025. Accurate. Do the worm like XQC. True.
Of that organism.
That shit was so funny.
Watts and Strogatz tested their model on the worm's neural network. The worm has precisely 282 neurons, and on average, they're connected to 14 others. If you lay that all out in a line along the worm's body, the neurons at the ends would be separated by around 40 steps, and the average degree of separation would be around 14. But when Watts and Strogatz ran the calculations, they found the average degrees of separation between any two neurons was just 2.65. To put that in context, if they were connected totally at random, it would be 2.25.
And yes, okay, so bingo, that was a small world. Then we were popping the champagne. I mean, that was really exciting that nature had done that. So then we thought, well, okay, but this should be true of lots of networks because nature can't resist this mechanism.
So they looked at Hollywood actors and power grids across the US. Sure enough, they were both small world networks. For example, in the database of over 200,000 Hollywood actors, the average degree of separation was less than 4.
Dangerfield was in Caddyshack with Bill Murray, and Bill Murray was in She's Having a Baby with Kevin Bacon.
Then the real payoff for us as people in
the Bacon number shit, so funny. My Bacon number is also like 3 or some shit. I think my Bacon number is 3. Oh, I'm not an actor, but I know someone who knows somebody who knows.
Interested in dynamical systems more than graph theory was, okay, so what? You know, so what if the world is small? Does that affect how things?
How do you find your Bacon number? Well, you gotta know who you know. Do you know anybody who knows somebody who knows somebody who knows someone who knows Kevin Bacon? That's how you know. You figure it out. Otherwise, you don't know.
Things get in sync. Does it affect how diseases spread? Does it affect how information travels? Whatever. And so we did a
Oh god, guys, the shutdown is in 7 minutes. Can you believe it? Holy shit.
number of experiments, again, in the computer like that.
Take disease. I wanted to know how a few shortcuts would affect how disease spreads through a network. So I asked Casper in the
When he said to food shops to put AOC on. Did I put AOC on? I know Zip46, he's my best friend. Oh, that's awesome. Happy for you. What's AOC do? What you up to? Fuck, do I have to log in? Oh, I'm not doing that. Okay, never mind. We got
a team to make a simulation.
And then the question to you is, do you want to start with a completely regular world where it's completely clustered, or do you want to start with completely random?
I would start with a regular world.
Okay. There it goes.
This is the spread of infections.
Yeah. So it takes over the world completely. Well, if every step was a day, it would take 73 days for the infection to take over this entire world.
Well, let's introduce a few shortcuts and see.
Okay. Let's make it small world, like 10%. Let's go.
Boom. Wow,
Boom.
that's really dramatic.
Right?
That's really dramatic and very fast.
Yeah, so fast. Yeah, after 26 days, the whole world.
And that ramp up does look exponential at the beginning, and then
right?
It kind of looks linear there as well, but it's almost like you can't go any faster.
Yeah. Okay, so now let's make it a completely
Casper,
random
dude, stole my
network.
name. Yeah, dude, it's fucked up. But also, you gave up that name, so.
Boom.
Crazy. How many days now for a fully random
if I was
network?
on, maybe
25.
Basically identical.
Which is crazy because in the random case, all your links are random. You know, in the small world case, it's just 10%. It's like if 1 out of your 10 friends are a shortcut, which, for some people might be a bit much, but I reckon for you, it's probably about right.
Yeah, I got lots of shortcuts.
But the crazy thing is that in this simulation, we only used 100 nodes. And if you use the same model to the 8 billion people on Earth, then you would actually need less than 1% of all your links to be shortcuts.
In 1998, Watts and Strogatz published their findings in a 3-page article in Nature, and the paper took off. Within a few years, the paper already had hundreds of citations. By 2014, it was ranked the 63rd most cited paper of all time. And today, it's got around 58,000 citations. That's higher than Peter Hegseth.
I rebranded so I can start my online book club. Thank you very much. Yo, what's your book club? What's your online book club? What are you guys reading?
Paper on the Higgs boson, and almost 3 times as many as Watson and Crick's Nobel Prize-winning paper on DNA.
So it's probably worth making that distinction, that citations are one measure of impact. We're cited a lot more than Einstein, and I think you know who's more important. It's not us, but it does mean people thought it was worth citing. We had many tens of thousands of citations from people in far-flung fields, from neuroscience to sociology to graph theory to computer science. Even, English literature, people would do things like draw networks between words.
Is there any irony in the fact that this paper on small word networks goes viral itself?
Donald Trump Bible. I don't know what that's about, but yeah, true. Donald Trump Bible.
I think so, maybe so.
But then things got a little weird.
That's when I started getting some strange phone calls. I got a call from somebody at the FBI. I was a little scared.
Whoa.
What's the FBI calling me about? And so I called back, and the person who picks up says,
"Hello,
Hair and Fiber." I was calling the Hair and Fiber Network at the FBI, the people who do, criminology based on what telltale hairs or fibers are left on the victim's clothes after they've been murdered. There was a guy who said, what happens when the police have a suspect and they say you...
My kick, gonna start The Hobbit once I get enough people scheduled for most of them. It doesn't impede with other streams. A hint for fellow Doomer Pillow Bros. Oh, I see. That sounds fun. Like you're gonna like read it, or like what is the content? Like, I mean, like you like your book club, like people discussing the book and stuff. That seems cool.
You have fibers on your sweater that match the hair of the victim. And then the defense lawyer says, well, you know, maybe the victim was on a bus and left her fibers on the bus, and then my client sat on a secondary transfer, they would call it, of these fibers. That doesn't prove anything. So the FBI wanted to know what's the probability of secondary transfers compared to primary transfers from actually killing the person. And like, I don't, what do I know?
Now, that's a Steve Strogatz problem. For most of us, a random caller telling you they're an FBI agent is probably a scam. Chances are they got your number from a data leak or a data broker.
Whoa.
Anytime you provide your name, phone number, even your social security number, that personal information can be scraped, packaged, and sold to anyone who will pay. And if criminals get hold of it, well, they can open credit card accounts in your name, or even use it to stalk or harass you. Fortunately, today's video sponsor, Incogni, can help. With your permission, they'll send out a letter to each broker using the correct...
Holy shit, guys. The shutdown, it's about to happen. It's about to happen. The shutdown's here. It's about to be here. Holy shit, we're close.
...legal terms and keep insisting until your data comes down. And remember, even one unremoved profile can be enough for criminals to target you. If you sign up to Incogni's unlimited plans, you can even flag public websites where your information appears with their custom removals tool. Their data agents will take care of the rest. Since I started using Incogni 18 months ago, they've filed almost...
Holy shit, the government is shut down. What the hell? It's happened. We're shut down, guys. Careful. Stay safe out there. Don't be shitting on your federal employees, because yeah, they're not getting paid at the moment. Unfortunate. Jesus Christ, we made it. We're here.
700 requests for me, and
gonna have the audiobook plus ebook on stream, then discussion groups via Discord or chat, whatever happens in Lord of the Rings, and Pride and was suggested to maybe Ready Player 1 and 2 servers asked. Oh, that's cool. I mean, the easiest like thing that's gonna happen, like, or the thing that's gonna be brought up once you start is that eventually like you're gonna run into copyright shit, obviously, right? But I mean, if it's just like a little thing, then it's whatever. But that's cool though. Yeah, damn. I'd watch that. Not again feels bad, man. So over riots in the streets, people getting killed, dogs using cages as bowls. Yeah, it's happening right now. Look, government workers.
Over 600 of those have been completed. With their unlimited family plan, you can protect your whole family too. So to keep your information safe, head over to incogni.com/veritasium by clicking the link in the description, or just use this QR code. And when you do, be sure to use the code Veritasium for 60% off your annual subscription. So I want to thank
Oh no, Fudge's dog already found the ribcage of an innocent federal worker and is already eating it. No.
Incogni for sponsoring this video, and now back to networks. In 1998, Albert Laszlo Barabashi was studying the internet. At that time, there were around 800 million web pages. But despite the web's enormous size, Barabashi found that on average, you could connect any two sites with just 19 clicks. Apparently, the web was a small world too. But the strange thing was, it didn't look anything like the small world network in Watts and Strogatz's model.
We ended up mapping out a region of the World Wide Web, and we had a very clear expectation of how that network should look like.
Barabashi thought the distribution of pages and links would resemble a bell curve, similar to what you'd get for people's height across a population. Most sites would have some average number of links, and there would be very few outliers either side. But that is not what he saw.
And so we measured the distribution, and it didn't look anything like what we expected.
The curve started out steep. Loads of websites had not many links. Then there was this really long tail.
And here we saw...
Yeah, I already have a list of public domain. Also, if it's split in chapters, I should be okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Sounds like you thought it out. Yeah. Good shit.
So web pages that had not only a little more, but sometimes 100 times more links than the average degree or the average node on the website.
These were websites like Yahoo, superconnectors that linked to thousands of other sites. Barabashi called them hubs because when he mapped out the network, they resembled the hub of a wheel with spokes going out to hundreds of other pages. And it was these hubs that made the web a small world, not shortcuts. So Barabashi wondered, how could this apply to other networks too?
Most real networks, or virtually all large networks, follow two very fundamental principles.
If that's a problem, Cloakency said, what's with the intersection of weaves and Nazis communists? Network. If that's a problem, I always got AI to read the book for me. The main problem with copyright, but I'm small and unpaid right now, so it's all good. I'm specifically a gaming channel, could be sure, for sure.
First, any large network out there never pops out as a large network, but it grows, right? You have a tiny World Wide Web in 1991, and now we have trillions of nodes on the World Wide Web. How did we get 1 to a trillion? One node at a time, one website at a time. All the networks out there, no matter how old, how fast they emerged, they always emerge to some kind of growth process. So if you think about networks, you must build in that growth process. Number two, when a new node comes in, you join Facebook, who you're gonna connect to, right? And it is somewhat unpredictable, but it's biased. Your connections are always biased towards the more connected nodes, simply because you are more likely to know a more connected node than a less connected node. We named this process preferential attachment.
Barabashi reasoned that these two principles could explain how hubs naturally emerge when a network grows. So together with his colleague, Reka Albert, he ran a simulation.
We've also got a simulation for this. They started with a simple network of just a few connected nodes. Then they began adding new nodes to the network one at a time, with just one condition. They'd be more likely to connect to nodes that already had more links.
That's so cool. Looks very biological, very organic. Also, I like how the nodes come out and they don't just sort of stop in one spot. They kind of like wiggle around and like find their location. I really enjoy this. Like a space station.
That's what I was thinking.
Or like a space colony, right? Like
yeah, right? Like each little center one could be a planet, then you've got all the sort of stations going around it.
Yes.
So when Barabashi and Albert let these networks evolve, hubs emerged.
And we showed that growth and preferential attachment together naturally lead to the emergence of the hubs.
With this simulation, Barabashi and Albert showed how hubs could emerge in virtually any complex network. Take airports, for example. In 1955, Chicago O'Hare opened to commercial flights. Unlike neighboring airport Midway, it had long runways and plenty of space for new jet aircraft. Airlines began shifting service there. As more airlines connected flights to O'Hare, passengers had more options to connect, making it increasingly attractive. After deregulation in the 1970s, more airlines were free to add routes, and the feedback loop accelerated. Each new route made the airport more useful to passengers and more appealing to other airlines. Today, O'Hare is the most connected airport in the United States, with direct flights to well over 200 destinations.
But we don't just see hubs in man-made networks. In food webs, you have a few keystone species like Atlantic cod that connect hundreds of predators and prey. And in the metabolic networks in our cells, you have a few molecules like ATP that govern hundreds of chemical reactions. In the neural networks in our brain, you have a few regions, like the prefrontal cortex, that link hundreds of different functions. Now, as each of these networks evolved and grew over time, you had new species, new reactions, and new circuits that latched on to what was already well connected. And so you get this sort of natural growth. Now, preferential attachment isn't the only mechanism that can create hubs. There are plenty of other factors at play, particularly in these more complex biological systems. But what Barabashi's and Albert's simulation showed is that all it takes is a tiny bias when growing a network, and hubs end up being inevitable.
Once hubs are there, they fundamentally change the way the system behaves and the way we understand that system.
Hubs like O'Hare mean you can get pretty much anywhere in the world in just a few flights. But that connectivity also has consequences. In August 2025, thunderstorms shut down Chicago O'Hare, and 280
Whoa,
flights
what
were
the heck?
canceled and 80 were diverted. Overflow hit at least 6 other US airports, while some planes stuck in Chicago never left for Europe or Asia.
Bad weather in Chicago totally changes not only the travel pattern in Chicago, but within 24 hours the
Wait, I
whole
definitely
country
have
is
been
being
told that.
affected by that.
And we see the same phenomenon in natural networks. Knocking out one keystone species, like Atlantic cod, can destabilize an entire ecosystem.
So this is what we call the Achilles heel of networks. And this could be good news or it could be bad news, right? Good news if you want to create drugs to kill.
Favorite blaxploitation movie? What is that? What does that mean?
Bacteria, then you're gonna
I've
go
heard that
for the host.
This idea has created a whole new field of network medicine, where researchers develop drugs to target crucial parts of a disease's metabolic network. But understanding the role of hubs doesn't just help develop cures for a disease, it can help us control its spread. In 1990, Thailand was facing one of the fastest growing HIV epidemics in the world. The government tried broad campaigns like posters, TV ads, and school talks telling everyone to use condoms, but the infection kept spreading. So in 1991, the government tried something different. They started targeting hubs. They told brothels around the country that every client must use a condom or else they'd be shut down, and the impact was huge. For example, HIV infections among young men joining the military dropped by more than 50%. And by 2013, Thailand's Ministry of Public Health estimated the policy had prevented over 5 million infections, all because they realized the importance of hubs.
Hubs and shortcuts make any complex network more connected than it seems. That means things spread quickly, whether that's airport delays, information, or disease. But could that impact run even deeper? I mean, could the structure of our social network influence our very behavior and beliefs without us even being aware of it?
Back in 1997, Watson Strogatz investigated just that, using a game called The Prisoner's Dilemma. It's probably the most famous problem in game theory, and it's used to represent a ton of different conflicts we see in the real world. We've actually done a full video on it before, but here's a quick recap. The premise is simple. A banker with a chest full of gold invites you and another player to play. You each get 2 choices. You can cooperate or defect. If you both cooperate, you each get 3 coins. But if you defect while your opponent cooperates, you get 5 coins and they get nothing. And if you both defect, then you each get 1 coin.
Yeah.
So what would you do? Suppose your opponent cooperates, then you could also cooperate and get 3 coins, or you could defect and get 5 coins instead. So you're better off defecting. But what if your opponent defects? Well, you could cooperate and get no coins, or you could defect and at least get 1. So no matter what your opponent does, your best option is always to defect. Now, if your opponent is also rational, they'll reach the same conclusion, and therefore they'll also defect. And as a result, when you both act rationally, you both end up in the suboptimal situation of getting 1 coin each, when you could have gotten 3. But in 1980, Professor Robert Axelrod found that if you play your opponent hundreds of times, well then, cooperation wins out. He ran a tournament among the world's leading game theorists, and all the most successful strategies were nice. The winning strategy was called tit for tat because its default position was to cooperate, and it would only defect in retaliation. He also showed that a small cluster of cooperators can work together to overcome a world of defectors.
So that's kind of the scene we're set in, right? You get to this realistic place where you get tit-for-tat-like strategies to sort of dominate the world. Because in Axelrod's tournament, every strategy played against every other strategy, or they only interacted sort of with their near neighborhood, which is, you know, the small cluster. And now you could wonder, well, what if we start changing the way this works? What if we put them on a network?
Well, Watts and Strogatz simulated their own version of the Prisoner's Dilemma that did
Holy
just
shit,
that.
I did not know
they
that this
set
was,
up a
I did not know this was a sequel to the game theory video. Holy shit, wait a minute. Maybe I got something else needs.
regular network where each player was connected to a few players on either side. Then they would simultaneously play against all of their connections. The rules were simple. If most of a player's connections cooperated, then that player would also cooperate. But if most of their connections defected, then they would defect in retaliation.
They started with a small cluster of cooperators surrounded by defectors, and they watched the network evolve. Over time, what they saw was cooperation spread, just like what Axelrod had found. But then they reran the simulation, this time with a few links rewired to shortcuts, and all of a sudden, the cooperators were crushed, and they ended up with a world of defectors. And when they started from a totally regular network and gradually increased the fraction of shortcuts, they found there was this critical fraction beyond which the percentage of cooperators at the end of the game drops to 0.
I think the thing that's really crazy is that you've taken the exact same strategies with all the same properties, same character traits and personalities, if you will.
I don't know if I like the...
And you're not changing any of that.
So if your homie fucks your girl is fucking his mom fair game, it's 100%, as long as the mom is consenting. Absolutely. Fuck your homie's mom. Game theory. It's game theory.
All you're changing is the way they're connected, and you go from a world where everyone's completely nice and working together to one where it's filled with nastiness and people betraying each other. Only by changing how they're connected.
It's like if the bulk of your interactions are sort of negative, then you start being negative too, and you just contribute to the overall negativity. Whereas if like a few people are nice, then you can imagine, oh, that makes me feel good, and so I'm going to be nicer to that person.
The intuition for that is that cooperation is fostered by having little clumps. If I have a little clump of people that are kind of my buds, we get to have a lot of encounters, and cooperation tends to emerge from familiarity, the same way that iteration helps. That if I know that I'm going to see you again, I'm going to encounter you again, it ends up being to my advantage to cooperate. Whereas like the world of the internet where any...
I heard Zip Zip is called... This question is very Alabama coded. I heard Zip Zip is called Ship Ship in China. When you're saying this, that's Food Shop's about it.
Anyone can get on Twitter and badmouth anyone else. That tends to discourage. We don't have pockets. You don't have communities.
It kind of explains this keyboard warrior phenomenon, and that, yeah, people say things on the internet they wouldn't say.
They wouldn't. Most people are nice in real life.
Yeah.
It's funny that the small world, I know you think the small world's, well, because it's a Disney song, right? It's a small world after all, like it's supposed to be good.
Holy shit, I love that, right? It's a small world out. It's a small, yeah.
And yet it does expose you to toxicity and malevolence that you might have been shielded from in the small town.
Social media has kind of been toxic. The initial idea being, hey, we connect up a bunch of people and people who've been separated geographically, we connect you with your old friends. You look at the net effect of it, and it's actually been pretty negative by...
Zip loves that ride creepy? Whoa, what the fudge? It's a little creepy, but it's fun. It's a good ride. Woke ride, true. But they have all these people from all these different countries. Kind of woke. Zip loves ice cream. He would love the Bing Chilling in China. True, Bing Chilling. Watch that word, hold it all. Bing Chilling. Oh wait, I've got. Oh, you little Bing Chilling. I have the sound.
a lot of measures.
Intrigued by the findings, Watts started wondering if the results applied to the real world too.
For years after I did this work, I had wanted to test the hypothesis with actual human subjects.
So he got some volunteers to play a similar game called the public goods game across different network structures. He was expecting that, like they found previously, more shortcuts in a network would make cooperation less likely to emerge. But what he found was the structure of the network had no effect. Cooperation was just as likely to emerge in a totally clustered network as it was in a totally random one.
We were very puzzled by this result, and then we kind of did some more work.
When Watts dug deeper, he realized that the network structure did matter. In the more clustered networks, people were more likely to copy each other. So if by chance someone started out cooperating, then everyone would cooperate. But it was equally likely that someone would start out by defecting, in which case everyone else would defect. And over all the games they played, these two effects canceled each other out, which is why it seemed like the network structure didn't matter.
It's sort of on a knife edge, right? Where like one person does something selfish and everything goes south. In another world, everybody kind of holds it together and everything goes well.
It's crazy that the world could be like on a knife edge like that, you know, could tip one way or the other. Kind of just depends on how someone gets out of bed that day.
But then what's realize something? See, in real life, you can choose who you hang out with. So he reran the experiment, allowing players to change who they were playing with. And this time he used the prisoner's dilemma so that players could easily identify the defectors.
And the finding was clear. The more you allowed players to choose who they were playing with, the more likely they were to cooperate.
You can make this a lot better for yourself by just
cooperate with who's
acting and being decisive and being proactive about things.
Yeah, it's the thing I try to teach my kids too. Like, if someone's annoying you, just ignore them. Like, there's nothing to be gained by continuing to interact with people who are bringing negativity into your life.
In fact, making a choice can be powerful in more than one way.
There's something about the world that makes it prone to those upheavals, meaning it's always kind of poised on an edge of instability. And that gives each of us more power than you'd think we would have. It is actually possible for individual people to start movements that grow and take off. And ultimately, if you look at history, that is what happens. It's always one person who is stubborn and does something that leads to 10 people, 1,000 people, and things change because of it. It always starts with one person, somehow.
It's the Steve Jobs quote, right? But the people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones who do. And the wonderful thing is, it all starts with you believing you have that power.
Yeah.
It starts with you, Chad. You guys.
Learning all about network science has taught me...
Are you pro-secession? Secession. Civil War? I think I'm pro-secession.
many things, but perhaps the most important is that our networks shape us, but our actions shape the networks. So choose both wisely.
Interesting video. Was not expecting to be equal to the game theory. Hmm. And so I'm really watching the. Oh, is he done? Who shops looking at?
We kind of just get to be like, well, who cares?
Yeah.
Who
that I could have ever fucking imagined.
Buddy on the right. Rhetoric. Charlie Kirk gets assassinated. Watching. Right? My voice opinions here. See on. What leaf?
Who is this
Avatar.
person?
Time gambling streamer. This is my dog, Austin.
Imagine. Okay. Pipe bomb. Camera. Lick.
This?
A little bit on topic from what we were talking about before the break. And
Okay, so if you don't know about Leaflet, okay, Leaflet is this far-right VTuber, my
Far-right
twin,
VTuber.
okay?
I don't care. Cool. Not so aired
So it's nice meeting you, Josiah. It's good to see you. Fan of your work. So with respect to, I forgot his name, the fellow's philosophy.
Ryan.
There is a philosophical, Ryan's philosophy. There is a philosophical underpinning to what he was saying. The problem is that he was misdiagnosed.
In the name of protecting federal employees, and said fighting Trump's consolidation of power is paramount, even if that means shutting down the...
Ooh. Alright, VTuber, many such cases. Yeah, literally, apparently. I don't know fucking how, but this is fucking crazy. But not even live, he's just on Paradise?
Could not have this conversation, but now I can. And that's one of the reasons why I'm pushing for this. That's an emotivist argument, which is, again, nothing wrong with emotivism, but it's not deontological, which is the idea that I vote in a
Just
way
seems fucking
that makes
crazy.
me feel good.
Don't know.
And I am in this idea.
What else is there to cover? I just go off Paradise. Should go to bed early, I have to wake up. Cover something else, or might be done. Over. The fuck is this? Should you vote third party in 2028 for actual party? No, fuck no. Jesus Christ. Jover? It might be Jover. I know VTubers are retards, but yeah, I know far right VTubers. Taku, yeah, Taku's just really bad, and there are others too. It's like I might be Joe for y'all. On. All right. Julie Epstein. All right, chat. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for sticking around. Each and every for watching. Watch. If you haven't seen it, 170 views. Really?
Okay.
170 views? Ooh. Who's watching my video? Oh, damn. Oh. Let's go watch the report for the first episode. H1B debate. Share with your friends. No, we're gonna be doing another episode next week probably. Some faces that but yeah, go subscribe on YouTube, follow on Kick. Government shutdown has changed. Maybe. Thanks for the memes and government. Hey, you're welcome for them. Shutdown. Thanks for watching, y'all. Appreciate y'all. Yeah. Sipping out. Some people say he got sleepy. Other people say he ran. Hey, one way or the other. Have a very good night. Bye. See you guys next stream. Probably tomorrow night. Bye.